Good morning and welcome to the Sales Ambition 5K Draft Open. I'm Andrew Beckstrom, a designer here at Direwolf Digital, joined by my colleague, the Patrick Sullivan here for another exciting tournament and a weekend of coverage here. So this weekend we've got a draft open, which means over the past 2 days, players joined from the Eternal community, did their draft runs. The players who got 10 wins or more in a draft run are joining us this morning for a single elimination bracket where we will crown a champion, distribute out that $5,000 cash prize pool, and advance one of these players to the next World Championships. So a lot of fun action coming up for you all today, and it's a very exciting time for Eternal because we have a set that's coming right around the corner. We announced this week our next set, our 13th major expansion, Unleashed, and as you can see by that big old golden wheel in the center, we're going to be showing you a little bit of a different side of the world of Argenport and Myria as a whole. So it's going to be a lot of fun to start unpacking that over the next couple of weeks. Patrick, when we were working on Unleashed over the past several months, I know you got really excited whenever we were heading into the casino.
Life on the other side of the tracks. How I grew up, let's just say I'm very passionate about the world building. Not that I haven't been in the past, but as someone with a sort of unique perspective and experience in these spaces, I've got to impart some of my own lived experiences onto the world here in a way that perhaps I haven't in the past. So very excited about it. Got some stuff to show. We've got things coming down the pipeline in the next week and beyond to show off the exciting stuff that we've been working on. But as far as the setting goes, this one, let's say, speaks to me more than ones we've done in the past.
All right, so we're going to have a lot of fun with that. If we want to talk about the first card that we showed off from Unleashed, we started off with a new card for one of our scions, Island, Hand of the Tempest. 4 cost, 4 Primal Influence, 4/4 Aegis for this scion. And with a new word we haven't seen before, Frenzy. And Frenzy is an ability that you will see on units and relics in this set that whenever you hit the enemy player, basically with something that isn't an attacking unit. So anytime you're going upstairs, but it's not with an attacker, these cards are going to pay you out. In the case of Island, she gets +1/+1 and flying this turn, and you reduce the cost of Island's ultimate by 1, and then that ultimate pay 9 to play Channel the Tempest, one of the OG big spells of Eternal. Draw 3 cards and then deal damage equal to the number of cards in your hand. So Patrick, we're gonna be seeing a little more from Frenzy in the next few weeks. We're gonna have a full mechanic breakdown on that one. But can you speak a little to sort of what the experience of Frenzy is kind of like?
Well, what I enjoy about Frenzy is the combination of it's, generally proactive. It is paying you off for hitting the enemy, and that usually guides you in a way that is a little bit more on the aggressive side. But there's some nuance to it there. One, not necessarily. Stuff like Vara's Favor fits into control decks, and that triggers Frenzy just fine, so it's not like you've just got to be all on, torches and piercing shots to make the mechanic work. And 2, it actually is facilitated by a wide array of card types. Naturally, you're going to go to the well of spells. That's the most intuitive way. But there are a lot of other ways for units, relic weapons, and such to proc Frenzy. So it's really open-ended in the exploration, even though it does guide you in a certain direction.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see as we watch the draft format this weekend. It's kind of a little something to start thinking about as we see set 12 Cold Hunt cards. Which cards from that might fit better into the next draft format because maybe they're doing damage upstairs and playing in that kind of a more aggressive strategy. But I will say it's going to be a fun mix. Can't give everything away, but we didn't want to make a mechanic like deal damage upstairs and only have it be just for the most, like, make it a mindless aggression sort of thing. And so I think that Island is kind of a good starting example of the kind of thing where it's like you might not traditionally be combining going directly at your opponent's face with something like playing a Channel the Tempest, but it's that kind of fun mixing of strategies and finding your lane in the game that it can be a lot of fun with the mechanic.
And I'm a big believer in mixing up card types. I've spoken about this in a number of places, but I think the game is generally more fun when people have a blend of units and spells and relics and such, and there's space for more narrow things to reinforce. But broadly speaking, I do believe in playing with a variety of card types, and Frenzy is all about that. There are some wrinkles and complexities to the mechanic on the edge cases, I would say. The default case is pretty simple, but there's a few wrinkles to it. We'll be coming out with a more comprehensive unpacking of the mechanic in a preview article coming out early this coming week, so make sure to keep your eyes peeled for that. But the basic case is pretty straightforward. Whenever you're dealing damage hitting the enemy outside of attacking with units, you get a proc, and there's a variety of stuff that we're going to be showing off in the next week or so.
All right, and yeah, and there's more new mechanics on the way, more new cards, so it's going to be exciting. So Unleashed is coming next month. For now, though, our focus is going to be on draft as we sort of wrap up the Cold Hunt draft format this weekend with a draft open. The draft format this weekend is going to be a draft pack, then 2 packs of Cold Hunt, and then another pack of the draft pack. And the draft pack is a curated selection of cards from throughout Eternal's history that play well with the themes and mechanics and cards of Cold Hunt. Something that we do sort of later on in the draft format cycle is we switch up the order. We put the draft pack first. In this case, we reintroduced Nightfall, that mechanic, and some of those cards into the draft pack to spice up the format a little bit. And so we're going to be seeing how players navigate it this weekend with getting those first cards, because you have to keep in mind when you're looking at that first pack, you're not going to be seeing Contract and Inscribe cards, but those are coming later on in the draft.
And this is one of the formats where I've felt the impact of the draft pack change and order more than other formats in the past. I'm curious to see what our best drafters who will be competing here on the second day go to, but excuse me, the experience that I had a lot, and what a lot of our best players sort of described, and what we watched at the World Championships, was you go into your Cold Hunt pack, you can sort of draft and scribe cards to set yourself up for a multi-faction deck at a relatively low opportunity cost. And then you can get the nuts and bolts stuff from the draft pack to fill out once you have a sense of what factions you have more support for than others. With the order reversed, it kind of doesn't work that way anymore, because you can't be sort of goof-grabbing your way through the first pack and then hoping that the fixing couples together in packs 2 and 3. I mean, you can do it. It's much riskier than it was in the previous world. And so, in my opinion, the format has moved a lot more into sort of a 2-faction space than it was in the old world. And additionally, Nightfall to me is a really stimulating mechanic to add alongside Inscribe and Contract. How does taking damage and drawing extra cards interact with some of your power is coming into play depleted, and you have cards that are worth more than one card, or allow you to play your power a little bit more differently in certain spots? That's a very interesting set of parameters to have when you're drawing extra cards and sort of ambiently under more pressure, which is what Nightfall introduces. So I do think that the change to the order of the packs and the addition of Nightfall has materially changed the format, but I'm interested to see how our top players respond to it this weekend.
So for what's going to be coming up for you all to watch soon is we're going to be watching Alison's draft live. They're going to be screen sharing with it. Of course, we do have a 10-minute delay for the entirety of the stream to prevent anyone from trying to get an advantage from checking out the stream. But we'll be watching Alison's draft, breaking down each pick with them. They won't be able to hear us, but it'll be fun to sort of play along at home and guess what we think they might take, where we think the draft is going, and how we think things ended up. After that, Kasendrith is recording their draft, one of our content creators, and they're going to be passing that file along for us. We'll get to check out a replay of their draft. After that, we will take about a 10 to 20-minute break, as we will allow the players time to finish building their decks, distributing the draft pools to all of the players. So we'll make sure that every player gets to see what every player took for the draft, not necessarily the final deck they submitted. That way, to ensure, again, there's no disadvantages to playing any of your games on stream this weekend. And then after that, we'll start getting into the single elimination rounds. We're going to have 7 single elimination rounds this weekend. So, you might be familiar with this if you're joining in the draft queues. If you want to reach glory this weekend, you got to win 7 times with this draft deck in these best of 3 matches. The only difference between this and the draft queues is you're not going to get to lose any matches.
No margin for error.
Straight 7-0. So. We'll see if they can pull that off.
Do we have a moment something sort of on topic, sort of off topic. Late last year, there was a community tournament where they were doing fundraising for. Trying to think of what the org was. The basically donating like gaming supplies to hospitals and such. I can't remember the name, but it's a
Child's Play.
Child's Play. That's the one. So the way that this tournament was set up was that people could donate prizes of various sorts, and also if you put cash towards the tournament, you were then in the drawing for the prizes that people put up. So I put in some money, and also said, I'm going to put up a prize here of 30 minutes, an hour of a Skype call with me. We can talk about game design. I can watch you play, and we can talk about plays, whatever you want to do. The winner of that drawing was Kasendrith.
Oh, yeah.
And, we've had busy schedules. Things have been going on. I want to shout out, and in public here, so there's a lot of accountability. I have not forgotten about this. I believe next weekend is looking good for me. Hit me up on Discord, and let's get whatever you want going, because it is important for me to uphold my end of this arrangement. It has been some months, and I don't want anyone getting the impression that this has fallen by my wayside.
All right, so doing good things in the world, playing games. It's going to be a fun day. That's what Eternal's all about. So let's get started here now with the draft and the finals of this draft open. And kicking things off here, Alison has opened up a pack with From Beyond. And so this one-cost spell transmutes if you have 3 time and 3 justice into an awesome 6-cost unit. The front side before it transmutes is a discard spell. You can discard something from your opponent's hand that costs 3 or less. And so the big question is, if you take From Beyond, you're not taking it to get a 1-cost like discard spell. That's not really what Limited's about. It's, are you willing to commit to trying to draft around this big sort of 3-faction deck?
And it's interesting, too, because, if you view it from the lens of this being a Combre card, you're looking at an expensive, somewhat, pip-intensive top-end play. Also in the pack, one of the stronger cards, in my opinion, is Awakened Student, which is a very different direction of Combre, much more aggressive and much more focused on Empower. So not only is this a question of what do you believe this is the best card in the pack, but if you're interested in Combre, do you prefer a more control build or a more aggressive build? Because those cards point you in very different directions.
Yep. All right, so Alison evaluating the options, of course, could go for just like a stable common, but nope, going for that From Beyond. So now looking at a pack, so I think you're totally right that you could play a 3-faction deck, but probably the most likely path if you're taking that card is to just play it in as a Justice times 6 drop and just bank on that. So we'll see if that's the direction Alison's leaning.
Well, there's also, it's a very open-ended pick, too, because another way to navigate it, this is not ideal, but another option, is to just treat it as a fringe playable shadow card. You don't necessarily have to go all the way down to the Combre path. That's ideal, but there is some flexibility in this pick, and it'll be interesting to watch Alison navigate this.
Yeah, so taking a shadow card there, left, right, Blade Whirl. 5 costs 5 to summon. Give a unit +3 strength for as long as you own left, right, Blade Whirl. And now taking a Karenin Steward. So potentially looking to draft something pretty aggressive in Shadow. Karenin Steward, 1 cost, 1/2 deadly, and power +2/+2 this turn.
And the format has broadly gotten more aggressive, and that has a lot to do with the flipping of the order here. Normally we would be watching a top streamer go through their Cold Hunt pack and sort of taking single pip cards and as much inscribe as possible. The From Beyond could be a really kind of shaky open-ended thing, but Alison here, part of it is there's just been a real lack of Combre cards to latch onto, and that's necessitated trying to go down the Shadow road. But right now we're shaping up into Argenport. There is an Arachnodon egg. Again, nothing really standing out in that pack, so trying to remain flexible, but looking like we're committing to Shadow.
Yeah, so only one-time card that Arachnodon egg, and that's a tricky one to splash because that's a really unexciting card to play when it's like, oh, turn 8 and I finally got my time influence online. Taking District Infantry, Scott now has, I believe, that's their 3rd Empower unit, so potentially going down that direction. Really just filling out the rest of the draft. And okay, got a couple of copies of D'Angelo Racketeers. That 4 costs 3/2. Has an interesting ability. When it goes to your void, you can pay 2 to play a 4/3 back alley bouncer.
And that's a card that I'm fairly bullish on, but I think it has gone down in value a little bit in the new format. In the old world where, it was sort of this, nebulous 3 and 4 faction deck, and you often had sort of maybe clunky draws or synergies you were trying to unlock, D'Angelo Racketeers, I think, was a really powerful and flexible card on its face and also for unlocking certain synergies. It has gone down in value a little bit, in my opinion, in the new world. I think it's still a fine card to be playing if you're Argenport, but nowhere near the sort of pick that it was a few months back.
Now getting past the time legendary Bodhi and Rocks Forever. Oof. So things maybe swinging back in the time direction, Patrick.
Possibly, although Bodhi and Rocks is 4 pips, and it is a card that kind of punches under its weight in draft. You're familiar with it in Constructed as being this very low opportunity cost, very easy way for control decks to be able to win games. And in draft, the combination of the 4 pips, which is harder to facilitate in draft than in Constructed, along with the fact that you often have units laying around, it's not easy to build a deck where, it's always online as a 10-10 unkillable, means that, yes, maybe the pick here, but it's important not to latch onto that and just assume that its power and Constructed ports over to draft.
Look at that very disciplined pick, just taking Call the Hit there. Just a cheap, good shadow removal spell. Also with Inscribe, so giving Alison more options for how to manage their power here. It'll be interesting to see how aggressively they go after these Inscribe cards. There's 2 more of them in the pack right now, in Eavesdrop and Lost in Thought, but Left-Right Kidnapper is a card that we've seen be pretty good in draft and past events.
I'm very... So it's funny, we're looking at some of the cards that I think I personally value higher than everyone else and I value lower than everyone else. Kidnapper is on my do not return their calls list, but I know that it is a very popular card among our better drafters, so that could just be a me thing.
Yeah. All right, now taking a Runebinder, 3 cost 1/1, Deadly Lifesteal.
Kidnapper, I leave their texts on red. Their calls go straight to voicemail. That's not for me, but, again, that's just not for me. I'm not saying it shouldn't be for you.
Yeah, okay. All right, so next up here, taking a Primal Inscribe card in Scalehide. So really didn't, I guess, like the offerings in Time, Justice, or Shadow out of that pack, and so just taking a Primal Inscribe card in Scalehide in case, maybe they open up a really bomb Primal card in a future pack. And they want to try to splash it into this deck. They've got some Inscribe right now, Patrick, but there's no way of kind of choosing which influence you're getting besides just what the draw's giving you.
Yeah, I mean, this is again, the shape of this format is very different now with the reversal of the order here. I think we're going to see a lot more 2 faction. I think Alison is trying to remain flexible, but if the fixing doesn't come together, it is possible they are going to have to just draw a line somewhere and try to either commit to 2 factions or commit to only playing single pip cards as much as possible across the 3 faction decks.
All right, so now looking at a pack with a Goliath Axe that kind of is in factions that they're interested in. I guess my guess is that Shadow is the most likely faction they are to be, and then after that, I'm not sure with Justice and Time.
The Goliath Axe here seems to me to be a very strong pick unless you are, in your mind, I'm playing Shadow X. I'm not looking to play 3 factions.
Wow, taking Curiox's Hunt. So that Elysian card. So it looks like we're going for a real pile here of cards of all the factions, as many factions as we can get, really. Because, yeah, like you said, it seems pretty straightforward to potentially just take the Goliath Axe.
I thought that Scalehide pick was just a pretty low opportunity cost speculative pick. There's nothing in the pack. Maybe it goes that way, but Alison seeming to be very interested in playing some amount of Primal. It is a very aggressive pick. In Alison's defense, Curiox Hunt, in my opinion, easily the best card in the pack if you can play it. I think stronger than Goliath Axe, so it is justifiable on rate. But now we got to really start putting a premium on trying to get some fixing or find one of the 3 previous factions to remove and play Primal instead of either Shadow, Time, or Justice.
Okay, so now a lot of cards here. I mean, I guess if a card has fire influence, we are pretty confident Alison's not going to take it, but past that.
I'm in sort of a read and respond space right now.
Well, yeah, that's a good way of approaching it. All right. So now there's another Lethrai Kidnapper in this pack. It's pretty nice disruptive unit, especially if your opponent is banking on like a key expensive rare unit that they picked up in the draft and have based a lot of their deck building around. Being able to snag that with Lethrai Kidnapper is pretty nice. Okay,
that's a different experience than mine. Mine is 3/1 flyer for 3, summon. See the no valid cards prompt. When this unit dies, they draw a card.
All right, so a lot of we just sort of had an important decision, it feels like, was made by Alison. All of the cards with Justice Influence just went to the pool, so that means, you know, if they want to, they could bring them back into the action here. But for now, it seems to be indicating they're looking to play Xenon, a couple of copies of Indifference from this pack, and then splashing potentially in Primal in the form of that Curiox's Hunt. They take an Arachnoid Terror.
I like Arachnoid Terror for decks like this. It is kind of an awkward and confusing card, but if your pip situation is a little finicky, if you can't necessarily play your cards on time, it is pretty good at playing catch up.
Indeed. Now looking at a pack with another copy of Indifference, just how many Indifferences can you play? I think the answer might be a lot, but we'll see if the third one is more appealing to them than something like a Tensky Saboteur. And no, it's going to be Indifference number 3. Ooh, I do love a good Vermin's Feast. 6 cost, and you get to swap the stats of one of their units and one of your units.
So as critical as I am, sort of jokingly around the Kidnapper, its stock to me goes way up with Indifference. Those cards play really, really well together.
Great point. So this is getting towards the end of the pack number 3, which is our second of 2 Cold Hunt packs, and then we'll be going back into the draft pack in a moment. Any preferences between these two Shadow 6 drops, Patrick?
I want the first Midnight Hunter over the first Cabal Embezzler, but with one Midnight Hunter already, it becomes a bit more confusing. I would have a slight preference for the Embezzler, and it looks like Alison went that way as well.
Yeah. So Alison's curve is a little high right now. I would say there's only sort of like 1-2 drop, but those 3 copies of Indifference, those are big tempo plays in the mid game.
Yeah, I mean, that's the hope, is that you get into spots where maybe you're a little slow and clunky out of the gate, but Indifference allows you to have that critical 2 cards in 1 turn catch-up play where you do something proactive. Maybe you're able to essentially negate a removal effect. Maybe you're able to win a profitable exchange in combat. And from there, you can start leveraging your bigger plays. The risk is that if you don't play units early on in the game, those Indifferences can be stranded, and often your hand is sort of all dressed up with nowhere to go. But I think Alison can sort of alleviate that by being mindful about trying to pick up cheap units in this pack that play well in a control strategy.
All right, so grabbed a copy of Resolute Monk. 2 cost, 3/1, empower +2/+2, and overwhelm this turn, and now a Vile Varmint. I think that's the first Nightfall card they may have picked up. 4 cost, 1/1, Flying Deadly Summon Nightfall. Nightfall is a nice way for Xenon decks to be able to play expensive cards. You draw an extra card on a turn, and yeah, more likely to be able to hit your power drop.
Yeah, I mean, it is a mechanic that definitely airs more aggressive, but it does have places in control strategies like this in sort of just greasing the wheels, making sure you can hit your initial power drops, and again, trying to set up those 2 cards in 1 turn tempo swings, where from there, Alison can start leveraging their stronger cards.
All right, so grabbed an Improvised Club and now an Unchecked Upgrader. A Belching Behemoth is in the offerings, maybe. We'll see. Some players, that's a very polarizing card, I found, Belching Behemoth. Some people are all about it. That's 6/6 that's gaining you 6, and then others would rather have anything else in their pool. Where are you at?
I think Belching Behemoth, I describe Big Belches as an honorary Nightfall card. You get up to 8, you get it all back. What more could you ask for?
I see. There you go. Yeah, it's like it pays you off for like 6 Nightfall cards. All right, so rounding out with a couple of cards not in their faction. So a pretty interesting start to the draft with that copy of From Beyond. But then it really felt like Alison. It's such an unusual thing where the first pick was a shadow card. You mostly want to play it in a Combre deck. Then you get past lots of shadow cards, and so Alison kind of pivoted to base shadow, and then eventually settled, it seemed like, on time as the second faction.
What impressed me the most about Alison's draft there is how not committed they were to the From Beyond, because it can direct you in a bunch of different ways. You can say, this is just a Combre card, I'm going to brute force that. You could say, I'm trying to be 3 factions, and maybe it can be transmuted some amount of time, but primarily I'm just playing it as a shadow card. Or you just say, I'm really only committed to this thing if I end up Combre. The card's too weak to really justify any sort of shadow commitment. There's a lot of ways you can approach that as a first pick. Alison remained extremely flexible. I thought that they were sort of gravitating towards a more aggressive sort of Argenport deck. They picked up some cards that played pretty well in there. But that scale high was signal that Alison was by no means committed to justice. The Kirax's Hunt, that's a high upside, high risk pick there. But it ended up playing out very, very well, as Alison's not playing justice and has what appears to be to me a pretty strong 3-faction deck.
Yeah, something that I really like about what the Kirax's Hunt does is how well it plays with Indifference. One of the challenges when you're playing with killer cards is they can not do much at all if you don't have any units alive or any units with stats alive, really. And Indifference will do a good job when drawn with a unit of keeping it around for a turn or so. I would say, though, that there are a lot of the cheaper units that Alison does have. They don't necessarily play the best with killer. I guess like the Kidnapper is a good example of one that it's like you're not excited to give that one killer. The Corendon Steward, I guess if you get that to a 3/4 deadly, so maybe there's actually a little more. But certainly that we could have draws with this deck where it's like we've got like a 7-drop, an Indifference, a Kirax's Hunt, and then a couple of power, and it's like this isn't going anywhere.
Right. That's the risk and the reward of this particular deck is you have some plays like Indifference and Kirax's Hunt, which can be incredible tempo swings. Get your head out of the water in those early turns where maybe their draw is a little shaky or they're missing influence. And then from there, you can kind of go with all these 5s and 6s once you've sort of stabilized the game. It can go the other way too, as you mentioned, where I have Indifference, but all my units are too expensive, and I can never play that and the Indifference in the same turn. I have Kirax's Hunt, but nothing but 6-drops or things that are not very good to give killer to. And so I think in the games, that's going to be the thing to look out for. If those cards are punching above their weight, I think Alison's got a great shot at a 3-0 here. Otherwise, it gets a little shaky.
All right, so we're going to be checking out now Kasendrith's draft in just a moment here. It'll be interesting to see if they went in a different direction or if they also ended up in sort of Nightfall factions. But I guess Alison, despite being in sort of the 3 Nightfall factions, doesn't actually have too much Nightfall going on.
Just a little bit. Just a smattering. I don't know if it justifies the Belgian Behemoth, but I don't need much to justify that one.
No, you don't.
Belgian Behemoth in the pack.
All right, yeah, there he is. So Kasendrith just snapping off a Bannerman early. Didn't like the looks of that Felm Dragon. Going to keep themselves nice and open there with that 2-cost 2/2, gain an influence of your choice. And now looking at Foraging Trito, Awakened Student. Going for that Awakened Student, Patrick.
I don't mind that as a follow-up pick. Something that sort of troubles me about Bannerman sometimes is in a 3 or 4 faction kind of controlling deck, the 2/2 body is just not really good. It's not really worth a card. I actually like Bannerman in more aggressive strategies, even though it's a little non-intuitive, because you're just leveraging the body more regularly. So it's a curious follow-up play or follow-up pick there, but I actually like it. I think it makes a lot of sense to try to turn the Bannerman into a real card.
All right, so now following up with a Huru Fledgling and a Baying Sarasaur. So kind of a straightforward Combre beatdown deck at the moment. An Apprentice Mage doesn't work with the Empower, but it certainly helps accelerate out the Huru Fledgling faster. And now with a Predator's Instinct for a little bit of killer action.
So that is the first place where I think I would have a pick that would deviate here. The rune, the Justice rune there, I think is so strong in an aggressive 2-faction deck. And, your decks are likely to end up, long unplayable. So even though Apprentice Mage is a strong card, is it that much stronger than the next best card such that you would give up a free saddle up?
So Kasendrith turns down getting the third copy of Predator's Instinct. Just a pretty just nuts and bolts, I would say, pack one for them. But now going into a Cold Hunt pack, we got some spicier offerings here. We could be splashing a couple of gold shadow cards here out of this pack.
Yeah, I think this is between Dive Bomber and Midnight Disappearance. Dive Bomber stays you in the two factions, sort of aggressive space. Midnight Disappearance is by far the strongest card in the pack. I don't think this necessarily commits Kasendrith to Shadow, but willing to roll the dice here on the high upside pick at the expense of a Dive Bomber that they would certainly play if they ended up Combre.
All right, so selecting that Midnight Disappearance, that 5 cost, invoke Xenon spell, both bounces a unit, shrinks it, and you get to invoke Shadow Time. So the invoke cards are such a critical part of this draft format. You get to, at some point in the mid-game, make a play and get to see one of 3 random cards and draw one of them from those factions. And, you know, you got to be flexible and be willing to play with cards so you sometimes aren't usually playing with when you play with invoke.
And I think that the difference between Soul Feast and Alessi's Choice there is wide enough in power that I get the sense that Kasendrith is moving away from Justice. If they wanted to be 3 factions, I think Alessi's Choice is just the stronger card, both because of the pips and because of the power level. So if they were willing to take a Soul Feast here, I think these Justice cards might be hitting the not playeds pretty soon.
Yeah, and when you take Awakened Student, you kind of got to be either sort of in or out, because that card rewards you so much for having the influence for it early. And really, they took that at the beginning of Pack 1 and didn't see much in the way of Justice cards. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see them totally move away from Justice, because you know, you might want to end up ultimately adding in a 3rd faction for something, maybe like a Stonebreaker's Bow, but that'll be easier than adding a 4th faction.
Right, I think, yeah, if with the mature AVRX pick here, I think Kasendrith's trying to take a pretty conservative approach. They are, you know, still picking up a Rune Sword here, leaving the possibility of Justice open, but really trying to just hone in on 2 factions. And if they end up 3, it'll be because of a particular card opened, and not because that's the goal.
All right, so Rune Sword taken now, and now an Unburden. So getting a couple of copies of Rune Sword definitely makes it a lot more feasible to splash in Justice. That's one of the better, I find, Justice and Scribe cards in draft, just because it both is giving you something sort of late game, but also can just easily be thrown down as a sigil early.
Yeah, Rune Sword's a great example of maybe not quite this extreme, but a card where some amount of the time I'm happy to play 2 Rune Swords and no other Justice influence in the deck. The opportunity cost is so low, and, you know, when you actually play it, it's well worth the card. Curious to see if Kasendrith here wants to have any more Justice commitment beyond that. It looks like the Awakened Student's hidden, the Huru Fledgling's still there, so we might see a little bit more Justice than just the Rune Swords.
All right. Was that a Curiaxis Hunt? That was the first pick of that pack? I guess we'll see it next time Kasendrith scrolls down, but it looks like, once again, we might just be jumping around in different factions. It was a Curiaxis Hunt. So, funny enough, Fire not as popular among either of these players, as both of our first 2 drafts have kind of dabbled in every faction that isn't Fire. But
yeah, now the Awakened Student going back in. The Stolen Augmentation, really strong card. And that card is one of those, yeah, you can splash it, but it's at its best relatively early on in the game. If that points Kasendrith towards playing more Justice, now all of a sudden the Awakened Student's more appealing. Maybe some of those other plays. We see a Kerfu Patrol, which is double Justice. So Justice now back from maybe on the line to a primary faction of this deck.
So, Kasendrith, looking at that gold-plated Revolver, I don't think they got much in the way of heroes in this deck. Could be taking another Inscribe card in that Ice Over, or maybe it'll be a Warrior Monk. Oh, I didn't see. Was that a Ritual Dagger? What was the pick there?
I don't know if I caught it.
Yeah.
I was really tunnel visioned on the Warrior Monk. I can appreciate not taking it already having 3. The second copy is a lot weaker than the first copy, but also I think that card's just very, very strong.
Gotcha. All right, now picking up a Call to Hit just really greases the wheels. I like my inscribed cards to be very cheap or very kind of expensive, and so I love these kind of like um this the attachment kill one, dismantle, excuse me, Call to Hit, because they sort of give you a lot of clarity about what stage of the game, about whether or not you want to use them as a sigil.
Interesting. I'm not a big fan of the cheap ones. I
Yeah.
do love the expensive ones.
Well, I just like to play with like really janky, expensive decks with low power counts, and so I like having the option to have cheap plays, but I kind of want to bank my game around more expensive plays generally.
Well, my issue with some of the cheaper ones that people love way more than me is, in the spots where you don't need power, I need that card to carry some weight, and having a dismantle in your hand can actually get you in the squeeze where you don't need a power and also the dismantle doesn't line up the right way. Call to Hit's a very different case. Like, you would just play that card as it is without inscribe a good deal of the time. The dismantle is a little bit shakier, but also that card, it does have moments of just being awesome.
Yeah, that's one of the things that's great about the Invoke cycle of uncommon spells, is not only does Invoke help you out a lot with sort of getting the kind of card that you might need and a powerful card that didn't start the game in your deck, you can also adjust your preferences about which of the 3 choices you're going to take based upon the curve of your hand.
Right.
All right, so we got a Xenon Blueprint. So another piece of fixing there. I wonder if that Kurox's Hunt will end up making the cut as a Xenon Guardian was taken. That seems like the sort of the tricky thing. It seems at this point that Kasendrith is pretty locked in on supporting 3 factions, but is that 4th faction for that Chloric mix and the Kurox's Hunt enough with the fixing we have?
I would be very reticent to be playing Primal here, barring some just incredible fixing here at the end. A lot of the stronger cards and elements of Kasendrith's deck are things that can attack, and the amount of risk you engender by having your power be less reliable in that sort of setup is, I don't think, worth the upside of cards even as strong as Kurox's Hunt and Chloric Mix can be.
Okay, so now there's a Xenon Banner in this pack, but also an Illuminator, so they're looking to see if they could support that one well. But I mean, a Xenon Banner just does so much to help smooth things out. And one of the things, you always get, there's always the lure of like making your deck more powerful. But when you're comparing a deck which is able to play its cards and a deck that's not able to play its cards in a game, it doesn't really matter how powerful the cards are typically.
Well, that little bit there at the end I want to talk about when we get back to the booth here, because there is a fascinating bit of draft there that I think could be illuminating for a relatively new user.
Okay, yeah, so we head back to the booth here. So that was Kassendra's draft there. What did you notice there at the end of that pack 4?
So you're looking at the Xenon Banner versus a Cut Ties.
Mm.
Cut Ties, a card you can play, totally fine. Actually, very strong against a lot of the opposing bombs. And a Xenon Banner in your deck that's, Xenon, 3 factions, and, you'll certainly play. And those 2 cards, for a lot of players, are apples and oranges. How do you evaluate the quality of Xenon Banner versus Cut Ties? That's a really hard thing to do. It's really nebulous. What was Kasendrith doing there? Counting up the number of playables they had. That way, they have a sense of, am I a playable short? Do I really need a Cut Ties just to get to as many playable cards as I want? Or do I have the space to afford the banner? And it's not just a question of whether or not you would play Cut Ties. It's how good is Cut Ties versus the cards I would be considering playing otherwise. And so Kasendrith's sitting there, and it's a nebulous calculation. It's not it's not a hard science by any means. But that count, scrolling back up and down and trying to actually have a hard count of how many cards do I have right now that I would be happy to play, is more important than your perception of how good is Xenon Banner versus Cut Ties. Because again, they're not really comparable cards in that way. So if you're a novice drafter out there, if you're relatively new to these things, you don't know how to value the influence fixing, when you get towards the end of the draft, count up your playables, because that is often the answer. Do I need this card or not? Or do I have the wiggle room here to take a banner that I know I'm going to play and I know it's going to be useful even if it's not powerful?
Yeah, and then you both get that sort of decision, the one that you're sort of mentioning in draft, and then it kind of emerges in the same way in games where when you are playing with 6-cost cards, whether it's Cut Ties or Warrior Monk, a lot of what you're saying is drawing this card in my hand early on in games will be the difference between me being able to play my Inscribe card as a spell or being forced to play it as a power. Mm-hmm. And so when you're looking at your Inscribe cards, the more you have just sort of like tactical kind of like ice overs, like things that are Inscribe cards that you can play as action later on in the game, not much cost, I would say, generally, to needing to play an ice over as a power. In fact, you generally would like to do so. It's more insurance against flood. But if your Inscribe cards are more in the range of like call the hits, you'd really love to not be in a spot where you're forced to choose between, do I play this as a power so I can get to my Warrior Monk, or do I actually kill their unit that's threatening me?
Right. You would kind of like to ideally live in a world where I have these Inscribe cards and I know what I'm going to be doing with them 80% of the time. And the other 20 is insurance against the downside risk, rather than it's an even split and I'm sort of like reading and responding to these sort of situations.
Yeah. Yeah, and then there's a lot of expensive Inscribe cards and Invoke cards, which can give you multiple pieces of action. So I think in general, I like non-Inscribe, non-Invoke expensive cards that are in that sort of like common, very medium range, less in this format than maybe I like to call ties in some past draft formats, or Cut Ties it's been in some past draft formats.
Yeah, and I think a lot of those cards you're talking about too also get a lot worse in Nightfall World, because like when the faucet's on, the type of the games where Cut Ties is really strong is, you know, we're both kind of sitting around, whatever, maybe our draw is a little uneven or we're flooding out a little bit, and like Cut Ties plays well in combat. It answers pretty much anything. When there are some times where it's actually a profitable power exchange against a certain class of very expensive units, that's where the card shines. With Contract, with Inscribe, with people just having more cards in their hand due to Nightfall and also taking more damage, those sort of like the good Cut Ties games, however you want to call them, they emerge less frequently now than they did a few months ago. And so there's so much that goes on in the sort of in the margins and in the details for even a card as sort of as simple and straightforward as Cut Ties.
All right, so we're going to take a break now. Our players are building their decks. We're going to get them set up with the first round of action of games. It's all single elimination, best of 3 matches the whole way out from here. This will be a little bit of a longer break, but we'll be back in about 20 minutes or so with the first round of action with these draft decks. We'll be checking out Alison first. Kasendrith does have a first round bye, so we'll get to see their deck in action in the second round. So stay tuned and come back for more action right here at twitch.tv/direwolfdigital for the Sills Ambition 5K Draft Open. See you soon. All right, good morning and welcome back to the Sales Ambitions 5K Draft Open. Thanks for sticking around, everybody, as we got everything sorted out. You know, we always want to make sure the event's going to be in a good spot, and now everybody's got their decks, they've got their collections of all the other players, and we're ready to start battling in here in just a moment. And we're going to start things off by checking out Alison. They'll be up against Spiffirific here in our first round of action here in the top 128. So as a reminder, if maybe you missed the open from last month, our first open of this season, we have a new structure for our opens this year. The way that it works is that on day 1 and 2 of the event, players can join. That's on Friday and Saturday, and they can do their run or up to 2 runs. And if they hit a qualifying record of 10 wins or more in their 14-game run, they're invited to come and participate on Sunday. Since that cut is based off of a win threshold and not something like the top 64, it means that, you know, we'll need to round up to get up to a nice, smooth, even sort of power of 2 for the single elimination bracket, you know, 64, 128.
Just drop in power of 2.
There we go. Right. And so ultimately, though, that bracket will be fleshed out by some buys for the top players, the top seeded players, and so that goes down into round 1. So for Kasendrith, they had one of the best draft runs, and they have a bye. Alison is going to need to battle in round number 1, and they're up in action at the top of your screen with their Xenon Splashing Primal deck. Spiffirific looks like they've got, Patrick, I would say, an interesting curve here.
Yeah, some molten feet that'll be presumably setting their feet down here into the resource area, with some aggressively pointed fire cards, and then a variety of primal and time sigils.
So it looks like players have kept their hands. No action yet. We'll have to see what's going on here. Tom, I wonder if we might be... Yeah, I think this game, we might want to exit out of this game and then try to rejoin it. So we'll just rejoin that. All right, but we'll be checking that out as soon as we can get back down to it. But I've seen our games enough times to know that if nothing's kind of going on the screen and we don't see any kind of rope for that long, it probably means, you know, maybe something went a little off as we jumped down into observer mode on someone else's match. So we'll get that sorted out, and we'll be checking out action soon enough here. All right, so it sounds like we might be taking a little bit of a break here because we might have just had a little bit of a technical hiccup getting round 1 started. But, you know, that first round is the trickiest to get off the ground, and then once there, we'll hopefully be smooth sailing the rest of the way. So, Patrick, taking it back inside for a moment here. For when you're drafting in an event like this, where you have to win 7 matches in a row, do you like to deviate in any way from how you draft when you're just in the queues, where you're trying to, you know, get the best record you can there too?
Interesting that you should mention that. I was playing in a big tournament about 20 years ago, and, you know, it was an 8-person draft, so you played 3 rounds inside of your pod. And I needed to 3-0 the draft to qualify for the next tournament I was trying to get to. And I asked a longtime pro, you know, as a hypothetical, this really nuts and bolts common that costs 1 versus this rare that is 8 cost and very, very powerful when you're able to play it. The perception among the pro players, myself included, was the common was better. Like, it was an overall stronger card. And I asked this pro, you know, if I'm presented with that pick, because I need to 3-0, should I flip it? Because the ceiling on the other card is so much higher, which is true. And this pro told me, no, the better pick is the better pick. It's the better pick because it helps you win more over time. You don't deviate based on the record that you think you need. That trap of, well, I only need a 4-4, so I'm going to play a conservative deck. That is hocus pocus. It's made up. The picks remain the same. You take the pick because you think it results in you winning more over time. And that doesn't change if you need a 7-3 or a 7-0 or whatever the record is.
Yeah, I largely agree with that. I think people understand on some level, maybe there's a sort of theoretical truth to it, in the sense of if you're playing against very, very weak competition, the most important thing would be ensure you have a draw which actually does literally something and doesn't just present nothing. And so maybe you want to aim for consistency. And then conversely, if you're going up against top tier competition, just having a mediocre draw won't beat them as often. But I think what it ultimately comes down to is the decision that you're making to be a little bit more risky, a little bit more conservative, enough like the same in terms of quality? Because if you try to like sort of game the world that way, you might just be making your deck a ton worse. And I think in general that is the way it works out, and you should be trying to present your best deck, not something like, oh, this deck is designed to have like really nut draws.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the scaling for the quality of your competition is a reasonable thing. If you somehow knew ahead of time, I'm so much better than the 7 people that I'm playing against, or however large the pool is, that as long as I just have hands with power and non-power in them, I'm probably going to win. That can inform your picking, but that is way more of a function of people that you're playing against who are playing for the first time. That's where that manifests. We're talking about a tournament like this where it's 100 or some odd of the best drafters that Eternal has. There's no way, it's literally impossible for you to have enough of an edge where you're saying, well, normally I draft 3 factions, but here, as long as I can play my power and non-power, I'm going to win, so I'm just going to draft 2 factions. It doesn't apply here. Theoretically, what you're saying makes sense. That's more true than the take the high ceiling card that's worse to try to 7-0. But those circumstances don't really apply in an event like this.
Yeah, to the extent I like that sort of modifying, if I'm in this kind of drafting against better competition, really feeling like I need to pull off a few, I like orienting a little bit, if I'm against better competition, about being a little bit more aggressive than I would typically be, and trying to play like slightly not as long games, especially if I don't have particularly powerful cards. Like it can feel like a little bit of a recipe that's not going to work out if it's like, well, my competition is basically as good as me, if not better. My cards aren't as good, and the game's going to go take my deck a while to win because that's just what it needs. And it's like, yeah, at a certain point, they're going to draw their good cards because not everybody you face is going to have drafted just mediums like you did.
Well, I have a lot of experience here in Constructed, where in the card games that I've played, I gravitate towards a lot of just like single faction beatdown decks. And if you look at my resume compared to people of similar resumes, similar finishes, whatever, my win rate against, let's say, 50th percentile local competition is dramatically higher than my peers. And my win rate against players who are in that same tranche or better is dramatically lower than my peers. There is something to the, yeah, if you just can play your stuff and you're putting the person under pressure and they're not used to playing games on short timelines, and, you know, I have a lot of like bluff and wiggle to my game too. That comes up a lot in those spots. Yeah, that does manifest. Like I have personal experience there. In terms of informing your draft picks for an event like this, I think it's apples and oranges. It's not the same concept, even though on the surface they can appear kind of similar.
Okay, so it looks like we're going to be just right now. Our production team is rebuilding the event to because looks like there was a hiccup in round 1. So no one's gonna get a loss or anything. Everything's gonna be we're still gonna get to see all of the action today. That's gonna take a little bit of time. So we are gonna take a break. Before we go to a break, maybe in a few minutes here, we could check out one of the new preview cards that we have queued up for today. That could be a fun thing for us to discuss. So Tom, our producer, will be getting that queued up first in just a moment. And Tom, you could surprise us.
I'm trying to put my normal my bit of just saying Tom, like you know what I mean. I'm putting a pin on
this one.
There we go.
So Black Book's Enforcer, 5 costs, JJ, 4/4, Minotaur. Summon, choose another unit. Its strength and health becomes the higher of the 2 if it's yours, or the lower of the 2 if it's an enemy. So you pair this up with a 0/7. Next thing you got a 7/7. Or if you do this to something like, you know, your opponent's got a 5/1 or a 4/1, you hit him with the Black Book's Enforcer. Now it's just a 1/1. And if it's a 0x, you'll just kill the unit.
What's going on in the background there? Is it like this? This is some pretty traditional Argenport Minotaur vibes. Very ornate. Looks like they hit the gym a fair bit, but in the background, that's something a little bit different than what I typically see. Do you mind walking me through that a little bit?
This is this is one of those Minotaur security details that's hanging out by the party at the casino and making sure only the right kind of crowd gets in. And yeah, this is a nice one. And this is I think a card that players can expect to be impactful for the next draft format coming up, because I mean, you talk about the kind of options you have with this card. It's exactly what players are looking for, because if you're dealing with a big threat that's lopsided, shrink it down, but there's also some pretty sick combos you can probably pull off with this card.
And Minotaurs have a pretty rich history of the very back heavy type of units. So maybe your more casual, more budget oriented Minotaur tribal deck could also find a use for this one. 07s, you got some 07s. 1-3s, yeah.
Oh yeah.
1-5 endurance unblockable, I got that too. I got them all. So something to check out here, coming out very, very soon.
Yep. So this will be one of the new cards, and it's kind of giving you a taste of what's to come in Eternal Unleashed, which is coming very soon, and we do have pre-orders going to be available soon for this as well. We'll be talking about the pre-order bundle a little bit later on. All right, but for now we're just gonna step away, make sure we can do anything we need to help out as we get the tournament set up to get going here for the draft open. So we'll be back and with round one action here with Alison and Spiffirific here at the draft open. Stay tuned. Welcome back. Sorry for the delay, folks. So kind of have a mix of good and bad news here. So the bad news obviously is that we haven't gotten started with the games yet. The good news is that we haven't missed anything, and that we believe we have a solution that is being in progress of being implemented right now. We're targeting about 30 minutes from now resuming the event with round number 1 action. And so we'll be trying that. If that fix doesn't work, we believe it will, but if it doesn't work, we will be postponing the event until we have time to further test it a solution. But right now, the solution's being worked on. We do think we have a fix. It's just taking some time to being implemented, and we appreciate the patience of everyone, whether you're watching at home or you're a competitor in today's event. So for now, we're just going to be chilling a little bit with me and Patrick here, as the team is at work on getting that solution in place. So Patrick, with the next set coming out in a few weeks, what's on your mind? Do you want to talk about that? Do you want to talk about anything else that's good with you?
Just hustling.
Yeah,
that's what's on my mind, kind of at all times. But the set has really solidified it. That's what I'm thinking about.
All right, why don't we stop stalling? Let's show a new card for folks. So why don't we check out another sweet new uncommon from Unleashed here in a moment. Let's check out Skycrag Adept. We got 5 cost 3/3 flyer. Your spells deal +1 damage. Summon. Draw a spell that deals damage from your void. It gets void bound. I would say this is a lot, Patrick.
There's a lot to like here. If you're doing anything sort of spell adjacent or spell damage adjacent, such as, let's say, Fury as an example, an evasive threat that has card advantage baked in, ability to rebuy, damage dealing spell. Seems like the right blend of good just on rate with a lot of synergistic potential woven in.
Yeah. I mean, certainly being able to get a second crack at a spell is always going to be really nice if it's a damage dealing spell. Even in just a normal set, going upstairs is always something you can do with it, but now in this one, giving +1 damage. And I mean, this is both a piece of value in terms of getting another spell, but also, I mean, a 3/3 flyer is not a bad body.
I think if you're in spell damage world, even getting one hit in with a unit like this is really useful for your game plan. So even if the stats and skills are fairly modest as far as competitive units go, the sum of the package here could be enough to get this one over.
Yeah. So this is another uncommon. So this is, I think, going to be kind of giving you a good sign about what potentially might be going on if you're drafting a Skycrag deck in the upcoming draft format. Just being able to make all of your spells do more damage. I especially love when you get to combine plus spell damage with effects which are hitting multiple enemies. Torrential Downpour, always a classic. Even Rock Slides and Frost Burns and the like. And Frostburn will still be around and kicking in the next format as well.
You know what also will be?
What's that?
Warning Shot. How good is this with Warning Shot? So, okay, let's go through it. You can draw your Warning Shot from the void.
Yeah.
You can then inscribe it if that's the thing you're interested in.
Jeez.
It deals 2 damage should you have this in play, and that scales as your adepts go up. You can do everything in 1 turn. Warning Shot, play this, rebuy to get 2 Fury procs or whatever you're up to. And that's just Warning Shot. You can dream bigger than Warning Shot. I choose not to, but one could. Imagine scenarios and sequences even more powerful than the one that I just described with damage-dealing spells other than Warning Shot.
Yep. And damage-dealing spells, sort of anywhere on the card's text, if the spell is dealing damage to you, units, players, sites, means you can draw it. So whether it's even something, as innocuous as like Serpent Squad from the most recent set, that's an example of one you can rebuy. So a lot to like about this Serpent. 5-cost 3/3 Skycrag Adept. Check it out. Coming soon in Eternal Unleashed, and as we'll bring it back to the booth here. All right, so what we're going to do now is we're going to just go back on break. We'll be back in, we're hoping, 25 minutes or so with the start of the next round, and we'll stay tuned on here, social media, as we'll post an update about where things are at with the tournament. We appreciate, again, your patience. Obviously, we're disappointed like you that we're not watching games right now, but we're optimistic that we're going to still get a full day's worth of Eternal action in. So thanks for staying tight, everybody. We appreciate the love and support, and we'll be back in 25 minutes, give or take, with the start of the event, the start of action, I would say. All right, we'll see you soon. Welcome back to the Draft Open. We are excited to say that we're about to start watching action here of the first round. We had some delays, of course, as we were working on some technical issues with the tournament setup, but those appear to have been ironed out, and now we are going to be checking out Alison in their first round of action up against Spiffirific. Patrick, it's been a while now, but we watched Alison draft earlier and draft what looks to be a Xenon deck splashing time for Kuriox's Hunt. What can you tell players to expect from the first round with Alison in the mix here?
Well, Alison's got a deck with a lot of power and a very strong top end. The early parts of the game are going to be a little bit hairy, potentially, and with 3 copies of Indifference and a Kuriox's Hunt, those cards play a lot better when you're getting to the table early. So it'll be curious to see if those cards are capable of pulling their weight or if they end up being a little bit too unwieldy.
All right, so up at the top of your screen, Alison is getting things started with a Lurking Brute. That 2-cost 2/2 when it hits the enemy player gets +1/+1. So we're going to have a big early decision here, potentially from Spiffirific, about whether or not they want to block that Lurking Brute with their plus max power unit, that Trailmaker. They are going to trade off there. Just feels a little too risky to let that Lurking Brute grow out of range, especially when you look at Spiffirific's hand.
Yeah, even though no power, a lot of inscribed cards, and the value of the Trailmaker there was much more about the pip fixing than it was about the acceleration.
All right, so we've got the Prism Stone that'll gain Spiffirific an influence of their choice, and when they get to 3 power, they can pay 3 to gain it to make that thing give +1 maximum power as well. Meanwhile, Alison's now got sort of everything rolling for them. They've got a Corendon Steward down, bashing for 3. They're going to play a Mature Avarax. And with a Midnight Hunter and a Kuriox's Hunt in hand, they've got some ways to remove the next couple plays as well.
Yeah, no rush on that dismantle over there until Spiffirific probably pays the ultimate there.
All right, so Alison just going to empower the Krennin Steward, attack and play Warrior Monk. Not going to contract there. I really like that decision.
Yeah, the power is tied up in a bunch of really productive ways the following turn, and the health is just not that valuable with Alison on the front foot here.
Oh, wow. So we got a Warhorn played on that Baying Sarasaur. That +2/+2 weapon says when the wielder hits the enemy player, draw a 2/2 Oni Grunt. So, Spiffirific on the back foot, but is looking to turn this game around by getting some extra material thanks to that Warhorn plus the attack.
All the depleted power is doing Spiffirific no favors here, but potentially in a spot to turn the corner next turn.
All right, so a huge attack here for 11 from Alison. Going to drop Spiffirific down to 5, and with a Curiox's Hunt, could be big things in the future. And now Midnight Hunter is going to kill the Baying Sarasaur. So we've now got all these flyers coming, a Warrior Monk. Is there any way out of this for Spiffirific? Nope, not this game. So Alison takes down game number 1, and really it seemed like the most critical moment of that game was Spiffirific needing to trade off their plus max power unit, kind of having a slower, clunkier draw. I mean, there was a 2-turn sequence where all they did was play a Prism Stone, and then they weren't even getting max power out of it, and so it was just too long before they were ever making good plays. When they started making plays, I mean, Baying Sarasaur with a Warhorn, that looked great, but they were very behind on board at that point.
Yeah, Spiffirific lost that game 5-6 cards in hand. Just a really unwieldy start, and Alison there. I wouldn't even call that a particularly aggressive start, but just getting to the table early, being able to follow up, being able to play power mostly undepleted, that was enough to run Spiffirific down.
Yeah, yep. So we'll see what we got in game number 2 here of this best-of-3 set. As a reminder, all of these matches will be best-of-3, but for these players, it's single elimination matches, meaning if you lose a match today, you are done. All right, so Spiffirific now will be playing first, and their first play of the game is not till turn 3. It's a good one in Baying Sarasaur, but hopefully that'll be for them fast enough. As Alison has managed to really draw a bunch of their cheaper plays so far in this match. Arachnodon Egg this game, followed up by a Nocturnal Creeper.
Yeah, and that Arachnodon Egg is so important in the opening hand to allow Alison some of those sequences involving 2 plays in 1 turn or breaking serve.
So Alison, with 2 copies of Indifference in hand, looks to be setting up a block with the Nocturnal Creeper. Is there something that, will we see a trick? We will. We'll see a Forestall here, preventing all damage from the Creeper. And now will Alison use an Indifference to keep the Creeper around? They will. These units are just going to bounce off of each other here.
Still a pretty big win from Alison's perspective in a tempo sense. But Spiffirific avoided the worst of it.
So the Arachnodon Egg comes off. We've got a 4/4 showing up for free. When you play that 1-cost Relic and then empower 3 times, it sacks to give you a 4/4 Dino. Now Mature Averax is here. +2, 2/2 flyer with +1 maximum power. Spiffirific, they're going to be attacking with that 4/4. It's going to trade off with the Creeper here. And Spiffirific could follow up with maybe, a Cloudline Shaman. And they're going to contract to make a 3/3 Sky Serpent. So a nice turn here, getting 2 more good bodies onto the board. But Spiffirific's power is going to be quite tied up for the future.
But it's still a pretty nice play there for Spiffirific. Something that's good about contract is if you're missing factions, then having your next turn tied up paying down a contract isn't really that big of a cost if your turn wasn't going to be very effective anyway. Gives you a couple windows maybe to draw to fire and start unlocking the hand a little bit.
So they do use Indifference here this turn. That means that they are not going to be able to play a 6-drop this turn, but they will get to throw down a Vile Varmint. That'll Nightfall, and that's a 1/1 deadly body. So Spiffirific, do they have a play? They do. They can play a Saddled Sarasaur here. Contract that onto the Cloudline Shaman, killer attack down the Mature Averax. And Alison's got a trick, but this time it's not indifference. It's a call to hit, which can't kill the Cloudline Shaman. But we'll take care of that dino. Well, I really like how this is now shaping up for Alison. They're going to get the hit for 5 here, deploy a 6-5, and with that Cabal Smuggler in hand, the Embezzler is just going to be able to give things unblockable. It itself has unblockable, and it looks like very tricky for Spiffirific to stop down the onslaught coming their way.
Yeah, Spiffirific's hand is incredibly unwieldy, does not have fire influence, and we're looking at a big Embezzler turn here potentially with the Warrior Monk hitting for 9, and then the Embezzler available to play cleanup after the fact.
So we are going to see the Cabal Embezzler come down. It's going to unblockable up the Arachnodon. We're going to see a double block onto the Warrior Monk, but a lot of damage is coming across. Spiffirific is now down to 9 and has no board. They did finally draw that fire influence, but they're going to just play a 5-5 dino. So Spiffirific has dealt with a good amount of the threats, but they still have to clean up this flyer, and especially that unblockable, which they have no answers for in hand right now. And Expedition Gear is a fantastic relic, but it does not deal with the 3-4 unblockable, and they're only going to get, looks like, maybe one more draw at that.
And keep in mind here, with Alison having 4 points on the table, that would knock Spiffirific down to 1, meaning any Nightfall card for the remainder of the game would be lethal. So Spiffirific is kind of priced in to playing a flying blocker here, falling to 2, hoping to draw something for the Embezzler, and then fading 2 Nightfalls or any other damage for the remainder of the game. It's asking a lot, but this is the best path at maybe stabilizing the game. Certainly a better route than playing the Expedition here.
All right, so we'll see a Carnosaur Beta come down. There's now one on both sides, and Spiffirific has found Dardamus Ice Blade. That will not be able to do it. It can make something reckless, but I think that Embezzler was going to be attacking anyway, and that's the thing we needed to stop from happening. So if Alison feeling good about it, they are. They'll attack and take down this match 2-0. So it was a bit of a gap before we saw them draft the deck, but it didn't take too long for them to take down their first match, as Alison will be advancing to our round of 64 here.
Right, and a lot to be said for just being able to play your cards. You know, my sensibilities around these things, I know, are probably a little bit more conservative than a lot of the players that we've watched draft. But Spiffirific's power base there with 4 factions with a variety of double influence cards, and not even a particularly high power level among the cards that we saw, that's going to really struggle to get it done against someone who's just sort of playing a good curve of removal and evasive threats. And Alison, even without ever playing anything that we would describe as a bomb, was able to cruise through those 2 games pretty easily.
I think one of the most important decisions in any game of draft or limited is going to involve deadly units often, because when you're the aggressive player and you have something like that Baying Ceratosaur and you're staring down a deadly unit on the other side and you're making that calculation, it's like, do I want to try to get that deadly unit out and trade? And in that game, it kind of, the way the game played out was that it would have been maybe better to have the Baying Ceratosaur later to try to trade double block one of those bigger units on the other side, where it was tough to catch up against all that Warrior Monk kind of action.
Yeah, but it's also hard to, you know, are you going to get a better spot than this for your Baying Ceratosaur? You know, if my opponent's broadly aggressive, even trading 4 for 2 may not be profitable in the long term.
All right, so we're now checking out one of the other matches in progress here. We've got ThufirHawat versus RemoveFace. RemoveFace is up a game here as they're permafrosting, and they're attacking in with an Adaptive Predator. This 8-8 Dino, when it hits the enemy player, gains a random battle skill. And what is it going to be? Is that? Not sure what one got picked up there. Maybe if Tom, if you could moz over that 8-8 Dino. Oh, we got charge. Not the best battle skill to get up once you're in play.
We'll come back to that one, you know. Like get returned to hand or...
But it looks like a fantastic hand for RemoveFace. Look, we got another Expedition Gear on the other side. What we got? We're contracting, we're making a bunch of units, but man, Dinosaur is enormous. Valkyrie Tormentor and Magnetize, ready to clean up. I mean, Technically, right now, you can block everything onto the Adaptive Predator to kill it, but a combat trick would break that up, and the Magnetize, if used before, which we are going to see here, also breaks that up.
Yeah, Magnetize on the 2/4 means that Thufir has some blocks, but nothing's very profitable. Best case scenarios, you're exchanging 1-for-1 in a couple places. You cannot do anything about the 8/8. So even though that Permafrost looks a little modest, a 2/4 in context would have given Thufir a lot of really strong double block possibilities, and now those are just blown up with Thufir being priced into paying a huge contract.
All right, Adaptive Predator going back at it. I think it found Killer that time, and it does have Overwhelm at its base, so that is just another way to potentially end this game. And so RemoveFace wins this game on the back of that big old Primal Dinosaur Adaptive Predator. It's a real, you know, I mean, when you have an 8/8 Overwhelm, it's not like you need battle skills for that card to be doing you a lot of work, but that one can get really out of hand if it hits the right one.
Yeah, but it's also kind of out of hand as like an 8/8, you know, if that's not checked. So kind of, you know, just some cherry on top of your cake anyway. But in any event, RemoveFace, moving on, clean 2-0.
2-0. All right, so we'll see and check out another match when we got that one ready for you. That's going to be the flow for this round. We'll be checking out matches in progress till all the players are done, and then we'll take a real short break, and we'll be back with round number 2 here. But I think we probably still have a couple more matches left to check out. That was a fast one.
Yes.
All right, we're going to see OnePunch versus NewerShadow here. These players are in game number 2. OnePunch looks to be... Ooh, they did a little trick throw action, and now they're attacking for what looks like close to lethal. And yeah, it is. So we're getting to see a lot of fast 2-0s here and getting to see the end of this one. So yeah.
I think the format has gotten faster, even though the card pool is very similar. The flipping of the draft pack order, I think, is a lot more conducive to 2 and 2.5 action strategies, and a lot of the matches we popped into have looked like the decks are taking that sort of shape.
Yeah, Nightfall definitely. I think we've seen Nightfall controlling strategies, but I think generally, if I have Nightfall, I'm using to pair that with more aggressive early plays. I mean, I think one of the things that Nightfall does so well for you as a deck is when you get to draw more extra cards, that is sort of covering up the biggest weakness of aggressive strategies, where you sort of get the benefit of having lots of cheap early plays to make, but then might run out of things to do with your power in the mid game, and Nightfall really helps with that a lot.
Yeah, particularly when people are inscribing and contracting, if the control decks are using their, you know, power intense effects.
This game looks like we had a lot of trading here. It looks like we're pretty late in the game, but with a 1/1 Grenin pecking in. And a nice draw there for DiscGolfDan, drawing the Resolute Monk. That will probably trade with that 1/1 Flying Deadly, but because of that Overwhelm, it's going to be able to push a bunch of the remaining damage through. Now we see a Lotus Contractor be picked up. DiscGolfDan could potentially put that on the Grenadin so that it can attack too this turn. Yeah, we're going to see that. They're going to play out their last power to empower here. So Marten is going to trade off everything. They're at 4 against a 4/3, and they draw a Justice Sigil. So that is going to do it for game number 2 of this match. But with Marten up a game, that does mean we're going to be heading to a game number 3 here.
Should be firing off here momentarily.
Yeah, so as soon as both players rejoin the match, we'll be hanging out here in studio. So, you know, we've seen a lot of games end.
Yeah, I like getting the, you know, the little 15-second vignette of lethal. I could go for an afternoon of that, so I don't mind.
Yeah. All right, so we'll be checking out these players in just a moment here. You know, the players, they had a break before they had to start playing, but you know, it's one of those things where they gotta get sharp real fast, because you know, it's you're eliminated with your second loss in any of these matches, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's high pressure, high stress, 7 straight wins you got to get to. Not easy to do. I don't know how many 7-0s in draft you've managed to accumulate, but I've found them to be few and far between.
I believe there's an achievement in the game for hitting 50 of them or something like, and I don't have that achievement. All right, so a couple of redraws there for Marten, but they are on the play, and they do have a nice little one-drop in action here in that left-right trapper. So we're going to see that elf ambush down on the first turn here.
Surprise.
Yeah, when it hits the enemy player, it gets +1 strength, so it's off to the races. Meanwhile, Marten does have a fall short to kill another play. This is going to be a frustrating one, though. Grenadin to the rescue. Deal 1 damage, play 2/1/1 Grenadin, and that's going to do a nice job of stymieing the left-right trapper. Play a Dusk Caller now and make it night. All right, so for DiscGolfDan, they could play out that Vanguard in their hand as a 3-cost unit. We could also see DangerBot show up for another play.
Yeah, the Vanguard's a little awkward because the hand's not really that well set up to go from 3 to 5. It's a lot more 4 to 6. So I think DiscGolfDan would like to defer that one more turn to set up one of the very powerful 6-drops in hand.
All right. So for Marten, nicely they got to pick up, or I should say DiscGolfDan got to pick up a point of stat for their DangerBot. It gets +1 strength whenever non-battle damage is dealt to the enemy player. Eavesdrop now going to make DiscGolfDan discard 2 cards. This is tricky because it would be nice to ditch some of this power and some of the expensive top end, but I mean, Warrior Monk and Ramba are so good you might be willing to just give up on the next few turns.
Yeah, I mean, you could just say, okay, get rid of Magma Javelin and the Vanguard. I could see discarding Fire Sigil along with that.
All right, so now they get to steal the Void. I will see an Evoker get played, maybe. Yeah. Okay, it's going to be the last. Oh, sorry, it wasn't the Vanguard. This is a last line defender, Patrick. So this one is a stealth unit. It's a 3/2, and at the start of your turn, you flip it up, and you get to play a Power Burst. But that's not going to happen because it just got fall shorted. Snatcher. So if DiscGolfDan wants to try to up the odds of playing out Ramba next turn, they'd play the Mature Avarax, but they could also play the Evoker. They're going to go for the Mature Avarax, really trying to get to that Ramba.
Yeah, I mean, the cards discarded from the eavesdrop sort of set DiscGolfDan on this road, and it's pretty inefficient to back up at that point. So
for Marten, they have a huge decision here because that Defend the Treasury in hand, it can kill an even cost unit, so it could just wipe out the Mature Avarax. It slows DiscGolfDan, fantastic. But if you know about Ramba, and you know that is in the opponent's deck, that's a tough thing to do.
Well, also, there's just so much signal coming from the discard from the eavesdrop of the Warrior Monk that you have to assume there's another good 6 coming on the way.
We're going to see a Dream Snatcher attack for 4. No blocks down. That's certainly very telling that there was no double block between a Grenadin and the Mature Avarax on that Dream Snatcher. It's not very appealing to take 4 lifesteal damage. And if DiscGolfDan has sniffed out the Defend the Treasury, we could see the Warrior Monk first. This is a critical decision here for our favorite Frisbee-loving friend. All right, Warrior Monk coming down. Mature Avarax getting in the attack. And Marten, how you feeling about it? We killing the Warrior Monk? We are.
Yeah, again, no contract paid, so a lot of signal, but the 6/5 is extremely effective against the units that Marten has, so sort of just priced in.
So no blocks once again for DiscGolfDan as the Grenadin sit by the wayside waiting for that Trapper to come in. An Axe Sharpener is played, and now for DiscGolfDan, it's going to be Ramba. Single swing. So when Ramba kills a small unit, you get to draw a card for this 8/8 endurance.
Interesting line here from DiscGolfDan. I can understand playing the Warrior Monk to try to bait out the Defend the Treasury. From my perspective, the Warrior Monk is not that much different than a Ramba. It's just by far the largest unit in play. And so if you wanted to play the Warrior Monk, cool, but I would have liked to see a contract, I think. Alternatively, playing Ramba first and just taking the L in the event that there's a spend the treasury on the other side.
All right, so Battlewise Valor, and now we've got the Evoker played as a stealth unit. Marten picked up an Entrapment. That card is kill an attacking enemy unit if it's not Knight, which, you know, right now it's not. They're going to play out Cripple first. They wanted to kill the Evoker. It makes a lot of sense. Being able to play a Ruinous Burst when it flips up would have been devastatingly good against that 1/1 Deadly Valkyrie. DiscGolfDan picking up a 4 stall here. Very nice draw here, as we might see a block of the 1/1 Deadly onto the Ramba. And now you both get to keep the Ramba around, but you're going to get to draw a card when it kills the 1/1 Deadly. So Marten potentially considering if they want to block with anything else, but it's, I'm not seeing any great looking blocks on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the Trapper is probably the best chump blocker because it's not really getting any better, and it doesn't trigger the claws on Ramba, but looks like Marten's happy to take one more shot.
They get a Recogulator for their efforts. All right, a Stolen Augmentation now picked up from Marten. That can give one of their units +1/+1 and an enemy unit -1/-1. Ramba's coming in again. But, might get entrapped here. It will. So Ramba down. It did manage to draw a card.
Now this is a really good spot for the augmentation too, because there's just a lot of potential ways a block could go here, and it's hard to imagine that the augmentation is not going to be good against any reasonable block DiscGolfDan could put together. And at 13, I mean, any hits here really start adding up. DiscGolfDan has a lot of like good blockers to work with, a Grenadin, a Recogulator, you know, there's some good blocks there, but there's a lot of opportunity for something very bad to happen.
All right, so I like this here. We see Recogulator and a 1/1 Grenadin block on a Dream Snatcher, and now Battlewise Student and a 1/1 Grenadin on the 2/3 Axe Sharpener. And I believe there's a way that we can use our Stolen Augmentation here to break up both doubled blocks and make it so all of these enemy units just get eaten.
Yeah, I mean, we were looking at a bunch of exactly precise blocks here.
Yeah.
Which means Stolen Augmentation is just going to be likely to get everything that was put in the combat.
Now Marten's picked up a Valkyrie Tormentor, so this has really swung big time in the last couple of turns towards Marten's side. 2 Grenadins pop out of the Recogulator, and now a Hoof Stomp. Well, that can deal with one of these threats. Deal 5 Overwhelm to an enemy unit without Overwhelm. Boom, Dream Snatcher's down. 1 damage gets through. And will the Mature Avarax make an attack? Nope. All right, 2/2 and 2/3 coming in. All right, they trade off with the Mature Avarax thanks to a double block, and now Valkyrie Tormentor comes down. No contract here, so not trying to get the last card. But, I mean, this Flying Deadly quick draw is going to require a top deck from some sort from DiscGolf. Otherwise, the game will end in just a few turns.
Right, and I like the no contract there. You don't know for sure what the last card is in the opposing hand, but it's reasonable to assume it's worse than your card.
So for Marten, they're going to attack, bring DiscGolfDan down to 5. Now, they can't play the Midnight Hunter they just drew, and they are going to play out their 3/2 stealth. If you want to ultimate it, they have to pay 1, discard a card, and then that'll drain both players for 3. They're not, and DiscGolfDan has drawn a Predatory Carnosaur. So this 6/6 killer dinosaur is going to trade off with the Valkyrie Tormentor, taking away Marten's Flying Clock, but withdrawing a Shadow Sigil. They can deploy another one in the form of this Midnight Hunter, and they're once again on the precipice.
no good attacks really to make this turn. Anything you'd want to attack with is probably better served just fulfilling the trigger on the Midnight Hunter. And then you have lethal rolled up next turn against an empty hand because you have a 3-string flyer, and the stealth unit is still ready to be activated. So right now, Marten just taking a minute, I'm assuming, to look over deck lists and see if there's anything that can go wrong taking this line.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, I think if Marten sacks and kills the Lotus Instructor, you could attack with the Intimidator here. And yeah, we would need to get a double block with the Grenadin. So DiscGolfDan needs something helping here. That actually does it. Marison's Legacy gives us a Scorpion, a Locust, 2/2 flyer, and a Sandcrawler, a 3/3 Overwhelm. So that Midnight Hunter is now blocked by the Locust. At some point, is Marten going to cash in for this Drain 3 before maybe their unit gets flipped up? And I think Left-Right Trapper is just not worth enough. Oh,
no, I like holding it back here. Your opponent has no cards in hand. You're at 25.
Yeah.
This game is likely to go on for a pretty long time, and just throwing away a useless sigil, like, you're so close to lethal that I don't think you could ignore the value of even a 1/1 ambush unit.
Yeah, that's true. Every point might make the difference here. All right, now picking up a Last Light Refugee, 3/5 Endurance Valor. Lost in Thought can bounce cheap units. That could get that that Evoker back into our hand. And Ruinous Burst doesn't do the most, I suppose, here. I think for DiscGolfDan, it's they love to start turning the corner a little bit, but that Last Light Refugee was such a nice pickup for Marten, as that 3/5 really holds back both, holds the Sandcrawler back well. So they are going to bounce and replay the Evoker. So next turn they'll get to Ruinous Burst to kill the Trapper and deal 1 to the face. Oh, they also can now flip. Yeah, they could use the Evoker to flip up the Stalking Assassin. So this finally happens. We get that drain for 3. DiscGolfDan is now down to just 2. But Marten needs a removal spell to win the game. If they can kill that Locust, they get to attack for lethal here in the air.
And as you mentioned, is there a way for DiscGolfDan to start applying some pressure? You really don't have all day here.
Carnosaur Baiter coming in for 5. Top deck of a Shadow Sigil. That's not going to be lethal yet.
And you know, it's a painful attack by the Carnosaur there in some respects, because now you've gone from having a bounce with the 4/6 into now having to trade a card or chump block. But you know, 19 to 2, you just can't expect your opponent to draw nothing for the remainder of the game. You have to take some risks here to try to get it over with.
Beta drops him down to 14, and now a Manacles is going to be the cincher here. 3-cost Curse Relic stun to enemy units. They stay stunned while you have Manacles. Midnight Hunter comes across, and Marten ekes out a victory there over DiscGolfDan, and that was quite a game there.
Really compelling there. You know, the life steal, the extra points that Marten picked up were huge in terms of buffering them while they were close to closing out the game but couldn't quite do it. Dan just had to take a lot of turns of playing super conservative when they were really ahead on the table, and that gave the breathing space for the Manacles to come off and move Marten on to the top 64.
All right, where are we at now, Tom? All right, we're going to be... Sounds like we got another game to check out here as we're getting towards the end here of our first round here after a little bit of a delay. All right. All right, so we're going to now check out Lion Design versus KillerKing here. And we've got Lion Design up a game here. Looks like KillerKing is getting slowly drained out right now, Patrick, by their own impending doom here at just 6.
Been there.
Yeah, there we go. Impending doom drops him down to 5, and Right now I'm seeing 6 units on one side and 7 on the other, so if KillerKing wants to get cheeky here, we could start seeing some attacks. Ooh, look at that. So if we exhaust down Impending Doom, that opens things up for the Nascent Wisp and the Predatory, and the Carnosaur Beta is also coming in.
It's a really nice play here from Liontozion, because you would like to attack with as many things as possible. The biggest risk here is that the Impending Doom profitably blocks, gets off, and the is killed, and then the rest of your offense is stymied. So in the absolute worst case scenario, the Impending Doom is still sitting around, not able to attack or block, and is pressuring KillerKing to do something.
Alright, so we do see the chump from one of the humbugs, but looks like, looks like maybe an attacker snuck by the defenses there, Patrick.
Yeah, maybe a little ducked down and got through their blockers or whatever, but things were looking quite bad for KillerKing anyway there, and their own Impending Doom chipping them down, way behind. There's no blocks there that really allow them to get to the next turn with enough of their units intact to block again. So we probably just sped it up by a turn there, even if it was missed.
Yeah. All right, so that'll advance Lion Design there to our top 64. We're going to check out another game here. Lots of matches in action this round. This will be the biggest round of the day. And now we're going to be checking another game 3 here in progress here. So Gunner 116 attacking in with a Warbrush Oni and a Corendon Stewart, and now a Rebel Sharpshooter is played. That one combines very nicely with pumps like the Wings and the Finest Hour in hand. On the other side, though, we're getting attacking. Galith 88. Queuing up a tandem attack there. Gonna play out the Renegade Valkyrie first, and looks like they're gonna hold off here. Rethinking how this is gonna play out.
I mean, this is very close to lethal here. If these Wings go onto the Sharpshooter, Galith is priced into making some sort of block.
Alright, so we got the Star-Kissed Wings on the Rebel Sharpshooter. It's a great combo because whenever Rebel Sharpshooter's attack is 4 or more, she has Quick Draw, so now it's a flying Quick Draw unit. This is just going to be a lot for Galith to handle. I think they were really hoping that they could start like stabilizing the game through blocking and then start loading up on that that Renegade Valkyrie, that flying double damage with some weapons, and try to like punch through in the air. But the game's just going to end too fast if they just let everything come across. This is neither as is a lethal attack.
Yeah, this is a spot where knowing exact deck lists really matters.
And that's a tough chump block to have to make there, as the Rebel Sharpshooter comes across for 6. And now Galith is in a really tricky spot. They're going to play out the Ornate Katana there. Gets the Renegade Valkyrie up to a 3-2 flying double damage. With no other plays to make, this is looking very hairy. And yeah, Galith is going to pack it in there as Gunner 116 takes down this top 128 match, advancing.
Yeah, it looked like Galith's hand was really only good for playing, running downhill, and was just way too much on the defense to leverage any of those unit weapons and double damage units.
All right, so we're going to take just a 2-minute break here as we're going to come back and get started with the top 64. So we're going to try to get into as much action as fast as we can, as we thrilled everyone is stuck around, and we'll be back with the next round of the top 64 here at the Draft Open. Stay tuned. welcome back to the top 64 here at the Draft Open. So we're ready to get started here with the next round of action here. We're going to be checking out Kasendrith's draft. Patrick, we saw Kasendrith draft a few hours ago, and they kind of had a similar style of draft to Alison, where there was a little bit of flirting with a bunch of factions.
First pick Bannerman suggests what you're in for the next 47 picks.
Yeah, yeah. But we saw them end up in a pretty similar space. I believe Kasendrith also ended up on a Xenon list, if I'm recalling correctly. You know, it's been a minute, but we're going to be checking them out against WatchWolf92. One of our top competitors, made it to Worlds last year, of course, and they're always in the hunt for another title.
Well, also already qualified for the World Championships as a function of last month's Open, but still grinding it out this weekend, trying to secure some more cash prizes and enjoy a weekend of Eternal. And no surprise, WatchWolf is in the top 64. We'll be joining them in just a moment.
Yep. And as a reminder for this year's Open, if you haven't played an Open before, we do hold these once a month at the last weekend of each month. The format changes month to month between Expedition, Throne, Draft. So come on back next month for the Throne Open, and you could start playing for that now, though there will be some additional new cards to be potentially adding to your decks. So you'll have to be sharp and get your skills in order with Unleashed coming out soon. For the players, if they make it to Sunday here, you make it to the final stage of competition. That's great. Obviously, you have a chance of advancing to the World Championships this weekend, but also it qualifies you for the LCQ we'll be running towards the conclusion of this season, as well as if you reach multiple top fours in Opens during the course of this year, you automatically qualify for the World Championship, assuming you didn't win one of those. But we like to reward players for both putting up an amazing weekend, showing mastery in a format in a given month, but also for consistent results over time.
Yeah, and you know, it's not like it's trivial to make the top four anyway, so anyone who's able to qualify for that route, we're happy to send them to the World Championships, even if they weren't able to win one of the Opens over the course of the year.
Yep. All right, so we'll be checking out Kasendrith and WatchWolf92 as soon as they join in the action here. Any thoughts on WatchWolf, what to expect from them, how they like to approach these kinds of things from what you've seen?
Not in particular. I mean, I think, you know, WatchWolf to me definitely flirts on the edges of inconsistency, so this format might be more conducive than usual to sort of splashing around a bit, but you know, I wouldn't say that anything I would promise up front. Just kind of check it out.
Yeah, both of these players are quite well experienced at this point. Kasendrith is one of our most experienced draft players. Also, fun fact, they did redeem in the past the user create a card from the community store when you watch Eternal on Twitch and check out and participate there. You accumulate influence in our community store, and you can redeem that for prizes. And one of the ultra high-end prizes for streaming or watching streams is getting to design a card in the game. And they designed the card Molder Muck. A big fan of oozes. Mm-hmm. In fact, you've got a nice mug on your desk from Kasendrith with an ooze on it.
It's in the dishwasher right now, but yeah. I use my Kasendrith mug.
Yeah, so that was a fun design to work on. So yeah, definitely check that out if you're somebody who likes getting to put your mark on the game, of course. But you know, we get inspiration from all of you all the time. We see the messages and the Reddit posts and the Discord conversations, and you know, it's always fun to react and to learn about what the community's thinking and feeling about things. Or we could just do what you think is best, Patrick.
Okay. Anyway.
All right, so Kasendrith and WatchWolf92 up in action here in our top 64. At the bottom of your screen, WatchWolf92. You mentioned greediness. Well, we got some greediness here, as we've got a couple of factions in the mix going all the way up to Dynamite. I do love that Valkyrie trainee, though, as a way to help fix your influence there. Similarly, Kasendrith, they've got things rocking and rolling with an early Trailmaker. That's one of the best 2-drop plays to have in this format. And now Trailmaker's coming in for 4 drops. We're going to actually go with the Lethrai Ranger before the Xenon Guardian there. So trying to see if they can pull off the infiltrate here. thanks to the contract being paid off, but a Glen Pathcutter does a great job of stopping that.
Yeah, that Pathcutter there was a huge draw because being able to trade off with any one of these units and then start to leverage your more expensive cards, it wasn't like Watchwolf like had a clean and immediate answer to a 4/4 anyway. So being able to draw a high value blocker on the turn where you're paying off the contract is huge.
Right, so now we got a Courier Eagle coming down for Watchwolf 92. They've done a nice job of slowing down the early onslaught, but the Emerald Archaeologist is going to get double blocked here. Unfortunately, that Cleric mix can only hit attackers, so the trading will all happen there. And now a Warrior Monk for Kasendrith. And yeah, for Watchwolf 92, it's going to be interesting about when they decide to try to pass with this Disarm up, and if Kasendrith sort of sniffs out that play. Because anytime your opponent is passing with a bunch of power up, they could have something, but do you really want to reward them if they just have a mediocre draw?
Right. And decides just to get it over with there.
All right, so yeah, the Warrior Monk trades off with the Disarm, a second Warrior Monk, and now Dynamite. 7/6, Aegis, Overwhelm. But it's going to trade with the common here, looks like. That Stolen Augmentation can't quite win the combat there for Kasendrith. Now for Watchwolf 92, they're going to queue up their Valkyrie. It gets +1 strength for each influence you have with its ultimate. Now Stolen Augmentation, going to kill the Glen Pathcutter, going to power up the Lethrai Ranger, and they invoked into a Victimless Crime. The Glen Pathcutter has nothing to buff, so a Victimless Crime opens up a way for the Infiltrate, for the Lethrai Ranger, and all of these smaller units to get through. And now Watchwolf 92 is in a bit of trouble because that Lethrai Ranger is now out of Soul Feast range. It's not a cripple range.
And now Kasendrith drawing power is great for the Guardian. Non-power is great because it's action. Hard to have bad draws from here.
All right, so the cleanup work begins with a Soul Feast, and now we're going to Trick Throw onto the Bannerman, make a Snowball, and hit down the Trailmaker. So the Lethrai Ranger's getting in. And the Cripple, I guess, can shrink it, but first we're just going to stun it with this Hypnotic Owl. Meanwhile, Call the Hit takes care of the Owl. So both these players are doing a great job of getting rid of some of the bigger threats, but a Rune Sword now picked up for Kasendrith. Watchwolf 92 is going to need to find some stats, because otherwise this 4/4 Relic Weapon is going to just kill them in a couple turns.
Yeah, although if they draw a big enough unit, you know, it could freeze up all the action here.
All right, so Call the Hit can kill the Lethrai Ranger. Still up against a 2-turn clock to that Rune Sword. And now with a Forestall, we can use that to help keep the Relic Weapon around. Wow, Arachnoid Terror. 4/4 is a perfect size, but Forestall looks like it's going to do great work here.
Yeah, that was almost the perfect draw, but Forestall is going to be able to pick this off as a 2-for-1, and in addition, keep the Rune Sword around.
Always see. Oh, Crackling Bauble. If Watchwolf 92 draws a card that costs 4 or more, I think they might stick around another turn, but
they might know that they don't.
They might, yeah, that's true. All right, so we see that game number 1 going the way of Kasendrith here back as we're going to head back to the booth. As you know, both these players got a little greedy with their picks, but ultimately it felt like Kasendrith just did a very nice job, especially of setting up that Lethrai Ranger. They were very patient with it, and they could have just immediately smashed into that Glen Pathcutter earlier, opened up the board a little bit, but it was really nice the way that they waited until later on in the game. They picked it off with Stolen Augmentation, and then at that point of the game, there was nothing left in Watchwolf 92's hand to buff.
And I think when you're looking at some of these 3 and 4 faction decks, there's a lot of cards that are ostensibly fine and are not even necessarily bad in their decks, but because your draws are a lot more volatile, they often just don't work the right way. And I think, you know, for example, the Pump Spells in Watchwolf 92's hand, it's not like there's anything wrong with having a Pump Spell in your deck. It's just when you're paying off contracts, when you're not able to play things on time, those cards that are pretty timing sensitive sometimes just don't have an opportunity to get deployed.
All right, so for Watchwolf 92, They got some expensive holdings, and they're going to start inscribing them on turn number 1 there, as they had 3 inscribed cards in their opener. Meanwhile, for Kasendrith, it's a pretty slow start on the other side, but Midnight Disappearance can definitely help with the tempo, and nothing like drawing a turn drop on turn 2 when you had nothing else to do. Dark Stalker. So once again, Glen Pathcutter really holding back the left-right ranger. Watchwolf 92's got a nice little combo in their hand. I love the Cuprush Cartographer with the Starkest Wings, with the Nightfall. A lot of good things happening there.
Oh yeah, combos within combos, no question.
All right, so the Bang Sarasaur gets big enough here that it would command at least double block, but Watchwolf 92 looking maybe to race a little bit as they just let it all crash through. They also have a deadly unit in their hand, so they might have plans for how they're going to deal with that. Big attack coming through for Watchwolf 92. Looks like the Maturaverex trades with the Glen Pathcutter. That seems like a great turn for Watchwolf 92 as they now get to play a 5-3 Cloudline Shaman, make a Serpent.
Yeah, hard to be upset with how that went.
Yeah, Kasendrith in a few turns could use that Rune Sword in hand if to get that Cloudline Shaman out of the way. I guess actually just one more turn if you play the Amaran Archaeologist and then spike a power next turn. We'll see if that works. That Explorer for Watchwolf 92, the Cuprush Cartographer, just gets +1 strength every time you draw a card.
And that Predatory Instinct could be a huge draw here for Kasendrith because this hand's a little clunky right now, and 2 good plays this turn would be quite valuable.
So they're going to bounce the Corendon Steward, Trinket down, and they got to invoke. They picked up a Tome Protector. Yeah, with 1 power left, this could be the moment for the Predator's Instinct, as they use that to trade off with the Cloudline Shaman, and now the Bang Sarasaur is going to come through. Watchwolf 92 can make it night. They're going to have a very big attack. They can't quite yet.
Still a really good spot for these wings, though.
Sure is. We got 10 coming across, and well, I guess if you VAR's favor, it's going to be 11 because you'll draw another card. That looks like Watchwolf 92 is considering if they want to do that or play out the Corendon Steward. They're going to play out the Steward. -1 right now.
What could be useful next turn? I mean, you know, when you're just a point short.
I mean, right now, Kasendrith is kind of drawing dead, or they're dead on board. They're going to need a real good sequence here with Forestall stopping one of these units from getting through, and then spiking some kind of ambush or fast spell to deal with the other, as both those flyers are lethal threats. So it's going to need to be a really good sequence here for Kasendrith. Bar's favor going upstairs. And yeah, even the Hypnotic Elder getting in the action there, stunning down the Ranger. All right, Kasendrith, you got some luck up your sleeve. Forestall the Cuprush Cartographer, and it's another left-right Ranger. So lethal coming back at him from Watchwolf 92 here as they tie up this match at 1 game apiece. And yeah, I mean, these are just close games with a lot on the line in terms of, like, when do you trade off these units? It seems like is always big because the value of something like a Corendon Steward or Bang Sarasaur, it's like it's unbelievable how much those can vacillate in these games.
Something that I try to keep my eye on when I'm watching a draft format is how many of the games where the losing person just ran out of stuff to do versus how much are they dying with cards in their hand they didn't have enough time to play. and we're seeing a lot more of the latter than we saw 4 months ago.
Yep. Yeah, it definitely does feel that way. Especially the sequencing I find with Contract to be so interesting because oftentimes what it means in Limited is it's going to mean you're going to be taking off your next turn, especially when we're, earlier on in games. And then it's like finding that moment when you need that burst of power. It's not just about having the best turn you can have right now. It's about having the best game plan.
Right. Absolutely.
All right, so Kasendrith here. This looks like a solid draw for them. And on the other side, Old Glen Pathcutter once again in the mix for Watchwolf 92. Kasendrith is missing some influence, but I guess that Rune Sword starts helping them there, at least from the Justice end of things.
Yeah, there's some. I mean, it's not pretty, but we got a little bit to. We can shake it out a little bit.
Kind of a big decision here for Watchwolf 92. They're a little power light right now, and they've got that call to hit in their hand, which could be inscribed, but they're going to use it to just get rid of that Corinne Steward right now. So Kasendrith's sort of taking the turn off there by inscribing Rune Sword. Bar's favor. Feels like both these players are kind of gearing up a little bit for these mid-game plays, of which both players have some real nice-looking ones coming.
I don't know. Watchwolf is still a couple cards away from gearing up.
Very interesting moment here as now Kasendrith attacks in with the Xenon Guardian, and Watchwolf 92, it looks like they did not play the Disarm. So waiting to see if they can get maybe Sing a little better. Ooh. Stolen Augmentation, kills the Pathcutter, powers up the Xenon Guardian, and now we're starting to feel missing on power. Kasendrith draws a Harsh Roll. Feels like that one's not going to come into play quite yet, but if the game goes the wrong way.
Yeah, not the ideal thing to hit there, but, compared to just a modest unit, if the game goes sideways for you, it would be good to have.
Xenon Guardian is disarmed. Huru Fledgling as Watchwolf 92 finds power number 4. Looks like the play will be the Cup Rush Cartographer again.
Ooh.
The Midnight Disappearance gets to both bounce the Cartographer and invoke Time Shadow.
About to say, Kasendrith could really use a card that's simultaneously proactive and reactive, and drew a real good one.
Kasendrith drawing Kanya, Iron Thorin Envoy, and now a Moonlight Gargoyle threatens to block the Huru Fledgling, but man, with these 4 stalls in hand, that's pretty nasty. Feels like Kasendrith. How many times can they just 2-for-1 Watchwolf 92?
Is it rhetorical, or I'm counting a lot in hand?
Yeah, it looks like it could happen a few more times. All right, Umbran Coaxer. That's a nice one, a 5/2 lifesteal. Kasendrith's got a little bit of a combo queued up in their hand of Curiox's Hunt plus 4 stall if they want to try to deal with the Coaxer that way. All right. We see some trade-offs, and now Twinning Ritual. And a Twinning Ritual to Kanya. Yeesh. All right. Watchwolf 92 can inscribe the wings. That'll get him up to power 6 next turn. It's not going to help him with the Fledgling this turn, though.
And Kasendrith is essentially rolled up in the spot, too, being able to play the 2 Kanyas, which will spike them up to 10 power for the next turn.
That's an important number with Kanya because Kanya's got pay 10 to give your units +3/+3 this turn. And with 2 of them on the other side, yeah, how do you deal with that? Yeah, this is looking pretty ugly. Dynamite? Okay. What you feeling? Yep, Kasendrith's feeling the +3/+3 to each of your units this turn.
Yeah, I like tuning up the band here.
So, Dynamite trades with one Kanya, and the Cartographer maybe chumps the other, and then you hope you start top decking some kill spells of some kind.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that Watchwolf's hand is just so combination of chunky and not good. It's so hard for Watchwolf to get their feet set in the game at all.
Okay. I mean, the advantage here for Watchwolf 92 is that Kasendrith is just, like, not playing cards from their hand, so at least their board isn't getting any wider. And, you know, with that Find the Moment plus maybe a flying blocker, you could potentially deal with something here.
And these Nightfall chip shots have been brutal, too. Like, all the points are adding up.
So, yeah, I love this play from Kasendrith. They're sort of threatening the trade with the double block, or just the double block looks really good. And now Forstaldo is going to deal with the flyer. So not only is Kanya not going to die, both units, or, oh, actually, all right, well, the flyer stuck around. But man, we're going to get a bunch of plays here from Kasendrith. And with Watchwolf 92 needing to pay off some debt from the Hypnotic Owl, yikes, as Kasendrith takes down that match 2-1. Yeah, I mean, really, you know, the thing you were sort of talking about does the losing player run out of things to do? And in that game, very much no.
And not power screwed either. It's just a lot of these, you see this, the gap in the smoothness on the forestalls versus the Find the Moments. Kasendrith was on the front foot. Those forestalls were just consistent 2-for-1s, keeping the coast clear. And cards like Find the Moment, Watchwolf was never able to, you know, navigate the board to be in such a place and have the power left over to use that sort of trick profitably. And that's why I think when you get to the end of the game, you see Kasendrith just playing out a very clean and efficient game, and Watchwolf floundering with 5 or 6 cards in hand.
Yeah, forestall, one of the more important commons in this format, and I think one of the things, it's kind of like looks, I think, to at first like a card that is very defensive in nature because it's preventing damage. I think one of the things that we saw that round especially was, man, when you are doing it on your turn and like breaking up blocks with it, that's enormous because there's less risk involved typically because your opponent doesn't oftentimes have power up. And so it seemed like you can get the better of it really well.
When you're on the front foot, usually your opponent is priced in at some point to making a risky double block or playing a combat trick in the middle of some sequence to try to break serve, stabilize the game a little bit. And when your beatdown deck can play over the top of those sequences, also with a card that just draws a card, so 2-for-1, you just get rid of it in spots where it's bad. It has other utility beyond that. If you're able to get on top of your opponent a little bit, those cards are really good at blowing up those eventual double block or block plus trick sequences.
All right, let's check out Johnholio's match. Now they're up against Hammertime here. Johnholio's up a game, and well, they got a Carnosaur Beta that's a 7/7. Pretty much alpha'd up now. And yeah, Hammertime agrees. They fell to Johnholio 2-0 there, so back to the booth we go. We'll find another match.
Love it.
Yeah.
Vignettes.
Yeah,
concession vignettes in a single elimination tournament. I just days of it. I can watch that.
Time in this format definitely feels like one of the factions that's changed its complexion a little bit with the draft pack because both Nocturnal Creeper and Bang Sarasaur being commons in the first and fourth pack, just really nice options for aggressive strategies in particular. I really like that Nocturnal Creeper just, in addition to being Nightfall, never goes dead. I mean, I know it's a deadly unit. It can be used defensively, but just being an attacker that you really have to never truly say no to attacking with is very nice.
And it's such a table flip from what was good about Time in Cold Hunt, which was big units, ramping, some low opportunity cost inscribe stuff. And so it's a very different shape to that faction with the Nightfall stuff. Just a more aggressive tilt.
All right, Sunyveil throwing down the back alley bouncer here. Up against the D'Angelo Racketeers, and funny thing is that if the Racketeers goes to the void and Soluj has 2 extra power. They can use that to just play a back alley bouncer. So it lines up pretty nicely here. Seems like Soluj might be considering a Soul Feast.
Well, I think the play for this turn is almost certainly the Marshal, which ended up getting played. I think there was just a question of attacking or not with the Racketeers.
Yeah.
Because there's almost no chance that Sunyveil blocks, so are you happy trading 4 for 3? Or would you rather make the follow-up attack from Sunyveil a little bit harder to pull off?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, with the embezzler in hand, that smuggler, I kind of like feel pretty good about trying to get some damage in, but
yeah, my instinct also was tilted on the side of an attack looks good to me here, but without knowing both players' deck lists, there could be reasons to not do that. On the surface, though, I agree. My intuition there was to attack.
All right. So that Soul Feast could take out the Valkyrie Tormentor there. Didn't get contracted, but it is still a 4/3 flying deadly quick draw.
Yeah, another awkward spot here because you could play the Embezzler and contract, but if you assume that Sunyveil won't block either units, that's actually perhaps less efficient this turn than just Soul Feasting one of the units and attacking with both. It seems very unlikely, based on what we saw in the previous turn, that Sunyveil would block either one of these units if you just went a spacebar. And so you could attack, Soul Feast after the fact, still have your 2 up for the Racketeer in case something goes wrong, and save the Embezzler for next turn.
All right, so Soluj, it looks like they wanted to get the Embezzler down, and they made the 3... interesting which one got unblockable there. I wonder if Sunyveil's going to jump at the opportunity to trade off with the Racketeers where they can't pay for its Go to the Void ability.
It's hard to imagine that this bouncer is getting much better.
Yeah, I guess the only question is if you want to just try to race back. That 4/3 is a nice bit of clock, and it doesn't look like Soluj has any immediate way to deal with it.
Well, taking 9 here and falling to 15, and then you have an Embezzler that you don't have really a direct answer for. The shape of Sunyveil's hand is not bad for racing, but in a spot this ambiguous, you know, you're at 6 cards in hand versus 3. Your opponent's next turn is going to be accounted for largely due to the contract on the Embezzler. Just give yourself a little bit of time to deploy your better resources. I like this line quite a bit from Sunyveil.
All right. So Minotaur Duelist, 5 cost, 3/2 Revenge, summon, stun an enemy unit. Potential opportunity here for Soul Feast to take care of the Valkyrie Tormentor. Oh, looks interesting. We're going to see, looks like maybe a little Stolen Augmentation action.
Well, the augmentation here is so strong on the Embezzler. When you're at 18 and you're facing down an unblockable unit that you can't deal with, you got to start looking at your health total in terms of multiples of 3. And so going from essentially a 6-turn clock to a 9-turn clock is so much breathing space here. You're going to get a Revenge unit floating around. Again, you don't know if your hand's better necessarily, but you have more cards, more resources to work with. Your opponent's missing a faction. So I really love that augmentation there.
Oh. So Sunyveil drew an Eavesdrop, and Soluj has 2 cards left in hand, Patrick. And with a Pioneering Aviator, every time they play a spell, they're armor. That'll really help keep pace with the Embezzler. Setting aside the fact that Sunyveil also just drew a Spirit Drain. So feels like things have really swung hard back in Sunyveil's favor.
Right, and you know, when you're in that Solidity's position there of sort of, I'm keeping parity on the table, my opponent's under some pressure, I still got some stuff to do, and also I have this unblockable unit that's putting a lot of pressure on them to find some answer or win the game quickly. And to go from that spot to you have a 2-strength unblockable unit and nothing against 3 cards in hand, quite the turnaround here for Sunyveil.
All right, so another Racketeers is a good pickup there for Soluj, as they, by attacking with the Embezzler, wipe out the armor. That Pioneering Aviator only has flying when Sunyveil has armor. Spirit Drain on the Embezzler. Pioneering Aviator is going to get in for 2. Now, Sunyveil does have a buffed up Tensky Saboteur coming back. They got Valkyrie Wings in hand, so they still got some good holdings. But man, Solo just top decking nicely there, drawing that last light refugee. And yeah, Sunyveil's out of removal, so if they want to attack, they're going to need to throw down Valkyrie Wings at some point here. Woo! Another Embezzler, Patrick. This is looking good for Soluge after a tough couple turns.
Yep. I mean, there's still, again, it's a little bit tricky because you can pretty safely assume that your Racketeers is not going to get blocked if you have 2 power up here. But the Refugee is also essentially unblockable. So there's this weird question of, you know, what do you actually want to be doing with this Embezzler? And I like holding back a turn.
Looks like they're taking advantage of their Brigade Hall there to buff up the D'Angelo Racketeers. They can pay 5 to give a unit +2 this turn, or sorry, +3 this turn. And now Valkyrie Wings for Sunyveil. Is it time we're going to make a nice old 5/6 Flying Aegis? The real question is that an attacking 5/6 Flying Aegis or a blocking flying?
I mean, you gotta, even if you hold that back, your defensive position is so tenuous that it doesn't really get you very far. So I think you're sort of obligated to attack, and you've got to draw really well from here, obviously. There might not be a permutation of draws, but holding back on defense is just a dead end. This Solo runs the same play from last turn, and you don't have a good block.
Yep. And another nice draw here in the Inquisitive Alchemist at 4/4. Just more good stats to put onto the board. Is, you know, Sunyveil's going to try to like squeeze out a win here by getting through the air. They could like chump this turn, Destiny, the Tensky Saboteur. Maybe some things could start coming together, but definitely it went from feeling like Solo needs to top deck to they did. And he did a couple of times, and now it's back against Sunyveil, who's got to figure some stuff out.
Yeah, and I kind of like treating the Embezzler here as money in the bank. You should only be deploying that when you can no longer make efforts on the ground.
All right, so 6/2 unblockable coming across. The Copper Hull Porter blocks here, but now against that unblockable unit permanently, Sunyveil needs a little bit of help. They don't get it in the form of the D'Angelo Racketeer, so that's going to do it. Sunyveil is going to bow out here in our top 64. After a nice little comeback there, I would say, from Soluge after their board just got wiped out, and it looked like a good board too.
Yep. I mean, the Embezzler is just a lot of reach. It's a lot of ways of pulling back in, and you know, I was not a huge fan of some of the sequencing there that went on there, but in terms of just keeping the pressure going, of forcing sort of, can you keep up on the board with units and also have spells that line up the right way for the unblockable units? It was just asking a little bit too much there of Sunyveil.
Yeah. All right. So where are we at right now, Tom? All right, we're going to be checking out Game 3 of Grimfan's match here. Let's see what they got cooked up for us right now. It's looking good for Grimfan because they're at the top of your screen. Though Midnight Disappearance for jpsavard has got some promise here. Which of these units is getting bounced back to the hand with a little bit of love, so to speak?
I don't know, it's all the same cost and stats, so.
All right. The Last Light Refugee is getting bounced. We get a good one here off of our Invoke jpsavard. I know if it was Patrick, he'd hope it was Encroaching Darkness.
Encroaching Darkness, there it is. Tune up the band.
You say that a lot, but you say it for so many situations. I wonder if it really has much meaning at this point.
I don't know. You gotta see where it goes, you know?
Yeah.
You get an opportunity to play an ACOS card where, you know, you play it and then just regularly lose the game some terms later. You gotta see that one through.
Yeah, here's something to consider. ACOS cards disproportionately likely to have an achievement in the game for them.
Interesting. That did come up recently on live.
Yeah?
Well, not 8, but I did get the last word achievement.
Oh, sure. Edict of Makar. Kill a timer justice unit. Well, that's what both of those are. No attacks, though, by the elf. Or we're not chumping with 3/3 here, right? Maybe just ran out of time, or just wanted to be safe in case something weird happened, like a charge unit.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's the same 3-turn clock, and the trigger from the 5-drop could matter.
Yeah, it could. Vow of Silence really nice against the Borderlands Lookout because all of its strength is coming from its ability of +1 strength for each of the enemy's different influences. Right now is 3. Oh yeah.
Brutal Alley.
Oh yeah. Arachnoid Terror, kill an exhausted enemy unit.
And it's the biggest. Everyone's favorite weirdo. Here to save the day. Maybe.
Not a good one to silence. Dive Bomber comes through. Grimfan holding on to that Pitfall Trap. Very sneaky. Unchecked Upgrader. But,
so good with the Arachnoid Terror, because once you start hitting, they can't outbig it. Oh, well.
Yeah. And for Grimfan, a Dive Bomber attack will drop jpsavard down to 1, and then a Pitfall Trap. Pitfall Trap lethal is a good lethal. You know, obviously... Oh, no Pitfall Traps? Play it safe?
Maybe playing around, something they know about.
All right, all right.
Just double check to see if they.
It's possible Pitfall Trap only hits units, and I've my recollection. Though I have played that card a ton with Rat Cage. I feel like I would know. Midnight Hunter takes care of one of the flyers. This really looks like jpsavard is close to coming back, but the Vow of Silence to stop that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it is 1 to an enemy. I knew what my Pitfall Traps do. We expanded. All right, good for Grimfan. Moving on to top 32. Condolences to jpsavard. We did a substantial upgrade in Eternal this year where we doubled the number of primal relics traps in the game by adding Thicket Trap.
Yep. You're probably at this timeline only 30 years away from building a full mono primal trap deck.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be it's gotten rejected every time I've pitched the set that is just nothing but traps and like trap kind of cards.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's time. You know, you got to make a lot of sets at some point. That's the best idea in the room.
I like cards that make you feel clever, and do you ever not feel clever when you play a card called a trap?
I don't know. I don't really feel... I wouldn't describe myself as someone who regularly feels clever. I guess it's when you just are clever, you don't have the feeling of, like, when you're tall, it's not like you feel tall. Whatever. We'll come back in a little bit with the top 32.
This is like you're accusing me of like Napoleon complex now. So... Welcome back. Draft Open. Andrew Beckstrom, Patrick Sullivan here. We've got 32 players left, and honestly, I'm determined that we're just going to keep going and eliminating competitors until there's more of us than there are of them.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, at the start of the day, we're outnumbered 100 to 2, and then at the end of the day, it's 2 to 1.
Yeah. So
just time.
And then then it's easy game. All right. So there are 32 players left. These players are still battling out with their draft decks, and we're gonna get to check out another one in action. As if Alison's still around, let's check back in on their draft deck, Tom. Otherwise, Alison fell last round, so maybe we keep it rolling with Kasendrith.
Of course.
Yeah, let's do that. So, and they're gonna be up against Colacoma, another World Championship competitor in the offerings. One of our finest. I recall doing the interview with them last year was really a lot of fun. So check that out if you haven't seen that. We do interviews with a lot of our World Championship competitors. We frequently show them during the intermission of our broadcasts here. We decided, though, due to the delay with the event earlier with the technical issues, we were just going to go for the shortest breaks possible, and we'll get to more World Championship interviews in the future.
We'll have other opportunities for that.
Yeah. But we got round of 32 action getting started here in just a moment with both players join up in the match. For Kasendrith, they got a little bit of a Xenon pile. We'll see. We've yet to see Colacoma's draft deck. For also one of the changes we made sort of to the draft opens this year was we wanted to streamline the process a little bit more. So on Sundays, it's just the players are drafting one deck and playing that out. And, it puts a lot of pressure on them to draft a great deck, but I'm excited to see what the decks are going to look like, particularly by the end. Will it be somebody who's got kind of a decent pile, but piling it very highly, or will we see somebody who high rolled really, really well in the drafting portion?
Right. I prefer just the one draft and go. You know what I mean? When we get to the finals, I want to see 2 decks that have won 5 or 6 games in a row prior to that, not just, someone who was able to win 3 with something different that we don't get to see.
All right, so Colacoma looks like they got some Argent Port action in the mix as Kasendrith got a nice little Karenin Stewart here for us on the second turn of the game. Oh no, holding back here, Patrick. What do you make of that decision? It looks like maybe they're trying to set it up next turn to be a combo with Predator Instinct. That didn't occur to me, that play, but I could certainly respect the sequencing.
Yeah, I mean, again, if you see something in the list that would cause you to think that it's not safe to play it out there if you wanted this play for next turn, and you really put a premium on it, go ahead and do it. That's something that's different about these games than playing on the ladder is people have the card pool contents. And so some plays that might seem a little unintuitive or seem like someone's being overly cautious or overly risky is informed in part by the fact that they actually know the contents of the other player's pool.
All right, so Kasendrith thinking about an attack, but they're going to sit back with this 4-stall here. Ooh, Colacoma with a very nice pickup in that Defend the Treasury. Can kill even cost enemy units, and Stewart sure is one. Is Colacoma now, how do they want to sequence that? Because they could try to attack and get a block and see if there's a combat trick, or they could try to push damage as much as possible here.
Well, when your opponent's signaling that they really want to block, the burn goes way up to attack. And also, if you do end up playing Defend the Treasury, well, then that is your entire turn because you can't play your 4-drop.
Yeah. It takes up your turn. You wouldn't get to play out the 2/2 flyer, but the way that this works out is that you get to get the 1/2 deadly off the board, and you now have a 3/2 that would have died otherwise.
My intuition there, not knowing the deck list, would have just to play the 2/2 flyer and pass and try to set up for next turn. And there's a chance that Kasendrith is going to use their power on something in a turn anyway. You get to clarify the game state a little bit less likely to get blown out by a trick.
Yep, definitely a lot of ways to make deadly units better than extra in this format between both Indifference and 4-stall. So now for Colacoma, though, they are very much taking over the air now with multiple 2/2 flyers. Kasendrith's got some Chloric mix, but that costs Primal Influence. That ain't something that Kasendrith has.
Yeah, Kasendrith has gone into 4 factions, and right now, they are really feeling that.
They don't even have the second time influence for that Warrior Monk. All right, so now we will see Colacoma smuggle up onto the Minotaur Oathkeeper, getting that one through. And yeah, Kasendrith, you're in trouble.
Got to attack here.
Midnight, hours late. Really rough to put that one back in hand because that contract the second time when you're a 5 is.
Yeah, that's incurring some cost down the road.
All right, Colacoma gonna go for it here. They are. Call the hit. Attack for 5. Colacoma takes down game number 1, and story of the event. We had a player who had a lot of influences of cards in their hand, and yeah,
the lifetime record of can play your cards versus can't play your cards really high on the side of can play your cards. It's an impressive track record that strategy has against the opposite.
Yeah, and
we've watched it all day.
But the good news about those games is they go pretty quick, so we're going to get to see another one where Kasendrith will. I mean, and they, honestly, they were pretty close that game. I do think that turn where they played the Apprentice Mage without the power rolled up for Warrior Monk, they could have played Midnight Disappearance that turn, maybe. But, if they don't hit something really good off the Invoke, it certainly doesn't work out. Ooh, Colacoma's got actual factual Harsh Rule in their deck. That's a nice one, especially when you're going second in a game.
Just your, all cheap units and Harsh Rule deck. Love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They never see it coming.
They do not see it coming.
Can't play the Lethrai Ranger on turn 2, but we can play Bannerman, and that'll get us the Shadow Influence for that play next turn.
Bannerman, an oasis in the desert. I'll tell you that much. Need every bit of that one.
That one's a classic.
Yes.
Minotaur Oathkeeper buffing itself up. Getting in 2. And it's turn 3, and Kasendrith ran out of power and they don't have any inscribed cards. But Apprentice Mage +1 max power. Okay. How many Vermin's Feast do you think we'll see Colacoma play this game?
Like actually play?
Yeah, like as a spell.
Like not in 0.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Set the line at 0.5, and I like the under.
Let me just say, I think have you considered how ridiculous Vermin's Feast is with Silverwing Familiar?
Have you considered that Colacoma is nowhere near 6 power, doesn't have a second Shadow Influence, the game is not shaping up very well for Vermin's Feast, and Colacoma also has to find a way to make hay with this Harsh Rule?
Just keep the second one around.
One down.
All right. Silverwing Familiar, Flying Aegis, and Lifesteal. Did not play the Pioneering Aviator.
Oh, yeah.
Colacoma is feeling that Harsh Rule coming. Also, they have the... Oh, my goodness. So much Oath.
Big dreams for this post-Harsh Rule rebuild. Got a 2/2, got a 1/1, maybe swap some stats around.
Colacoma just wants Kasendrith to play the largest unit we've ever seen in Eternal. That's all they want. Just play like a 20-20. Oh, Midnight Disappearance, though. But the power was depleted, Patrick, so we can't Disappearance this turn. Also, Colacoma still needs power number 6. Oh. I think we're not going to get to see the Vermin's Feast do its thing.
Nah, Colacoma can Harsh Rule and then just plan on the... Oh, okay. This way away the turn, maybe.
Yeah. Oh, this is a pretty loud signal we have Harsh Rule.
Yeah, Colacoma trying to keep up appearances with a double block instead of 2 chumps, but
yeah, that was...
We'll get back to that in a minute.
That smelled funky. Kasendrith got a whiff. Here's Harsh Rule. The units are dead, but now Kasendrith throwing down a Sand Tornado. Defend the treasury can kill the Horned Vorlunk. And Pioneering Aviator can start picking up armor. Ooh. Well, which one are we playing? I guess maybe the Unseen Marksman blocks. Okay. Oh, we're going to contract. Interesting.
I would have really liked to see the Vermin's Feast inscribed 2 turns ago, and perhaps also last turn as well. Your hand's just clogged up. You have a contract unit. Like, you actually could use the power.
Look, it's okay that you're just going to disrespect certain cards. I just ask that you not do it in front of the audience.
Oh, we drew a card that draws a card? No, we could really use another power. Oh, well. Nothing to have done.
Sand Tornado, still kicking. Uru Fledgling.
You know, we've been a power short on a couple turns now. Trapment. Can't make it up.
This is tough. We can't play the Nascent Wisps because we don't have a second time?
No, of course not.
Yeah. I gotta stop assuming Kasendrith on like turn 1,000,000 can play their cards. Because the answer appears to frequently be no.
If only.
They are gonna. Oh my gosh.
We could play 2 cards somehow.
Well, this is. They're not gonna lose. Oh, can you attack with that Porter? I don't think so. Oh, that's very optimistic. Oh, wow. The Nascent Wisps. Everything attacked. I think Colacoma is going to lose here because they attacked with the Porter, unfortunately. It had nothing to do with the Vermin's Feast.
Well, there's like sort of multiplicative consequences of all the things that happen in turns leading up to that, where, you know, could have maybe used a power.
And I was being called out for math talk earlier. Multiplicative.
Right. There's all these things are informed by things that happened previously, and then things that could also have happened in the future.
Yeah.
So it's not really fair to say, well, you know, they were just end short on this one discrete moment. There's a lot that goes into it. But you know, Vermin's Feast, still there. Still just waiting just waiting to untap to get to my turn with 6 power and 5 units in play. This one's going to be sick.
Kasendrith advances. Sorry, they tied it up? We get more of this match?
Yeah, Colacoma.
I'm so excited.
Remember, Kasendrith couldn't just play any cards in the previous game? Game 1.
Oh, by the way, Yeti Intellectual has not lost on camera yet today.
No, that's true. Yep, unsullied.
It hasn't here, but...
No, I know, but that's still undefeated. Lifetime undefeated.
Yeah.
Vermin's Feast, soundly defeated.
Yeah, I think Yeti Intellectual is like one of those cards where too many people draft it, so nobody gets it in their deck.
Right, exactly. Self-correcting.
Yeah, and then everyone's just like, oh, Primal's crazy cut, so then they all move out.
Exactly, yeah. It's sort of, you get to see the evolution of the Week 1 metagame versus the Week 4 metagame in real time. Before, I got 2 or 3 AA Intellectuals, no problem. Now, if I don't open one, I don't see it.
Yep. Aviator's pioneering in. Sand Tornado is whipping sand around in a conical fashion before it was killed by a gun.
Tale as old as time.
Copper Hull Marshal, 3/3. Ultimate, when you play a weapon on Copper Hull Marshal, stun an enemy unit. Just the facts. Now the Pioneering Aviator's been... That one, I believe, would get killed by a gun.
Yeah, that's makes sense.
All right, Xenon Guardian. Is the cost even on that one?
It is.
There you go.
What were the odds? About 50%.
That's a good question. I wonder which there are more of in the game, even or odd cost units.
Got to be more 1s and 3s than 2s and 4s. Like combined. And then from there it gets kind of fuzzy. But maybe that's actually not true.
There's also zeros.
Right. Gorbots. Forgot.
Uru Fledgling. The Ricano Sheriff is a house.
Oh yeah, this one's
one of the finest Minotaurs in the game. You pay for to play a weapon on a unit that doesn't already have one, a 1/1 weapon, and then Arcanum Sheriff has +2/+2 for each of your units wielding a weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, that Runebinder is good for some drains. Warrior Monk is close. Not quite there. We're going to see a 4-stall. Ooh, to top deck, Clark.
Can't play it.
Well, you can't play it.
One cannot legally play it.
Okay. Warrior Monk. If Kasendrith can mind trick Colacoma into playing that Summary Judgment from their hand, the game really could turn around.
Well, you know, the game can do it to you, too. You got to be careful with that one.
Sure. Yeah.
There's a pop-up, you know.
There is a pop-up when you play an inscribed card. It could also play the card at its normal way.
Comes up with me on live quite a bit. Sinister Research, sometimes I'm looking at 3 stankers. Which I did not intend to do.
Valkyrie Militant. 2/2. We are paying off the Warrior Monk right now.
Oh, that is a rip.
Yeah. Also, when you play a weapon with Valkyrie Militant out, you gain 2 armor.
Mm-hmm.
Not that Kasendrith's doing any kind of racing. But, wow, we just made both of those units larger than the Hoover Fledgling. So this owl's a chumper. Kasendrith, you got anything? Like, if you Warrior Monk, I guess, are you going to, like, live? Or I guess you could do this.
No, power short. You could, if you had Augmentation plus Caloric Mix or Caloric Mix plus for stall, maybe you get another turn out of it, but I think... Oh, it just...
Oh, the feast! Nom nom nom. Oh,
Finally.
wait. Oh, no. Call the hit here. Disrupted by the Augmentation. Ooh, nasty. And you never know what you could evoke. Could be anything. Could be a Vermin's Feast.
Yeah. Could very well be a Vermin's Feast.
It was a Ransack. Oh, you know what's the top 2 cards of Colacoma's deck?
I don't.
Oh, is the game over?
Yeah, it's not even close.
Oh.
We were in garbage time 4 turns ago. Play your cards. Defeats don't play your cards. 3-0. Colacoma 2 times was able to do it.
It is a tragedy. It is a tragedy that we did not see Vermin's Feast played once by Colacoma. It is
Well, you know what? I feel like we're going to get some more shots at it between Colacoma advancing in a tournament and Colacoma's commitment to the bit. I hope that we are going to get a crack at that Vermin's Feast sometime soon.
Now entering the top 16 feature area, Colacoma and 2 very abnormally sized rats.
I hope Colacoma gets to do it. Like if you're seriously, if you're that committed, I hope there's an opportunity on camera where it's just sick. Where I'm sitting here saying just inscribe that thing, clean up your next couple turns, whatever. Colacoma clutches it, and then turn 9 rolls around and it's sick. Colacoma's owed one by the eternal, gods or whatever.
I'm pretty sure I had a pretty good feeling that Ransack discarded card, draw 2 cards, top 2 of the enemy deck. Colacoma's Harsh Roll was in the top 2 cards of the enemy deck of their deck.
Yeah, right. The Harsh Roll. That could have maybe done it.
Yeah.
We'll never know.
We got NotoriousGHP and MrPickles. Oh my gosh, these players have like really good cards.
MrPickles?
We got Guardian Angel. We got Aspire Loyalist.
That's my friend's dog's name.
Do you think it is your friend's dog?
It's unlikely. It could be my friend, I guess.
I mean, I think your friend's dog would be doing as successful a job as playing their cards as some of the games we see. All right, there we go. Guardian Angel. Attacking into a 4/6 lifesteal. This attack is what we like to call suspicious.
Signal of strength.
MrPickles sniffed it out.
MrPickles does have a good nose.
The post-combat weapon.
Oh, I just misclicked.
Whoops. Whoops. All right.
What's Mr. Pickles nosing around for now?
A card that is not a power.
Basically just going to be trying to make dog jokes.
Okay. I'll see if I can help.
Sweet. That was sweet.
Yeah. The Amethyst Acolyte?
No, the Rune Sword Pass.
Yeah. I like it. Oh. Okay, and then the Amethyst Acolyte finishes off here.
Sure. I don't think Mr. Pickles can do much better.
No, this is great.
Yeah.
I mean, it feels like you got a shot now. Which...
I mean, we know that's not really true, but on the table, it's, you know.
NotoriousGHP's got some interaction left in hand.
Yeah, well, NotoriousGHP's plays were so suspicious over the couple of turns of just, like, their hand can be nothing but the goods. There's nothing else that makes sense. So, but again, it's not like Mr. Pickles had a better line, so fine.
I like this play here from NotoriousGHP. They didn't use the fall short end of turn. Instead, they're going to use the forestall plus the rune sword, trade off with the marksman. They've now got 2 more rune swords in hand. That's... This is basically like going up against Stormhall plating in draft.
Yeah, this is indistinguishable. This is plating.
So, Extinguish is going to go after the Archaeologist, but then it's going to get pulled from duty. Need to receive some more training. Roland Merciless. NotoriousGHP did not spend a whole lot of time thinking about that Invoke decision. When you draw a Scion, you take the Scion. And now Mr. Pickles got a Renegade Valkyrie and a Last Light Ranger, but yeah, I mean, Fall Short can't hit any of those. I guess the Rune Sword can't take care of the Last Light Refugee, but oh man, can we get Roland 1 more point of strength? We can.
Well, is it even worth taking any sort of risk?
Yes. You get to play like 2 Argenport soldiers when you do this.
Yeah, I guess that is a good insulation against risk.
Yeah. And the Copperhull Porter gets to draw us a sigil. The Rune Sword finishes off the Last Light Refugee. GHP's rolling here. Minotaur Oathkeeper. Small. Too small. Yeah. Pat Bev.
Mm-hmm. Big heart.
A lot of heart in that Minotaur Oathkeeper.
Yeah, that's a lot of heart there.
All right, NotoriousGHP will be advancing to our top 16. They've won. They got to be up there for most lifetime wins in Eternal Tournament.
Very
history.
high on the list.
Yeah. So, no stranger to seeing them in the top 16, and we'll see how the bracket goes. They might be up against Vermin's Feast player. It's Colacoma, but you know.
Vermin's Feasts.
Yeah. If you were a rat and you had your last meal, what would you have?
I don't know. Probably not that much different from what I eat now.
Yeah.
Day-old pizza, stale donuts.
Oh, those donuts were so stale.
Yeah. Well, so a little context there. Someone very, very, very politely, generously brought in some Dunkin' Donuts a few days ago. Last week, you know, they got left out, as these things do. And Scarlatch knew the one person at the office who would eat stale Dunkin' Donuts. It's me. Party at 1. I got to finish that thing off. Then it was still there 2 days later, and at that point, I decided to throw it out. So that's my line.
Nice.
Got to have it somewhere. Tom, what's that? You got a match? Got a match for us?
Are you hearing him in your ear?
Yeah, it's a bit. He is. Well, one, it's funny to see. The fourth wall breaking is funny.
Oh, okay.
And then 2, it annoys him.
Oh. Yeah, that's Tom was saying that it makes him look bad to the chat when you.
Yeah, Tom? Are you familiar with the term "putting someone over"?
That's you putting him over?
No, he's putting me over.
Oh.
This is him putting me over. Because I get to be funny at his expense. Funny. Who knows?
Yeah.
Tom just apologized to my headset, so let me know when we're up.
Direwolf Digital has a strict no tolerance policy against bullying, which has been consistently violated by its commentators over the years.
Yeah, and designers, and just, like, this is the first I'm hearing about it, I'll tell you that much. No bullying. Since when?
Blackice.
Making up rules.
Blackice. Wisdom of Elders in hand. No primal influence in sight.
Yeah. God.
I love it. Battlefront Dasher. Oh my goodness. When will it end, Patrick?
I don't never. Like, it's just on turn 9 it will be like, yeah, that's 27. I'm dead.
They're gonna forestall.
Yeah, they sure do. I mean, ltsTenz's hands really could use power number 4, so perhaps a reprieve here.
Yeah, that's true.
It's at least something. Something you can hang your head on.
Who doesn't like a good Spark Catcher, though? Forestall, your Rebel Sharpshooter.
Sweet.
Draw another Primal card. Spark Catcher.
Ooh, doggy.
Graviturgist. Second one without the... I mean, reality, that's not about as far as drawing not power goes for ltsTenz, that's pretty great. Because someday that card will get through and... oh, Eavesdrop. Well, I guess that was the only play we could make.
Yeah, that word we're going to describe it, I guess.
Yeah. What are we ditching here?
Just pick two at random, roll dice, just whatever.
Okay.
It just doesn't matter. Oh my goodness.
We're so close to being able to play one of these 4 drops. The Volunteer Corps. Volunteering to find you with Time Sigil. Oh no. That is...
Mm-hmm. What do you want to talk about here, Andrew?
Wow. Tom got us... Okay. Well, we're... we usually... That game was over, Tom, so don't worry. Don't stress. Tom, we're all good here.
Mm-hmm. You know what this tournament is really clarifying for?
That in order to play a card, you must have at least its influence.
Well, that is true in terms of clarifying a rule, absolutely. I meant more of a truism that's been clarified here. The things that you are allowed to do and the things that you should do are different. You see...
Yeah, ice cream for dinner. Classic example.
Yeah, a rank 13 with just all shadow cards in hand. Where is discipline gone?
Wearing white after Labor Day, right?
Yeah, exactly. I hate to be one of these people or whatever. And I know historically I've been a conservative drafter, maybe to the point of making a mistake with it, but like,
hey,
the kids these days, they'll just do anything. They'll do anything.
Is that we got? Look, Nightfall though, you gotta like Nightfall. Nightfall gives you more chances of breaking on finding your influence.
Right. You wouldn't believe how power screwed I got last round. There are even 2 instances of Nightfall floating around.
All right, so Solage is trying to decide how they want to manage this Bang Sarasaur, because Icy Hold is a nice one, but so is the Duelist.
I'm telling you what card after watching this tournament is going into my never play again list.
What's that?
Back Alley Delinquent. Because there's no chance they have a playable card in their hand. Why would you bother?
They actually don't have any...
Right. They don't.
Spells or attachments, you're right.
They have no spells, no attachments, and no playable cards in their hand.
Yeah. That's...
There's four different levels of no valid cards.
Well, right now Solage is trying to decide how they want to manage these potential double blocks, because both 2/2s could jump in front of that 3/3. And so do you maybe want to do something with the Alchemy Student?
You can also just icy hold as the
Yeah.
first order of business here, sort of
That's
clarify,
what I like.
clarify the game state a little bit. You might find something to do with the student. You might have find a way to have Rune Sword rolled up for next turn, and maybe that's the thing you want to do. With the back alley delinquent, I would like to hold it in the event that I invoke into a card that allows me to discard a card for any use at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd rather. I'm putting that one in the bank.
Okay. We'll update your account.
All right.
Alchemy student has buffed up the Minotaur Duelist, so looks like they're gonna maybe play into the double block because they wanted to put the lifesteal buff in a place where it'll be more permanently effective. And yeah, so it got traded with, but now it revenges back into the deck. And oh, that really worked out not great.
For whom?
For A rank 13.
Yeah, I thought it worked out really well for. Is it Sologe or Solo DJ?
Oh, it's probably Solo DJ.
311.
What is that, a DJ term?
It's a band.
311 as a band?
Yeah. They were popular when I was a teenager, and I think they're still kind of around. It'd be weird if it was Solo Dig 311 not referring to the band. I think that's less likely. No, don't bother. I guess actually you're going to get Clark mixed out of this. This is nice.
Mix.
Not that it matters, but I guess it's fine.
Oh, it definitely matters. That was only A rank's only play. And now they drew another one. The Resolute Monk. Are we okay trading? We're not going to trade with the monk. Seems like we're trying to Rune Sword that bad boy down.
Yeah, because we still have the Icy Hold to set up for next turn if Iraq doesn't do anything.
Oh, Shadow
Oh,
Sigil.
my goodness.
You know what you could do with a Shadow Sigil? You could play Shadow Cards.
You know, you're familiar with pro wrestling. You know what we call that Shadow Sigil? A hot tag.
Oh.
Now Iraq's going to come and fire it.
There we go.
There we go.
Bars open. Corendon Stewart's manning the station. But the Minotaur Duelist is back. And it's time to duel.
Yeah, I mean, I want to just stun one of the 1/2s and Icy Hold the other one, or maybe Rune Sword if you happen to draw up the 7th power.
Yeah. All right.
You
well,
know.
One of the deadly units is probably getting stunned, is my guess. No, it was the Lurking Brute. So
That's very surprising to me because the 1/2 deadlies are, even one of them is pretty disruptive to the types of attacks you can make here.
yeah, I guess the argument here is that if you do it this way and now you start making some attacks, the blocks actually have to come from the stewards. So like the Emerald Acolyte. At this point, should we just trade off a 3/3 with the deadly? Doesn't seem unreasonable, but it's just going to be the Emerald Acolyte.
Yeah, I mean, there's an argument that if you're setting up this relic weapon, that their board being cluttered with some, like, 1 strength or defensive units, you can kind of let them run with that for a little bit.
All right. Call the hit, so that can kill like the Tinker, it can kill the Emerald Acolyte. Meanwhile, the Midnight Hunter could do a little bit of a sack and kill with the Lurking Brute or the Resolute Monk onto one of these, that Minotaur Duelist. But it looks like, did A rank just pass? It looks like they did. Wow. It looks like they're just trying to hold on to call the hit here. And Icy Hold is going to invoke after it silences and stuns Steward. And we got a Rampant Arbalist.
That'll play.
Yep.
Don't hate that.
Nope. Summon +3 strength this turn. It's going to kill the Steward.
Just tune up
This
the
is
band
kind of
here.
like the original Lunar Claw.
Yeah, exactly. Like tune up the band. Just
Everything. Do you want to attack with some of your units? No, I would like to attack with all of my units.
You know what sometimes my preferred line to do here is?
What's that?
Click each unit individually, unclick each unit, and then a spacebar.
Oh.
To let them know it's like, no, it's not that I'm attacking with each of these individually. I'm attacking with everything.
Yeah, seems like a good block. The Unseen Marksman didn't come in.
Well, some coverage on the way back to maybe keep your Arbalists around or whatever. I don't know if I agree necessarily, but there is a logic there.
Sure. Light hoof.
Oodalali.
Make you sacrifice.
Got it. Got him.
Now for solo DJ, a extinguish on the lurking brute, or rather on the Minotaur Lighthoof, plus an all-out attack. Will be lethal, but it will not be matched as solo DJ has just tied this one up at 1 game apiece there. A-Rank 13 kind of came close to making that comeback there after missing on Shadow for a lot of turns.
Yeah, well, the leftovers just weren't that strong, unfortunately. You know, those merchants have a shot at being pretty productive earlier on, but once you're at a point where someone can deploy a relic weapon, those things are not able to really defend very effectively.
Yeah. The Rune Sword took a while to come down.
Well, it never came down. Never got to 7 power. But Nightfall, again, proves very effective against people who can't play the cards in their hand. Because then it's like basically free for you.
Jammed up.
No action, no juice. You know. Got a preview card, or what are we doing here?
No, well, we're going to save another preview card for later. We could look at the Stone Scar Adept if we got a second. But yeah, why don't we let's pull that one up if yeah. The showing off another Frenzy card. Overwhelm, Warcry, 2/2, Frenzy, +1/+1. This card does it all.
Oh yeah. So it grows when you deal Frenzy damage to your opponent. And that's probably something that your Stone Scar aggro deck is going to be fairly well equipped to do. Plays very well with Stonebreaker Bow. And a 2/2 Overwhelm Warcry might be a unit you're just sort of in the market for anyway.
Stonebreaker Bow is nice for giving you Fury, or Frenzy rather.
Yeah.
The playtest name for the Frenzy mechanic was Fury, and it's going to be very trying on us personally to make that transition.
Yeah, I was having a conversation with Tom about how we were coordinating some of the various preview things, and he was asking about mechanics with the name they actually have, while I was talking about mechanics with their playtest name, and there's some overlap there, or a Venn diagram of sorts with an intersection, and it was a very who's on first conversation.
Yeah, that's yeah. The toughest part about card names is that we experience these cards with so many names.
Right.
Some of their names were arguably better before we changed them, but were arguably much less shippable according to what common sense and decency would allow.
Exactly. You know what's a card that's going up in my estimation watching this tournament?
What's that?
Svetya's Decree.
Yeah.
That is just D'Angelo's might against these people. 5 cost D'Angelo's might with Inscribe.
That's great. Yeah, of course. Draw cards until I have as many cards that I can play as cards that you cannot in your hand.
We not inscribe the Vermin's Feast?
What do you mean?
Previous turn.
No.
With a double Shadow 4 in our hand, we want to play?
No. You got a Nightfall card. You're in really good shape.
Let's come back to that in a turn.
Okay. I'm not going anywhere.
When you can't Light Hoof away the Talon, and then you can't play the 2/2 because it would just get eaten by the Talon, and then you just...
Ooh, look at this play. A little Unseen Marksman, Shrinky Dinks, and then finish it off with the Talon and Nostrix. A-Rank 13 is going to not inscribe the Vermin's Feast. Let's go. You got a Bannerman. You don't need it. That Carnosaur Beta cost even more than Vermin's Feast, Patrick. You gotta learn how numbers
Seriously,
work.
I feel like I'm like going crazy watching some of these games.
Yeah, you're
I
gonna
mean, I
get,
guess
you're
the
gonna get some
argument-
people in the queue who are gonna be very excited to beat you in the next week.
The argument for holding the Vermin's Feast here is it's something of a free roll, because if you can still play it and the no, come on.
What do you mean?
I was gonna say you could still just inscribe it and play your 4. There's no opportunity cost. This
You drew the Eagle. If Silverwing Familiar is a combo with Vermin's Feast, the Eagle is even. Well, it's not as good as Silverwing Familiar with it, but it's still good. Look at that. Chloric Mix, taking out an Unseen Marksman, and now a D'Angelo Racketeers. Now we drew another inscribed card in the Carnosaur Beta, so that one got. Oh no, the Eagle got inscribed. Eagle. All right. Meanwhile, Chloric Mix at it again. Look at that, contracting the mix just in case there was a combat trick.
That's nice.
A rank 13 knows what's up. A lot of racketeering and another inscribed card in form of Bathe and Light. Minotaur Lighthoof. Yeah. Minotaur Lighthoof has been extinguished. Spellhammer.
Breaks for a turn.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the Spellhammer is just. You can't get past that.
Impossible. Never been done.
You could also just, like, attack into it and make a 4-3, but, you know.
4-3 is not bad here, you know?
Is good with the Kambala Mesler, and I'll tell you why.
Hit me with the knowledge.
It's unblockable and it's higher strength than anything you have right now.
And honestly, you got 2 power left over, right? Because what play, you know, you could just send in both, and if one gets eaten, if there's a double block, if block, that's fine, you pay your 4. If only one dies here, you pay your 2, and then you got Execute or the Acolyte left over. It's not a bad turn. So this is actually a pretty good-looking attack here.
No. Nope. There's the Racketeers.
That's nice. Kind of like playing the Acolyte here. Get this board to be a little gummed up. If you don't get to cash in the Execute next turn, that's probably good news for you anyway.
Yeah, it's either play Acolyte or you can hold up Icy Hold, I guess.
Nah,
No?
Icy Hold's going to be too good next turn. And this is kind of the window where the body could be, you know.
So A rank 13 might need to Bathe in Light here. Let's see. 6 cost, TT, gained 6 health. You and your units are invulnerable to damage this turn. So if we see the Cabal Embezzler try to smuggle some unblockable back alley bouncer across the finish line, that'll be a big swing back.
Well, remember, deck lists are open too, so, you know, there's Bathe in Light and Vermin's Feast are both pretty complicated cards to play around. We'll see how Solo DJ wants to navigate this spot. But, you know, the missed power drops, play things depleted, missed power drops, turn 6, you know, play my 4/4, turn 7, I guess it's your turn. A little suspicious.
Ooh, look at that.
Look at that.
So we got to eat some units. Now we'll see Solo DJ playing out maybe the Inquisitive Alchemist. Ooh, it's time to send a message.
Is it time to send a message? That's not a bad draw here.
No, it's pretty good to make them sack one of these units.
Especially with Solo DJ having not played the power, and so if the Racketeers goes away.
Yeah. Talk about the impact that Vermin's Feast has had despite not being played yet this game. Or don't. Look at this. Attacking back.
I think we're going to see a Vermin's Feast.
Yeah. It's plausible.
You want to be careful with that block, too, because you don't want that Valor to trigger and then Vermin's Feast to have additional permutations. Good God.
Your 4-4 is now 2-2, and my 2-2 is now 4-4. Solo DJ. About to be soloed by the Vermin's Feast. They're gonna. I mean, they got an execute and they got an icy hold.
Yep.
Okay.
Some stuff to play with.
Yeah. So if you execute, maybe the Bannerman.
Mm-hmm. Say go. You know, you ostensibly have a block that looks okay. The icy hold's a little bit concealed.
It's very. It's also concealed from Solo DJ because I don't know if you're familiar with this, but you cannot play primal cards without primal influence.
Right.
Yeah.
I mistakenly assumed that someone could play a card in their hand. That's on me.
Yeah. No, man. It's all good.
Professional lapse.
Yeah. So yeah, it's okay. That's what I'm here for. Send a message. Doesn't really work against a back alley, a D'Angelo right here. I mean, it's gonna make him discard a card, but that ain't no thing. A 4-3. Now what?
Yeah, just.
Oh yeah, sure. The Sarah's killer plus Valor. That's a trade. Spellhammer down to 1. And Solo DJ has fallen to Vermin's Feast.
That's exactly how I would describe that game.
Yeah.
It's really even hard to keep up appearances here with the Embezzler because 4/4 Aegis is like so safe to attack that they're gonna bring it to here. But
yeah.
Because even if you had something like Defend the Treasury, you know, who cares?
Yep. Spellhammer. I love a good expensive Aegis unit.
Me too.
That was the last game of the round, Patrick. But when we come back, we'll be watching Colacoma in the top 16 with their multiple Vermin's Feast deck because I enjoy torturing my fellow commentator.
This is actually hilarious to me. So, like, yes, let's do that.
We'll be back in a few minutes with more coverage here at the 5K Draft Open. Stay tuned. Welcome back. So, quick change of plans, Patrick. We found out that Applechips has got a 3x Battlefront Dasher draft deck, and they just been smashing people. And so, I feel good that we can watch them play and then get to another game afterwards.
All right, that's great. Battlefront Dasher's got a lot of things going for it. Its rate, its flexibility, but also the ease of playing it, which is like kind of a strategy unto itself. It's sort of the macro strategy here. So we'll check out Applechips, and then we'll go watch some people sort of flounder around with the time that we have left, which I'm sure will be plenty.
All right. They're going to be going up against Popotito.
Ooh,
in the top
that's
16
a nice one.
here. Yeah, this is good. This is going to be a good match.
Yeah, got my coconut water tall boy and ready to go.
And yeah, coconut water. Love it.
Yeah. Tom, what's going on? Okay.
All right, we're going to check out the match right now. Popotito and Applechips. I promised you Applechips had a Battlefront Dasher, and they do in both of their draws.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Popotito also playing with cards that they can play. This is...
Wow, no wonder they've gotten all the way, they've gotten this far. They've figured out the metagame.
Yeah, do you even dash?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's like only bad if Popotito follows up with something next turn, and even then it's not necessarily bad. I guess the cost of not dashing this turn is that you have 3 and 4 rolled up, so it's kind of free to play the contract the next turn and then have all your power ready to go afterwards. Dash or no attacks is like not the greatest, but might be fine here.
Yeah. I mean, Applechips, because the fact that you have a 3-drop is kind of the big thing. You don't want to be carrying debt into that turn. If you didn't have a 3-drop in particular,
and not just a 3, but a premium 3 for this draw, something that works very well with the hand.
Applechips going with the Battlefront Dasher and nothing. No contract. So will they just do a little trading? Now, I think Popotito is going to be reticent to trade here, given they have a Plague in hand.
Right.
Enemy units get -1/-1. Now picking up a Humbug Nest. Attacking time.
Can't imagine we would see a block here. Since there was no attacks on the previous turn and blocking has only gotten worse.
Now the Humbug Nest takes not 1 but 2 time influence. So Popotito's going to be off that one for the moment, but we could see them just fire off the Plague here or go with the Forestall. I mean, I'm a pretty big fan of waiting a little bit more on this Plague. I mean, getting things shrunk down kind of just gets better the more stuff's in play.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to feel like this play can get any worse than it is now. It's only going to get better. I kind of have an interest in just playing the Forestall next turn, even if nothing really aligns, with the hopes of drawing into power and, you know, trying to keep the ball moving a little bit.
So the Path Cutter will get fall shorted, which will then buff up the Cabal Embezzler up to a 5/4 unblockable. Applechips finding a Stone Scar Blueprints, but they're going to start by throwing down a Mercenary Vanguard. And when you attack with exactly 2 units, they deal 1 damage to the enemy player. So Mercenary Vanguard, 2/3. Didn't attack with the Battlefront Dasher, though, Patrick. Maybe they were fearing some kind of ambush.
Yeah, I mean, if Applechips is aware of a trick of some sort, the attack the next turn gets so much better. So,
sure does. Applechips has found another one of those Battlefront Dasher cards, as they are going to play a Sensari Trident. They get to kill. But Forestall will stop this. The Sensari Trident will not get to kill the Battlewise student.
Yeah, nice sequencing there, because you get to, if there is a Forestall there, you get to sniff it out at a pretty low opportunity cost and then decide what you want to do with the rest of your turn from there.
Applechips could be Battlefront dashing.
Well, something that you can do is just Dasher and Contract onto itself, attack with the other 2 units. Now you have something that can trade with the Valor unit to maybe keep your Relic Weapon around for another turn.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good. So Mercenary Vanguard and the Battlefront Dasher will attack for 2. Well, attack for 4 plus another 2 damage thanks to the tandem attack. And for Popotito, they have drawn a Vermin's Feast.
See where this goes. So now this is a pretty good spot for Plague, because you now your Valor unit trumps in combat, so it's either a chump block or you get to hold on, or your opponent loses their relic weapon, and in addition you get rid of the Dasher.
So yeah, we'll see the chumps. So now the Trident can still trade off with the student. The Vermin's Feast was inscribed.
Impossible.
Outrageous. Stone Scar Blueprints. Not very close to being turned on. So it gets played to get that first Shadow Sigil for Applechips. They've yet to draw a Shadow card this game, of course. Well, besides the Vermin's Feast. Or, sorry. that other side. But it's exciting to know that with Applechips having Shadow in their deck, maybe we will also see that.
Yeah, it's really hard to predict where this one's going to go.
Trident takes out Student, and now Mercenary Vanguard pokes in. Popotito's doing a nice job of working their way towards their Cabal Embezzler, and Beyond Fear plus Cabal Embezzler will be a lot.
Well, we got to get there first.
We do. Gonna char the Resolute Monk. There's a danger bot.
Danger!
Popotito's really close to doing some big things with the Embezzler, but they are going to need another power.
I've heard that before.
Oh. Look at that, non-combat damage. Powering up the Danger Bot.
Preview of things to come.
Yes. Popotito, it's feeling like this next turn's got to deliver something. And that was...
You can't make it up.
Why would I?
All right. Wonderful. Just wonderful.
Missed it by that much.
Just listen, turn 10 was going to be gross. You had no idea what I had coming. Wonderful.
Popotito's still in this match.
Of course, to Popotito's credit, did very quickly inscribe the Vermin's Feast. Read the writing on the wall there, that was not going to come to fruition.
But it's so good with a Humbug from the Humbug Nest.
I know. And you know, you have your contract pump spell and all that, like, you know,
Beyond Fear.
Yeah, 2 Vermin's Feasts.
They have 2 too? Exciting. Yeah, I mean, Popotito
About to get their brakes blown off here.
District Infantry and the Cookmaster?
Yeah, this is good. This is going to be this is a hard hand to get away from. A lot of discipline there for Popotito. Very impressive. And actually, this is the best 6-card. This 6-card hand is, for the matchup and just qualitatively, the best hand they've had so far. So a lot of discipline being shown.
Didn't inscribe the feast.
I don't actually mind. I don't mind holding it for a turn here because you kind of have like turn 2, turn 3 kind of already accounted for most likely, and so you can defer that decision if you happen to draw a lot of power. Maybe the Vermin's Feast actually comes up.
Jeez. Applechips' deck has an Ijin too. That's
Well, you know, not easy to cast. Wonder if maybe taking some liberties here, but then, you know, you look around the room.
Me?
One would.
Oh.
On the royal.
Oh, okay.
The royal you.
So what's Applechips thinking about here? Thinking about if they want to deploy another threat or fall short this this power dork?
Yeah, it's exactly that. I mean, it's a little awkward to fall short when you got all these aggressive units in your hand and deck. You kind of just want to get on the board a little bit and then use it as a tempo play somewhere down the line. Also, there's a possibility that Popotito eventually plays something better that has that. Oh, I love the sequencing there from Applechips. plays their thing before attacking, hides the response window. Pro's pro.
I think this is a good play by Popotito, but it is not going to work out.
It's all over.
Yeah.
That's that'll be a wrap. Let's see in a moment. Sorry.
That's good.
Yeah, okay.
Take that Igen. Or it does Igen things.
I mean, frankly, from Applechips' perspective, that might actually be the best option there. Unknown that it's uncastable, and if this thing has to get engaged in combat, then the extra card's going to be a lot to overcome.
2 more units are going to get played for Applechips. The Cookmaster and the Copperall Porter. And that's a lurking feeder. Deadly. Stealth while you have a unit in your void. Spooky. Popotito doesn't love to have to make these blocks. They're going to have to make some blocks soon.
Thinking about maybe sending in the Kidnapper because it's too bad to block with it. And also, you gotta keep the
Oh
board,
my god.
You gotta keep the board gummed up for that Vermin's Feast next turn.
Draconic Looting. Yeti Cookmaster.
I know. Here we go.
Do it.
Well, the problem is, from Applechips' perspective, is it actually might be better to just wait for next turn.
Oh my gosh, we drew a lot of 3-cost cards. And we're only gonna have 2 power. But the good news is we're still going to just deal a ton of damage.
Yeah, this is about as bad as it gets, and this is, still okay.
I'd block the 11 one.
Put this in the next, tutorial update. Just puzzle this in front of the new player. Good block. Here we go. Power number 6.
Oh, look at those lovelies going away.
Ooh! That is not bad.
Yeah. The Kidnapper not sticking back to block might have been more than we could afford.
Not bad.
Yeah. Applechips takes down Popotito 2-0. So as promised, Applechips' deck looks very nice.
Yep.
Probably the best deck we've seen so far today. And they are now into the top 8.
Have we sorted out what the Shadow Splash is for? Is that still a mystery from our end?
I feel like we saw it in the first redraw, but I can't recall.
Like Stonebreaker Bow or something?
That would be a good one. All right.
Yeah.
Should we see if Colacoma's around?
Yeah, let's go.
Nice. They're around. We're going to get the end of their match in a moment. Yeah, I mean, Popotito's deck looked pretty solid. It just ran into some of the issues that have become a theme today. It's so funny, though, because I feel like we've never had a tournament where we've had so many games look like this. And this is the format where we made a bajillion inscribed cards.
Yeah, and I've really enjoyed it.
I feel like
ways about it.
I feel like that. You ever see the Amidala Anakin meme where he's like, "We're gonna make inscribed cards so the players don't get power screwed," right? Right?
Yeah.
Look, you gotta navigate all these different situations.
Oh, there's a lot to. I mean, there's just so much to unpack with these games we've been watching.
All right, here we go.
I could do like a doctorate thesis on this.
GT100 with a pip stripped harsh roll in hand. So somehow that got stolen, maybe thanks to a ransack from Colacoma. Unfortunately, Colacoma is probably thinking they have outs to draw that in top deck. Looks like Colacoma's up a game, so they don't need this one, but
Yeah.
Which is good, because they're not going to get this one. Soul Feasts for the win.
Suffer for your arrogance.
Okay.
Fire Primal Shadow deck for GT100. First time we've seen that color 3-faction combination in action today.
That is not true.
No?
We just watched Applechips.
What was their deck?
Fire, Justice, Shadow. Oh, you mean, yeah, it's Fire, Justice, Shadow.
Yeah, GT100 was Fire Primal Shadow.
I thought they were Fire, Justice, Shadow.
I bet you. It's all good.
All right.
We'll get to see more of that game as we're going to get to watch the deciding game here in just a moment of that match. Yeah, I mean, Colacoma's deck is pretty nice. I mean, I love... Harsh Roll is one of those cards where it's like you think it gets a lot worse in an open deck list format, but it really messes with your opponents.
Yeah, yeah. It actually informs like what hands are they redrawing? How do they sequence things? That threat looming over them is really hard to play around.
All right, so GT100 up at the top of your screen. They're going to be on going second in game number 2. Meanwhile, Colacoma will be doing a little volunteer coring to start setting up these Justice flyers. Yeah, so a little awkward contracting this turn because now you can't play the familiar next turn, but definitely good to make sure you have access to Shadow Sigil soon so you can play your Call to Hit and Victimless Crime.
Yeah, you will catch whatever tempo you've lost. You will recoup somewhere down the line.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
What a card.
Life Drinker gonna eat up the Volunteer Core. That was a good draw, drawing the Unseen Marksman, because Life Drinker can't eat that one.
Yeah, really important to have something a little meaty that turn.
Oh, Soul Feast. Now Life Drinker pokes in for 2. Summary Judgment's been pretty far from being played. Throwing that out there. Man, these relic weapons for GT100 doing a number on Colacoma's smaller units. It's very, very nice in this matchup. There's old Silverwing. As the summary judgment is inscribed. Granite Acolyte. This is old school right now.
Yeah, set 1.
Uh-huh. Victimless Crime. Set 12.
Power creep on display.
All right. Now we got a Copper Hall Marshal. No weapons coming yet for that one to ultimate, but ransacking time. Give me the top 2 cards of your deck, please. Oh! The Feast. So if you're GT100, what are we gearing up for here?
Well, I think that I would have, I might have inscribed the Vermin's Feast, but that power got played so quickly that I assumed there's something else afoot. No.
All right, the Marshal's going to trade off with Firebrand. Time to send a message. Ooh.
Yeah, that's a big one.
GT100's deck is has removal that is really good against Colacoma's units.
Yes.
Yeah, these exchanges have just been horrible for Colacoma. And they got a detonation cannon in hand.
Yeah. Some bots, some cookouts. Vermin's Feast.
I mean, Oathkeeper is like a real unit.
Yep.
Detonation cannon, no card.
That is a real one.
So what are we in trap? The Cookmaster?
Yeah.
Yep. So Colacoma's going to have to clean up this board, and they're going to have to do it through a Vermin's Feast. So it can't be anything too big.
But remember, the harsh rule still looms as a possibility.
Yeah, that's true.
I was curious there if GT was going to play another unit.
Ooh, that's good.
Vermin's Feast is so sick right now. It's just all 2-1s. Just 4 2-1s in play.
How is that possible?
Do we even let you play it on this board?
So earlier we asked Chad if there are more even or odd cost units in the game. Are there more units that are 2-1s or not 2-1s?
Yeah.
And that's gonna do it. I count 5.
Yeah, that's 5.
And it could be more. It probably won't be. GT100 takes down Colacoma, advancing to our top 8 here. GT100's deck looked nice.
Yeah, looked pretty solid, cohesive, some aggression, some late game plays. As you mentioned, the removal lined up very well against Colacoma's deck, and You know, we're starting to see now with Applechips as well, some of the more streamlined, not necessarily aggressive, but more just playing a curve of stuff decks and advance into now the top 8 coming up soon.
Yeah, we've started to see more fire decks as the days gone on. Might just be coincidence, but it is something that's kind of come up.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna check out meverz versus mgallop here. Meanwhile, we got Terius, a warrior monk, ball embezzler. Oh, a Var limitless. Oi.
Tough one.
When this unit attacks, you can play a shadow unit from your void. So that's good. That's about to be unblocked.
Also good.
Dark Wisp. Yeah. Oh, I mean, yeah, I don't know, meverz. You got Avergraft. You can Avergraft one of these, but both of these are like kind of must.
Yeah. It's not a bad response, but looks like maybe a little late.
Yeah. I guess you throw the wings onto Terius because that will prevent the Dark Wisp trading with it.
Yeah, you got to hit here.
You do?
Yeah, because you're gonna take 6 here, right?
Oh, you're
Coming
only
back,
taking 6? Okay.
And like, if you draw an answer for the embezzler, the additional 1/1 you've accumulated this turn might help you block out of whatever the follow-up is.
Execute.
Suffer for your
There you go.
arrogance.
meverz advances to the top. Or sorry, mgallop advances to the top 8 with a victory over meverz.
Nice.
Yeah.
Clean curve of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, so execute there. The Aegis prevents the effect of the spell, but only part of the effect of the spell was going on the unit. It doesn't negate the spell altogether. It just prevents the effect that's affecting the unit, which in this case is kill an exhausted enemy unit. The deal 2 damage to the enemy player part very much still alive.
Yeah, similar to player Aegis versus Vara's favor. The drain is stopped, but you still draw the Shadow Sigil.
Oh, sounds like we late-breaking correction here.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like that match was actually in a game 2 situation with meverz up a game. So that means mgallop didn't win the match. That would mean they tied the match, which means we're going to get to see game 3 of that one.
Let's go.
I wouldn't mind getting to see Vara Limitless. I didn't take too close of a look. You know, in this format with Invoke, you got to look closely at the rares. See, do they have their pips or not? Or, well, actually, Invoke doesn't remove influence from cards. But anyway, the point is, we'll find out soon enough if that Vara Limitless is in their deck legit or if they spiked.
Ransacked it, maybe. Whatever.
Oh, could be.
A lot of ways to get a card.
Have you ever ransacked a Dragon's Eye from Curiox?
I'm trying to think what I was doing for a little while when people were playing with.
Oh, you did. You were playing a lot with Fear plus Heartstopper.
I had Fear Heartstopper. I also had the day that Cold Hunt went live. I put a Thieves pick into my market with the hope of pilfering someone with a Curiox. Happened one time and then I cut it. So if that was you, that was on purpose.
I've seen a lot of cards go through that sort of journey where
I gotta get them once.
Keep them in the market until they do their thing once. It's like I've already decided that when they didn't do the thing in the first 30 games, this shouldn't be in my market, but I need to see it happen.
It just doesn't. It doesn't matter that much. This is sort of the point.
Yeah.
Just beat them with something else. But I might as well have a good time.
Looks like Vara Limitless very much is in mgallop's deck, by the way. Unseen Marksman cleaning up.
That'll do it. What a card.
What?
Unseen Mark.
Yeah. And the Volunteer Corps has found a Justice Sigil. So, working towards some flying threats between the Volunteer Corps' ultimate, the Star-Kissed Wings in hand. For mgallop, it's do they want to start making some attacks? And it's always a little, like, unclear if you want to do that against Copperhall Porter, because it could unlock, especially early on in the game, a play your opponent was not going to get to make otherwise.
Well, mgallop's hand is also just so well situated for playing a long game. You've got Removal Spell and some synergistic pieces, and the Path Cutter and the Midnight Hunter, a Var to play towards. So the burden of proof is definitely really high to do anything aggressive, because the long game is so good for you.
Star-Kissed Wings going on the old Copperhull Porter, and it's attacking. I guess it's kind of clever to put a weapon like that on a unit like Copperhull Porter because now meverz gets the benefit of it being a unit with an entomb. So
Yep. Classic no bad outcomes. Well, you know.
Yeah. And for meverz, it really didn't. Turns out they didn't need the Justice Sigil that badly. Warrior Monk gained you some health, 5 of it. Victimless Crime. Your next 2 turns are going to be enjoying that Warrior Monk.
Actually, was not a huge fan of the Victimless Crime play there, because it's so much better if you draw power number 6 to play the Midnight Hunter and then have the have it rolled up. Drawing a refugee there is one of the better scenarios for the play that mgallop made, however, because otherwise their power would have been tied up or they wouldn't have killed the warrior.
Killing the Unseen Marksman now before it gains a battle skill. And for mgallop, they are attack. Arachnoid Terror.
Oh, talk about running up the scoreboard.
The biggest unit on the board. And so it will be able to attack. All right, meverz, they've got a forestall and an entrapment here. So the forestall is going to hit the Last Light Refugee, drawing another power. Entrapment's going to take care of that. And now we will have to we still have to chump?
Yeah, yeah.
Oy. Okay.
Back up.
More terror. A Staunch Protector is the draw for meverz, and with no cards in hand, we will see a Diminish, which doesn't really do anything, but hey, why not? All right, so mgallop this time actually advances to our top 8, winning that match, and so you know we're closing in now. We got a top 8 competitors. Ooh, sounds like we only have 7 top 8 competitors. There's another match outstanding, so we're gonna check that one out in progress. Just a moment here. mgallop's deck looked nice.
Yeah, for sure. Great. It's nice to see, you know, as we're kind of whittling the field down a little bit. A lot of the rest of our decks look very, very strong, and it'd be cool to get to watch some of those decks get to square off for the title ultimately.
I'm so bad. I see lethal. Do you see it?
Yeah.
Nice. Upstairs.
This one was not too hard to noodle through.
No. They found the moment, and it was now. +5/+5, kill you 7. I'm so bad. Takes down OnePunch to round out our top 8.
So, we'll be coming back with the top 8 here momentarily. This is the money round. You know, you win here in the top 4. That helps you potentially get to the World Championships. You're able to secure 2 top 4s over the course of the season. Cash prizes, and of course, the winner still left to be crowned here will win $1,500 and get a spot in the Eternal World Championships later this year.
All right, he said it, and we'll be there, and we'll also be right back with the top 8 round in just a few minutes. right, welcome back to the 5K Draft Open here with Patrick Sullivan. I am Andrew Beckstrom, and for these players, making it to the top 8 means they're going to get a share of that $5,000 cash prize pool by winning this round. They will also achieve one of the 2 necessary top 4 finishes to make it to the World Championships, assuming you don't go ahead and just win the whole darn thing this weekend, because the winner will be advancing directly to the World Championships as well. For these players, they've managed to win 3 or 4 matches of draft so far with their deck, depending on if they had a bye in the first round of today's action. But regardless, we know that they've managed to string together a couple of victories, and they're just going to have to string together 3 more at this stage if they want to be champion this weekend.
And something that's cool about this tournament is just with the stakes rising each round, how the quality of deck rises as well. In constructive tournaments, you know, often it's doing sort of this thing where as the tournament progresses, well, maybe I'm running into good matchups later on in the tournament rather than worse matchups, and there's a certain level of kind of volatility to how hard the rounds are getting. Here, because it's one draft, single elimination, each round you're probably playing against a deck that's better than the round that came before it. So as we sort of gear up here for the stretch run, it'll be nice to see 8 really strong decks battle it out for that slot.
All right, so we're going to check out Collector versus imsobad in just a moment here. We got to see imsobad very briefly this past round, and then we'll get to see one of their matches in full. Collector, another, of course, fantastic player that we've gotten to enjoy their matches of over the years doing these tournaments.
Yeah, one of our staple players, and you know, no stranger to winning these things. Will be fun to check it out.
Yep. Another player who was involved with design a card, Torque Ballistics Crafter, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Love a good rocket sled. Rocket sleds could be good with some of the upcoming frenzy mechanic.
You want to talk about why?
Plus spell damage, love it. And you want to be throwing snowballs around and Yetis.
Yeah.
Yetis, when spell damage is in the mix, Yetis ain't far away. All right, we got Collector here kicking things off with a little Glen Path Cutter for us. Just a very nice Shadow Common. 1 cost, 2/1 with upside. Lovely. Apprentice Mage. Squaring off on the other side. And now for Collector, you got this decision about whether or not you want to be willing to take 2 back if you make the attack, really.
I like just, with Ancient Lore in hand, sort of erring on the side of caution a little bit, you know?
That makes sense. All right. So now that's a Genius Combatant, 3/2 Valor on the other side. With stealth, though. So it could be anything. imsobad. They're working their way up with their power. Up to that Carnosaur Beta. Collector's going to take the block here. It's not going to trade, but they will get to buff up the Warrior Monk and stop some damage if they do this. Oh, all right. So they kind of, I guess we're just playing a little cheeky here, wanted to see what would happen.
Also a chance that, you know, I mean, Time's got some really valuable ones to block in that spot too.
Sure. All right, so yeah, the Botanist is a great one for that. Ancient Lore finding a Cloud Scraper and a Worm Calling. Oh my goodness. imsobad is going to need to get going here because there is some beefy time goodness coming. imsobad missing second Justice Influence for Spire Loyalist. They'll be able to get there next turn probably thanks to the Mithril Guardian being inscribed. Yeah, Amarin, Archaeologist, getting a Time Sigil. And if imsobad plays out this Spire Loyalist,
Gonna be a sad time.
that Cloud Scraper, oi. Spire Loyalist. Flying Lifesteal Valor Inscribe. But Cloud Scraper can contract to put flyers in the bottom of the enemy player's deck. And imsobad, if they run out of cards to play this game, they get all the way to the bottom of their deck. There's a nice one there, but...
I suspect that's not going to be the way this one goes, but back to it in a little bit.
So for I'm So Bad, they can make a potential attack here, and then if they get a block, they could find the moment. Or we could see them throw down the Carnosaur Beta. I think you're not thrilled to play the Find the Moment if you get a block, and I think they thought it was likely enough to happen. So
it's also just putting your hand up on the table, too. I think, you know, as a tiebreaker, it's fine to say, you know, if the board gets gummed up a little bit, this card's going to have an opportunity to be good somewhere down the line. But if I made this attack now, it's just too much of a declaration of what I'm up to.
So the first of 2 7/7 Sandworms coming.
Like your attack now is so much more powerful than it was in terms of the nature of your hand being concealed.
So I'm So Bad it's going to pump the brakes, though. I think there was a bit of a risk of if you don't get the block from the worm and then get to play the combat trick, you are just taking so much on the other way back. By drawing the Humbug Nest as well, maybe there's a route to victory here which will involve using the flyers and trying to like chump for a while on the ground. Now Marison's Legacy, not going to make that any easier.
Well, I guess part of my my concern here is the you have an entrapment you're trying to unlock as well, and one of the better ways to do that is to attack. You know, the sequence of attack, I use the Find the Moment and it's profitable. Now there's incentive to hit back with everything, and now my entrapment lines up is probably your best path forward. In this spot, the nature of your hand is sort of, and again, people have each other's card pools due to the nature of the tournament. The nature of your hand is just a little too revealed, and against a player as good as Collector, they're going to know the range of your tricks and sort of work around them very efficiently, as we saw right there with just a low opportunity cost effort to induce an entrapment, which came to bear.
All right, so Carnosaur Beta plus a contracted Find the Moment is going to eat the worm. Cloud Scraper is going to come through, bring I'm So Bad down to 9. And Collector is in debt, but next turn they're going to get to play another big old time unit. As they pay off the last of that debt from the Ceresaur, immediately go into an attack here. And one thing that's tough for I'm So Bad is they haven't traded off this beta yet, and so we haven't given it time to definitely get to the top of our deck for revenging purposes. But yeah, this is frustrating for I'm So Bad, because the 5/5, in addition to being able to help you take down the bigger stuff, is also just like kind of holding back and stopping attacks from like the 3/3, the 2/2, and the 2/1.
Right, a unit with 3 health there would have been really useful for being able to put 8 health in front of 7 strength, but instead just had 2 units swallowed up, and when your opponent's going wide, when they've got big stuff you got to deal with too, you need to get every last inch out of some of those blocks on the edges.
Justice Sigil plus a shielded short barrel could lead to a chump. Like yeah, it doesn't even really help you to play out the weapon, because you're going to be chumping the worm and then dropping to 2.
Yeah, it's more likely holding a card back has the Collector mess up than that card actually being useful as the game lands. Warrior Monk.
Okay. Why didn't they play the Frostburn, Patrick?
They didn't have Fire Influence. They did not have Fire Influence. They didn't have Fire Influence. So
it really is perfect to find out in the last turn of the game they had another faction. That's good. That's good stuff. Yeah, for I'm So Bad, that Ancient Lore was so ridiculous.
So ridiculous.
Like, Collector got off of it a Cloud Scraper, which killed I'm So Bad's best card, and they got Worm Calling.
I know.
Really, the only thing you could say about it that didn't go perfectly was that the Worm Calling didn't get the buff from the Ancient Lore. They were only 7/7 worms, not 8/8 worms.
Yeah, if you're being picky, you know, it's okay to be a little frustrated by that, but
it just seems like sloppy deck building to put Ancient Lore and Worm Calling in the same deck.
I know, Marison's Legacy too. What an amateur.
Oh my gosh. All right, Collector ready to go here in game number 2 with a mono time draw. Meanwhile, I'm So Bad has a Trailmaker, so basically they have perfect influence. And by that I mean they can hit one of the 3 factions that they are currently short on for their hand.
Yeah, sometimes.
Oh, that's annoying. They gained fire off of the Trailmaker, then immediately drew a fire sigil.
Yeah, annoying is one way of calling it.
What other way would you call it?
There's sometimes where fixing is fixing, and there's sometimes where it's closer to a choose your own adventure.
It's kind of like winning the lottery and finding out you need to pay a bunch of taxes. It's like, yeah, it's good, but or maybe better is like getting a really nice car as like a gift. Like, you ever, the people who win like cars at sporting events, and then it's like, yeah, do you know how much taxes are in this thing?
Right.
All right, free fire. Nice job at dealing with the Scorpion Wasp at an advantage. For Collector, a mature Avarax will be the follow-up, and they're working their way up towards these big old ×6s. And yeah. But a Challenger's Axe is great here. It pushes so much damage because you get to stun. You get to give like +6/+6 worth of stats for this turn. Another 3 of them are permanent. With Marison's Legacy, okay, we got a Scorpion. We got a Locust. We got a Sandcrawler. And I don't know that anything's attacking for a while, but we got the Primal for that. For the disarm.
You know when you got Breach the Defenses and Marison's Legacy in your hand, nothing you want to pull back more than Primal Sigil.
Yeah. Kinda. Sorta, kinda. Frostburns.
Ooh, that can be played.
Dude.
Had to check real quick. Hope we're good. We're ready to go.
Yeah. If you play it pre-attack, that might reveal the indifference. Though it's kind of, if you're gonna double block the 6/6, the indifference is kind of.
Yeah, it's a lot shakier.
Yeah. Okay, but we are gonna use it to keep around the Power Breach Sentinel.
Yeah, it's a little awkward, but I can appreciate with the Collector's Hand being this good of just putting a premium on, get the biggest thing off the table, and start leveraging some of these bigger plays.
Mature Avarax takes it to a Heretics Cannon.
Really.
Oi, oi, oi. Kind of a big game. Takes out Power Breach. And a Warrior Monk untracked.
Almost.
No, they can surely play the Warrior Monk.
Surely. They must, you know.
All right. So what do we got next up here? So if you throw the Heretics Cannon, it makes the Genius Combatant into a 6/5. And when it attacks, it doubles. Or a 5/4, and then it'll double up to a 10. It has Overwhelm. It also has Valor. So you're pushing a lot of damage here.
Yeah, this is a big hit.
Yeah. And Collector's, like, in contract hell.
Almost.
Trailmaker, almost there. Thorncrawler's kind of nice. Oh, my goodness. You gotta be careful about this Nightfall.
Definitely.
Yeah. Oh my. Entrapment could have been prevented, maybe. We'll see. Let's see what imsobad plays first. They got kind of like 2 different kill and attacker cards in their hand.
I mean, if you're the Collector, I think the ideal thing would have happen here is the Trailmaker trades off with your 4/1. Use whatever on the Guardian. Because you would really love to pick up that 4. Even if combat didn't go great for you.
Yeah. So a nice play there from imsobad. Permafrost and a Warrior Monk. Okay, if we can get to that Warrior Monk. Oh,
Love this play.
oh my.
The point from the Dust Caller gets you to a spot where you die to another Nightfall card. And additionally, you know, you really want to make sure that you have the ability to play your monk the next turn. So not the most intuitive thing there, but I think a very sharp play from the collector.
Oh, right, and we can't play the trust.
No, of course not.
Yeah, no. Oh.
Almost.
Humbuggies. I mean, almost, but it's still like, going to be good, right? Oh, no. Come on. Are these games scripted?
This is, I mean, this is like performance art.
Warrior Monk attacking.
It's time to go.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, just don't even make it nightfall. Why bother? Okay, step 1. Step 2 of the three steps.
What do you play first, Warrior Monk?
I mean, I would probably play the nest and then monk and contract. Oh no, you can't do it everything.
No.
Just play the monk.
And contract?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, next turn you'd still be able to play
It's
the
your
nest.
best route to. It's the best route to beat nothing, which is all you can beat.
Victimless crime ain't nothing. It ain't nothing. Certainly something. Whoa. I guess you're back up to 7 if you're a collector, so maybe, yeah. Let's get this game over with.
You know, you want to take care. You want to take advantage of this window now with I'm so bad. Just contract it out.
No Dust Caller. Also, no Marizan's Legacy. So it's just going to be Humbug Nest. We're going to need to do some blockings to stay alive next turn. The hour is late, Patrick.
The end is nigh.
I'm so bad is going to play Humbug Nest. They are going to play 2 1/1 Humbugs with flying. And they will have some units chumping some worms.
Ooh, leaving the flyer back is interesting. Is there a pump spell or something going on in I'm so bad's deck where if they happen to draw it and this flyer is good, maybe there's a way to cross the finish line?
Find the moment and Collector plays Dust Caller for reasons that are suspicious. Didn't do that, and they drew a Last Light Refugee. That is looking like a dub for a Collector. Let's see. I'm so bad never got to play that Marison's Legacy. That Deadly Scorpion along with the Locust and the Sandcaller would have been pretty nice. And Collector with Torque as their avatar advances to our top 4.
Congratulations. A lot to like about the play there from the Collector. I love the discipline there. Not playing the Nightfall unit. You know, you're so far ahead. Maybe you don't know exactly how your opponent can catch up, but there's no reason to give them the extra card, and you take a point of damage there. A lot of discipline, so definitely not on autopilot, and congratulations on a top 4 finish, at least.
Yep. Very nicely done by Collector, and we'll be checking out another top 8 match if we got one still in progress. All right. All right, GT100 and Gunner 116. This is game 3, Tom. All right, let's see what we got here. It's a Yeti Cookmasters attacking in. Thunderhoof Warrior blocking. Eavesdrop. Now this is tough, Patrick, because Zhou is great, but you do not have the influence for Zhou.
With coming into this game with no context, you know, against 5 cards with an opponent at 22, there's no chance a topple or a 3/3 flyer is going to be enough to carry the weight here. Zhou is actually a shot at getting lucky enough to win the game. So, you know, sometimes you got to be honest with yourself about how can I actually win this game. And if Zhou goes uncontested, you got a shot.
G-E-E-E's. Lambs to the slaughter come out of Mercenary Vanguard and a Dust Caller.
Oh my goodness. Well, if those weren't the 2 best cards to draw.
Why not play 2? Okay, Okay, Hoof Stomp. Hoof Stomp deals with Joe. Unfortunately, GT100 can't play the Accolade because they didn't play their power last turn. But I think they didn't. Ankle Cutter. Now we can play the Jotun Spellhammer, and this is something. And Edict of Shavka is also a card that is in the game Eternal.
Yes, it is. It is printed.
2 cost. Deal 5 damage to a Justice or Primal unit. And if it is...
We play on from here.
No Aegis. Cannot stop it. My mind.
We do not play on.
Yeah, Finest Hour. Well, I mean, you got to go for it, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, you're going to use your finest hour on something, so you might as well try to win the game instead of try to up trade. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, you still have a Joe floating around the top of your deck anyway.
Just go for it.
Let's get some dubs.
And there we go.
Gunner 116 advances to your top 4.
Beautiful. A lot of fire. A lot of fire among these decks.
Yep. Joe's a nice one in draft.
Well, and you can say, that got lucky drawing exactly Shadow Sigil there, but again, I thought that was the correct play. There's no way that a random 3/3 flying unit or a topple is going to get you out of a game where you're beat 5 cards to 1 in hand. Even if your odds are not very high of casting the Joe, I think it's easily your best shot of winning that game. You have to get lucky regardless, and stringing together 4 or 5 really good draws in a row is less likely than just drawing a Shadow Sigil the next turn, and paid off for that play as Joe kind of went all the way there.
Good point. Good points. All right, Applechips and onzozo are tied at 1 here. So this is, Applechips we've seen them play earlier, and it looks like onzozo has really grinded them out. I mean, they're up there. Got 6 cards and just so much action right now.
Yeah,
Not sure why nothing got played there. Maybe we're looking to do some forestalling here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe there's a particular card they are worried about.
Holding feet, feeling hot. I see. So we're gonna forestall. Security patrol. I'll pop the Aegis. And then in the future, a forestall can actually do its thing. Yeah, I mean, Applechips is only at 10, so they're not they would love to be able to just kind of take some licks here. But they're going to have to do some trading. Now, the question is, will we see onzozo do anything in the way of forestalling to keep units around? They will. They're going to forestall on the Calderan Captain, which will keep the Sandcrawler, I believe, around. And now, if they want to get rid of the last threat on the board, they can use that settled Sarasaur, maybe with the Scorpion, to get that out of the way.
I think the Sarasaur and the Scorpion is a really powerful insurance policy against, random large unit that maybe is problematic. Again, players know each other's deck lists. Maybe it's the best thing that you can do here, but being this far ahead, I would err on the side of being conservative.
All right, so a Cyber Skimmer. And onzozo not going to go for that. It is tough that Applechips has to do this.
Yeah.
Are they going to bottoms up to just try to gain a ton of health? They are. So they're going to go up to 21. But Patrick, that health is going to go away real quick. Oh, a Feral Serpent too? Yeesh.
Just gear up. Just gear up.
Okay. They're geared up. Applechips draws a District Infantry. That is going to do it for this tournament for them, but a very valiant effort and a pretty nice looking aggressive deck. But I mean, onzozo has just a pitch perfect looking Elysian deck here.
Streamlined, ton of really powerful cards. Well deserving deck here, advancing into the top 4.
Yeah, so we'll be seeing them soon enough in our top 4. That was our last match for the top 4. Stay tuned. We will have top 4 action very soon, as well as another preview card from our next set, Eternal Unleashed. We'll be back in just a few minutes. We've only got a few matches left. We'll see you soon. All right, it's time for the top 4. The semifinals here at the Draft Open. We're going to be checking out one of the semifinals in just a moment. We are going to be running them at the same time this weekend due to the delays and the interest of keeping things moving for our competitors. And we appreciate all of you for being here with us, as well as our competitors for having gutting it through a long day. But it's been a fun day, and we gotten to see a lot of high-level play and players really making the most of what cards they can play in each game.
Yeah, it's been really a tribute to doing a lot with a little.
All right, so for our top 4 this weekend, we are going to get to see a couple of very nice-looking decks. In particular, I'm excited if we could start with onzozo's semifinal match, Tom. Just because that was the first time we got to see it coming in at the end of that top 8 match, and I mean that deck looked really nice. Just high-quality cards like Expedition Gear and Feral Serpent, but also just a very clean curve of the units.
2 factions, a lot of individually powerful cards, a lot of synergistic cards. Looked like it could play a game early and play a game late. Just looks like a fantastic Elysian deck.
Yep. All right, so we'll be seeing that in just a moment here as these players are getting geared up and ready to go. And for these players, of course, they just got to win 2 more games, or 2 more matches, I should say, and they will be your Draft Open champion, taking home a couple $1,000s, as well as a seat in the World Championships. So exciting stuff for them, and for us at home, and we get to see who's going to come out on top this weekend. This is, of course, the sort of the last big Cold Hunt event as we get ready for the release of our next set, Unleashed. And I think players are going to be very excited with what they find in the Unleashed draft format. It's I could say it's not like a draft format we've done in a long time, maybe even ever.
Yeah, no, I'm again, we can only spoil as much as we can spoil. There's a plan for how the stuff gets rolled out, but I'm really excited for the next set and sort of the draft updates that are coinciding with it.
Yep. So it'll be a fun time for all of you, and make sure you stay tuned on social media, checking out Direwolf Digital, our news.com, on the Eternal section there for news, as well as following us on Reddit, Discord, all those places where we like to post sweet new cards for y'all to check out. And we'll be talking about new mechanics coming down the way. We've already previewed one with Frenzy, and we'll be seeing another Unleashed card before the end of the show. For the semifinals right now, we're just waiting for onzozo and their opponent to join the match, and we'll be bringing you down for each turn of that one. Patrick, if you had to pick a favorite card from the Cold Hunt draft format experience, what would rate up there for you? Mine is Yeti Intellectual for this.
Yeah, I know yours. I'm trying to think of one that's like it's more novel than it is strong, like something that I like. The Tensky Saboteur.
Sure,
that one's for me. Good offense, good defense, good if your game plan's conventional, good if you're doing something a little bit different. Love that one.
Good little revenge guy.
I mean, if you played a Saboteur against any of these people we watched today, they would just be out of a deck in 10 turns or whatever, having cast nothing, except maybe like Vermin's Feast to try to fend it off.
I don't think I could handle the swings of watching my opponent either unlock an influence that they didn't have because I discarded 2 cards to the top of their deck that wouldn't have done that.
I know the whole discarding from deck, you didn't really destroy blah blah blah. A lot of these decks do not have a power to spare. You can hit something, and that could be like a third of their deck is shut off.
Yeah, it's a nice card every once in a while. It's kind of confusing how that card lines up against fellow revenge units and cards, because it's either getting them closer to the revenge unit or it's eliminating it completely. And once you get that sort of second attack in, the odds start to kind of turn in your favor on that whole exchange.
I thrive in the ambiguity. It's confusing, but, a lot of things are.
True. All right, Tom, how are we looking here? All right, so still waiting on those folks to join up on the match, but, we'll be there soon enough. And don't worry, we're not missing any action right now. Patrick, what's a Cold Hunt card, a draft card that you're looking forward to not having to play against? Did any cards particularly have your number? I mean, I know you're a very high win rate player. I don't mean to besmirch your honor, of course.
I would say the card that's probably eaten my lunch the most, that I don't play that often because of the faction, and so I lose to it a lot more than I win with it. Warrior Monk.
Hmm.
That one gets me a lot of the time. How about yourself? Is it because of your intellectual thing? Is it like Char, or like what's the card that's been getting you?
Dude.
Outland Sniper. That's like 2 intellectuals basically.
I lose to Bang Sarasora a lot.
Oh, that I believe.
But that one is, yeah. I'm trying to think of a Cold Hunt card that I've lost to a particularly high amount. I've gotten messed up by Scale Hide a bunch of times. It's like I don't really. It's kind of like not that a big of a deal, but I get blown out in combat too often.
Yeah.
That's why I never block.
That's the best way to beat me. It's just Grons and surprise Grons. That's the most reliable way to do it.
Yeah, we don't name enough of our primal combat tricks after Scaly Gron. Like, one is not enough.
Yeah, well, if you look through the playtest name archives, then Scaly Gron definitely gets its love.
+2, +8, the double Gron.
Yeah. Gron Ganchuin, which is +2, +8.
All right, so
Tom, what's going on with these players?
If you wanna see some more Scaly Gron, so cards based off of named after Scaly Grons, let us know in the chat.
Yeah. Well, I'm not reading the chat now, nor will I. But maybe if there's a really good question in there, Tom can send it along while we're waiting for these players.
Well, Tom told us earlier that chat did some good research, and apparently, Odd barely out-edged even.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Was it 10? You said it was like 1041 to 1020. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So barely, very close. We could go make some changes to some numbers from Unleashed if we want to swing that one back.
Well,
22 is a lot to make up in one set.
Because we're about to get started.
Okay. onzozo, top of your screen there with their Elysian deck, but looking a little light on the power train. Meanwhile, Gunner 116 at the bottom. They, I guess, can get justice through inscribing, so they'll do that probably, and they're going to keep this opener. And onzozo liked what they saw in their second one. A little lacking on early plays here, but we'll see if Gunner 116 can actually get a threat out early. It looks right now like maybe not. Ooh, old Cyber Skims. Uh-oh.
Is onzozo about to rope out here?
It's looking that way. That's unfortunate, of course. I would explain why it was taking a while for them to join the match, so certainly don't like seeing that happen in a spot like this for any player, of course. So we'll stick with this one for a moment, see if we get a reappearance. Otherwise, we'll see if we can swap over to the other semifinal.
Well, now Gunner appears to be taking their time. So we'll sort this out here in a moment.
Yeah, it could be in observer mode. Little quirk here as we're spectator moding. Getting to see what these players are up to. All right, so we're going to just stay tight here for a moment while we get things sorted out. Do we know what's going on in the other match, Tom? All right, so we're we'll just chill out here for a minute as we check in on what's going on in the top 4 right now. What other fun things do you want to talk about, Patrick? Anything?
I don't know.
You've
been asking me questions. Let's keep asking them.
Okay.
Or we can go to the chat. Tom might be able to find something. I don't know.
All right, so the other match looks like it's going all right. So we're going to check this out while we check in on those players. We were checking out ltsTenz here up against Collector. Kicking things off with an old Apprentice Mage to get that power moving. And they can follow that up with a Graviturgist. Maybe not the best spot to be contracting, but, you know, you never know.
Well, I think I would just play the Sharpshooter here. Power's going to be likely tied up for a little while here. And you just have so many things that are synergistic with the Sharpshooter to do up front. And the Graviturgist is pretty strong for finishing out games as well.
Yeah, and I suppose you could also get that Gloves of the Pyromancer on the Rebel Sharpshooter if you really want to get cooking.
Right. If you draw power number 5, the Caldera Captain qualifies. So I would just wait a minute on the Graviturgist. Come back to it in a little bit.
Yep. ltsTenz is probably taking a quick look at the pools, of course, because limited number of stealth cards that one could be. So once you discover that's a Thorncrawler, looks like it's putting ltsTenz in the market for doing a little forestalling. We're going to get a forestall off here.
I mean, we've come this far.
Thorncrawler, prevent all damage. Apprentice Mage, and all damage. And wow, looks like this one, yeah, I guess it makes sense that this one got started early. So Collector's up a game here, Patrick. This is game number 2. ltsTenz still didn't find power number 5. What they did find, though, was a Bang, Sarasaur, and a Ramba. So a lot of action coming Collector's way. They're going to start needing to make some real progress on this board.
But not a bad spot for this Thorncrawler, honestly. You know, the thing that you don't want to see is it just getting outsized or the game just not being about damage. And neither of these are the case.
So they are going to 2-for-1 themselves Collector here to keep the Thorncrawler alive and get in for 4 lifesteal. Now for ltsTenz, by drawing power number 5, this opened up a couple of options between a Hoof Stomp, and they drew a Searing Fist. But a Hoof Stomp plus an attack for 5 is going to get ltsTenz in range now with Collector all the way down to 8. Warrior Monk, though, getting some health back. So for ltsTenz, they did find that 6 power, so now it's going to be Gloves of the Pyromancer to make the Rebel Sharpshooter into a big quick draw threat. We're going to contract onto the Graviturgist. This is 10 coming across.
Huge swing here on the leftovers. Not shabby.
No. Not at all. So for ltsTenz, if they want to go for it, this would be lethal if nothing funny happens. And yeah, with just a Dismantle in hand, Collector is not going to be able to stop this attack. Exactly lethal comes across as ltsTenz ties up this semifinal at 1 game apiece. So a real nice looking Praxis aggro deck there from ltsTenz. You know, they are splashing, it looks like, Justice for they got Rune Sword action, and then on the top of your screen we saw Collector was you know, that the Thorncrawler turn was interesting where they had to do like both players played forestall. It felt like it was possible if they recognize what's going on there, that there's a forestall on the other side, maybe they can punish ltsTenz for holding up their power like that. But
yeah, I mean, it's sort of tough because, you know, the Thorncrawler is not really going to get a whole lot better than what it is now. Like, how long are you willing to sort of defer that sort of thing? And also, with Collector having a Predatory Instinct in hand, there's some argument of, okay, well, even if I'm kind of like down 2 cards on one of these exchanges, ideally down the road I can recoup it. So it was sort of I think the best of a bunch of bad options sort of sequence, rather than proactively choosing a line they thought was going to be really successful over time.
yeah, I mean, it was certainly very enticing for Collector, because you're talking about Thorncrawler getting to eat the Apprentice Mage, so it's both getting rid of a unit, getting rid of max power, and you're gaining 4 health. So to turn down that attack just because, like, hey, it looks like they have a forestall it's a tough play to make.
Well, also, again, keep in mind we're kind of at the spot where the people's hands are face up. Like, I know that your stealth unit is almost certainly Thorncrawler. You know that it's very likely I have forestall. You have it in your hand as well. My opponent knows there's a chance that I have it as well because all the information is open. It's not the same sort of bluff and trick kind of optimization that you're going to see. Sometimes it's like we both kind of know the lay of the land here, and it's in both of our best interests to just have the exchange occur rather than try to bob and weave in a spot where my opponent likely knows my hand or close to it anyway.
I see. All right, so are we switching over to the other match, Tom? All right. 'Cause, 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 Tom, we got onzozo and Gunner 116 on the screen right now. All right. Okay, so looks like we're gonna get to check out a moment of this game right now. So, do we know what? Okay. All right. So, right now it sounds like we might get to check out a little peek of this before going back to the other game. Yeah. So just a little bug there, but we'll be all right now as we're gonna get to check out game number 2 of this semifinal. Or sorry, game number 3, excuse me, of course. So Collector won the first game that we didn't get to see, and then we came in and saw ltsTenz tying it up. So now Collector will be up first, and ltsTenz has got a nice little turn 1 Battlefront dasher there, Patrick.
Yeah, really strong start here, some good leftovers. Sharpshooter plays really well with the captain and the challenge.
Now there's an Arcanum Seeker. 2 cost 0/4 Overwhelm. Ultimate when you gain health. Arcanum Seeker gets +4 strength. So it does a nice job of absorbing that second Battlefront Dasher attack. So going into turn number 3 for Collector, they have a tricky decision to make here, and they're going to just inscribe the time the Lost in Thought, so they have double time for the future with both Warrior Monk and Ancient Lore needing that. So now for ltsTenz. Thinking about a Rebel Sharpshooter, maybe thinking about Searing Fist?
I would just Sharpshooter here. You know, it's nice to play your 3 this turn because you have 2 2s and a 4 in your hand, so it's pretty efficient in that respect. And additionally, even if the ultimate were to happen on the 0/4, it doesn't really matter. The Searing Fist gets it back the next turn, so you're not under any sort of immediate pressure to kill the thing.
All right. So now Mature Avarax is the follow-up for Collector. And for ltsTenz, if they want, they could play a Graviturgist and contract it and get it through. They're going to Rhombus Challenge onto the Battlefront Dasher, so they give it +2 strength and invulnerable damage this turn, and they get to invoke Fire Time. They found a Steelfang Chakram. That is going to be great over the next few turns.
That's a nice hit.
So it seems like maybe for power efficiency, it's really great to use Searing Fist. The question is, what are you after? It's going to be the 0/4, not the max power unit. So trying to really apply a lot of pressure here. Warrior Monk. They're going for that gain 5. So now for ltsTenz, if you throw the Chakram onto the Rebel Sharpshooter, this is quite a threat for Collector to deal with.
Yep, no chance there of being able to block at all. Power there would have unlocked Victimless Crime for the turn. As it stands, we're looking at a 1-for-2 Predator's instinct to kind of mop this up a little bit.
Oh, no we're not. We took out the other unit. So, and now maybe the Mature Avarax is gearing up here for a chump block. So Collector feels like is fighting their way back into this one.
I do like the Graviturgist this turn. It really compounds how awkward the chump block would be. And additionally, you know, if you draw a power next turn, you still have a play to make with your 2-drop. And it's so unlikely that you can play anything at all that I think it behooves you to just use your power for this turn and next.
Yeah, it feels like Collector's really doing a nice job of stabilizing here. As, look at that. No attack by the Rebel Sharpshooter. Kind of fearing a forestall here. Victimless Crime will take out the Graviturgist. And for ltsTenz, they're still paying off the contract from the Graviturgist this turn, so they don't get to make a play. Now Collector will Ancient Lore, draw 2 cards. The units drawn this way get +1/+1. It's a pair of Sigils, but that's going to get us closer to that Power Breach Sentinel. Lost in Thought cannot bounce the Warrior Monk. It's just too dang big.
Remember, you kind of want to go all in one shot when you're playing against for stalls and indifferences. The worst thing that you can be doing is attacking one at a time. So I really like ltsTenz here, just taking an opportunity here to sort of set up a little bit. You have a Caldera Captain, which also rewards you for going wide, and not run into these tricks that are so good at managing individual combat, but a little bit weaker with regards to managing wide boards.
Valve Silence picked up by Collector, but they're going to throw down a Power Breach Sentinel, a Shadow Sigil, and now they got a Indifference in hand. Protect all these holdings. Caldera Captain ready to go. And it does seem like ltsTenz has gotten a whiff of the forestall Indifference action in Collector's hand. You mentioned doing a really nice job of sort of taking their time here, building out a wide board to minimize the effect that these combat tricks have.
You know, it's one of those spots where, you know, if Collector's happy to wait, you're kind of happy to wait. You're also drawing very heavy to Justice influence as it unlocks multiple premium cards in your hand. So you're really not under a burden to act here at all until the Collector starts attacking you. Whew.
Orange Jailer coming down, Amplify 1, play Detain, so it shrank both of these units down to 0 strength. So now Collector has to deal with these units, all while their units won't be able to eat anything. So I guess, you know, this maybe just some blocks plus a forestall gets you in pretty decent shape. I guess there's a question of, do you want to Valve Silence maybe the Captain or the Rebel Sharpshooter?
Sure. I mean, you know, at this point, it's probably not going to get a whole lot better than just stabilizing whatever this attack is.
Scorpion Wasp?
Scorpion Wasp is a huge draw, because that actually allows you to profitably do something with the Indifference this turn. You can play the Wasp, give Indifference to that. You have some 0-5s and 1-6s here that are capable of, you know, at least bouncing off one of the big attackers, and then the Wasp can actually eat something and be left over. Not bad.
All right, so we see the Wasp was blocking the Captain, but Collector hasn't played that Indifference yet, and they're actually going to let that trade happen. So as we go back to Collector's side, just drawing a Shadow Sigil now, so they're running low on things to do. Meanwhile, ltsTenz, thanks to finding that Rune Sword last turn, has started unlocking all these Justice cards in their hand. A Brigade Hull and a Free Fire, both close to happening. Just a very, very tense game right now.
Well, you're in a spot right now where, you know, if Collector has nothing, you are pretty happy with things. The burn is on them to have something, and so you can just attack and see what the thing is.
Wow. Look at that. Collector silences first, then Free Fire. Then we get a Free Fire to give the Rebel Sharpshooter Lifesteal and Quick Draw again. And then potentially an Indifference here will sort of complete the sequence. Yep. Really great to just stop all of this, the Lifesteal and the Quick Draw.
Great sequencing. We're able to trade 2 kind of mopey cards for a handful of premium ones. You're coming into your own turn with all your power available. Collector might be able to stabilize this with a big draw.
Oh, of course. The lifesteal damage still does happen because the unit wasn't invulnerable to damage. It just can't be killed this turn. And now we see Collector starting to get their attacks going here. Attacking with Power Breach Sentinel. Pretty nice, too, because it plays the top power of your deck. And in a spot like this, increasing your chances of drawing a non-power card is phenomenal. There's only Forge Smith. I don't think we've seen any weapons get played. Oh, no, we did. We saw the Steel Fang Shotgun and it got silenced. So it's there. Feels like ltsTenz is sizing up what would happen if they were to use Brigade Hull here on a unit to make an attack.
Well, the Brigade Hull forces the Warrior Monk to be involved in the trade somehow.
Looks like Sparkcatcher can go. All right, so Carnosaur Beta trades off there. Get a 1/1 Grenadin. Iron Priestess. Ooh, Bang Sarasaur. Feels like this is a risky spot to be making at night.
Yeah, but also it's a risky spot to not, you know, do anything.
Well, they're in captain and a forced stall.
Forced stall is a really great draw here, as it just gives you a lot of insurance about what happens if you just go base bar.
Yeah, so I guess the question is, you could forestall, but you could also activate the Brigade Hall. And is it better at this point to try to like buff up the Grenadin a little bit more?
Well, if you activate Brigade Hall on the Grenadin and Collector has nothing, you win the game. So there's a question of, is there any trick that can happen here that makes this bad?
And ltsTenz thinks they got nothing. That's right. So we're going to see 10 damage come across as ltsTenz is going to win this semifinal and has moved on. One match to go for them to become your Draft Open champion. And yeah, that was well done by them.
Yep. So we're in the middle of sort of sorting out some, I think, technical difficulties maybe on the other end. And we will keep you posted as we get more information.
Yep. All right. So we're going to be taking a break here for a couple minutes, and we'll be back with the finals of the Draft Open as soon as it's ready to go. We're hoping it's just very short, but we do want to make sure that everything's okay with that other semifinal, and we'll keep you posted. And so you'll be seeing us again real soon. And when we come back, we're going to have a spoiler for Unleashed as well as the finals of the Draft Open. All right, welcome back to the Draft Open. As we've got one more match here, it sounds like in the other semifinal, onzozo just received an emergency phone call, had to take it, and that caused them to miss a couple turns of their Game 1 match. They did end up getting to play out the rest of the match, and Gunner116 won. So that sets us up for our finals here between Gunner116 and ltsTenz here. So as soon as those players are ready, we're going to be heading down to that match to find out who's victorious. Saw a really nice job here from ltsTenz in their semifinal match against Collector. They got a Praxis deck that's splashing a little bit of justice for things like Brigade Hall and Free Fire. But they've done a really nice job of playing with it, and I was really impressed by how they handled playing with and against Forestall in that last game in particular.
Yeah, and we're seeing the influence too of pools being known, being able to look as you're playing here. The games do have a different feel than your normal draft games because the amount of information you can actually distill things down to is a lot more certain than you typically see, especially when you're talking about best 2 out of 3 instead of just single game matches too.
Yeah, there's a bit of a difference when you know you're playing against an opponent who's of really high skill level. Players you'll see lots of plays all the time, and a lot of times it just means this is just the play that player happened to made. But it's not that the play is any special, but when you are a confidence level that your opponent is making plays that are well coordinated, that are in the pursuit of a larger game plan, you can start to infer a lot more information about what is going on the other side based off of that. In a typical game, your opponent just passing with a bunch of power up might not mean anything, but here you can maybe really read something into what their intentions are.
And it's interesting if you've watched the cards that have sort of underperformed on camera, it's a lot of those more expensive tricks, and when you're playing against savvier opponents who also know your card pool, weirdly a lot of those cards that are reliable 2-for-1s or total blowouts that maybe some parts of the ladder suddenly are much harder to leverage under these circumstances.
All right, so for these players, what's on the line? Cash money, part of the 5K prize pool, as well as a seat in the World Championships. So they got a lot to play for here. It's going to be a best-of-3 elimination match for each of them, and for each of these players, they've won a lot of games in a row with their draft deck. I'm sure their confidence is very high, but only one's going to come out on top. So right now, Tom, we're waiting on them to get started. And then after that, we'll be getting to check out our final new preview card from Unleashed. Pre-orders will be available soon for that. Our next major expansion. I've got a couple of nice new mechanics for y'all coming in that one. One of which I think I'm still not kind of surprised we're actually getting to do, but you know which one.
I know which one, and you'll know which one when you see it.
All right, fair enough.
We'll see.
Yeah. Yep. And maybe you'll know why the set's named Unleashed. That's a hint.
Right.
We're really laying it on. All right. No, we when we get to the end of these days, it gets a little punchier here. Our 5 o'clock meetings have a very different tenor than our 10 a.m. meetings, I would say.
I can do this all day.
Yeah.
You know. Here I got a chair that's more or less comfortable. I can go get myself a cup of coffee whenever I want to. I can send emails from my desk. I can text people on my phone. You don't understand the circumstances that I've called tournaments under. It would blow your mind. The worst shows I've ever been to.
Yeah.
So this I can do all day.
All right, so let's check out the finals here. The Draft Open. Gunner116 up against ltsTenz. And for both of these players, this is a World Championship and in situation. For ltsTenz, they got a Bang Cerasor and a Warhorn. That's a great little curve, but Gunner116's got them removals. Victimless Crime and Breach the Defense is coming at you. And Gilded Flames.
Yeah, all rolled up.
2 fire decks here in the finals, but one player. Actually pretty similar. Both players are fire. Looks like fire splashing maybe a little bit of justice. One player with time, one player with shadow, but we'll see. ltsTenz, Bang Cerasor, it's Knight, it's a 3/3. And Patrick, any preferences here on how you want to sequence this? Because if you play one of those 2-cost removals, it's kind of the only thing you can do this turn.
I would like to attack first, see if there's a trade made, and Finest Hour if there is, and then play the Oni post-combat regardless.
Yeah. Well, they'll just get rid of that Bang Sarasaur and get their 3 points. I mean, one nice thing is that if you wait a little bit longer, the Warbrush Oni might do even more for you, right?
And
there you go.
And the other thing about it, if you attack first and then play the removal after the fact, you're sort of giving away the fact that you have Finest Hour or something else in hand. So if you think the difference between Breach and Finest Hour is pretty thin anyway, keeping the Finest Hour more concealed, I think, is a reasonable tiebreaker.
All right, so Searing Fist picked up for its ThufirHawat. They're going to use it to take out the Unseen Marksman. But its ThufirHawat is kind of getting a little worked here for not drawing enough units, as they just got this weapon and this free fire that just can't really make much of yet.
Gunner's got them feet.
The Molten Feet. Dealing 3. Now Warbrush Oni will pump up the Racketeers. And with Gilded Flames, Finest Hour, and Victimless Crime, this is all going very nicely for Gunner 116. Imagine we'll see the crime. Yep, Victimless Crime. Still an enemy non-human unit. Power number 6 is kind of nice because it insulates you with the Racketeers. Not that its ThufirHawat can do anything about that right now. Gonna need a top deck here from its ThufirHawat. Volunteer Corps, okay. If that plus the Warhorn, it gets you a 2/4. We kind of know it's not exactly going to line up against the hand, but
yeah, the problem is that doing anything threatening enough to maybe turn the game around, basically spend all your power that turn, and Gunner's leftovers there are very easy.
Yep. So for its ThufirHawat, just a little bit of issues getting onto the board early. We saw their first unit got killed by Breach the defenses, and then, you know, I mean, it would, if they had ever started like getting to play that Warhorn, it's phenomenal when they get to pick it back up with the Oni Forge Smith, but that game it just wasn't meant to be. So they'll need to recover here in game number 2, where they'll be on the play, and they're going to need to win them both now.
Yeah, it's tough to do, especially against these decks that are a little bit more streamlined, a little bit more aggressive. You know, winning the game on the play, you know, if the decks are of approximately equal level, maybe not the hardest thing, but then break and serve on the draw, that's going to be a real challenge.
Yeah, I wonder, because it kind of goes both ways against Gunner's deck, because with that removal, you both kind of want to have the extra card, but it also seems like if your deck is predicated on being like a Praxis deck that's playing with things like Graviturgist, and you kind of like the tempo of getting the extra power first, right?
For sure.
All right, so it's ThufirHawat. You want to put some eggs in a basket of a Battlefront Dasher, or do you want to have a reasonable hand?
I'll say this.
Yeah.
I would mulligan the hand. I would have so much respect for its ThufirHawat if they kept it. Not because it's right, but because it's like, you know, it's a one shining moment time.
Right. Yeah, that is some real part of the card stuff right there. All right. Meanwhile, Gunner 116 got that warning shot, which can help get them their first fire influence, but you want to get onto the board first. Let's go ahead and Shadow Sigil up a Stone Scar Sneak, a.k.a. playtest name Sneaky Petey.
Yeah, Sneaky Pete.
Yeah. The nice draw here for its ThufirHawat. That Volunteer Corps represents a way to get time influence, which they did not have before. We'll see if they go for that first, or maybe it'll be a Spark Hatcher, because you kind of aren't going to be able to play any time cards next turn regardless.
Yeah, I'd rather Hatcher here, because essentially, if you play the core the next turn, you get to play your undepleted power that you just found. So you're effectively taking on less debt if you're sort of free rolling than in the world where you play this.
Sure.
And now next turn, even if you play the power, you can't follow up with a 2-cost play.
Makes sense. Well, the Volunteer Corps is down. And now for Gunner 116, showing off their removal here as they pick up a Victimless Crime to go along with that Topple in hand. Warning Shot actually hasn't been inscribed yet, so maybe it won't be. Well, I think we're more in the market for Fire and Fire Sigil now.
I don't know. I've felt this way I don't know, every turn of every game I've watched, and no one ever inscribes anything.
All right, so Gunner 116 does inscribe the warning shot, getting them one of the 2 requisite fire influence needed to play Joe Conqueror of Stone Scar.
Like, I'm pretty sure that Gunner was just trying to warning shot the Volunteer Corps and realized that they could not because they did not have fire influence yet.
Oh, give them credit. They're in the finals here. All right, so picking up a Thunderhoof Warrior for the turn. And gonna play out that 3/3 Centaur. Time to get the core in the air.
I kind of like it, you know. You sort of when you have these sort of these tricks in your hand that are a little bit more expensive with a really high ceiling. I think the more that you can start sort of setting up your board before trying to leverage them is going to be a lot more efficient than trying to do it before you have that much momentum running downhill. Particularly because if you go into combat and don't do anything with the core, you are sort of signaling that you have tricks in hand, because otherwise you probably would have just played a power and sent the core up.
Yeah, it's going to be Graviturgis. It's going to be contracted to make it a 4/4 this turn. It'll still be a 1/4 Flying Endurance after that.
I don't mind that play either, because you're with the power left over in ltsTenz hand, they still have power number 6 in the core rolled up for next turn. So this might be a little bit more efficient.
Thunderwing. 5 cost 3/3 Flying Dragon. Yeah, for ltsTenz, it's kind of how do you manipulate this game so that you can get a good use out of that free fire. Right now, it's not quite there.
I think you just gotta send the okay.
Yeah, and attacking with Sparkcatcher, if the attack doesn't go the way you like, it only goes so badly regardless.
Well, now with only 6 power, I mean, for example, a double block of both the 3/3s on the Apprentice Mage is kind of catastrophic, right?
Yeah, you would have to probably just take out the Thunderwing with the free fire and move on, and hopefully you got something good off the invoke. But yeah.
Again, this is where, remember, card pools are known by both players, so curious to see if Gunner wants to try to sniff this out.
Yeah, so Gunner kind of did in that they just didn't block. They didn't force any action from ltsTenz, which is a little rough because then ltsTenz both got to hit for 6 and they got to ultimate the Volunteer Corps. So I think Gunner 116, you know, they basically made some real short-term tactical concessions to basically ensure that next time combat happens, they still have everything, and they now have like cards like Finest Hour and Victimless Crime at the ready.
Right. I can appreciate being a little bit more conservative in that spot because from Gunner's perspective, if you get to your turn with enough power, you know, Victimless Crime and Finest Hour are so powerful at playing an efficient game inside of a combat exchange. Again, I don't know if exactly what Gunner's playing around there. Again, deck lists are known, but with what we knew about in ltsTenz's hands, if both 3/3s had gone in front of the Apprentice Mage, that would have been a pretty tough spot for ltsTenz.
All right, so ltsTenz is putting that Thunderwing to the test now, blocking the Volunteer Corps. The question is, will ltsTenz blink and use Forestall? They will. To stop the Thunderwing from killing the Volunteer Corps, will we see a Victimless Crime or a Finest Hour to keep the Thunderwing around? It's going to be a Finest Hour. So notably here, this keeps the the Thunderwing around, but it doesn't kill the Volunteer Corps. A victimless crime would have done both.
I think the logic here is if Free Fire is among the cards you're playing around, the victimless crime is the only way to sort of reliably trump that. And so if that's on your radar, and with the way that ltsTenz is playing, like there's been so much, you know, they could have done something with their power and instead moved into combat with all their power available. I think it's completely reasonable for Gunnar to be playing around multiple tricks at the same time. And in that case, I think it makes a lot of sense to have victimless crime as the ultimate coverage against, you know, the most powerful trick that ltsTenz has probably remaining in their deck.
So Caldarian Captain comes down, gives all the units +1 strength, and that means that the Rebel Sharpshooter's Quick Draw is online. Thunderwing's going to make an attack here, kind of taking a break from holding back these flyers.
I mean, this attack, this line, looks like someone who's pretty positive their opponent has Free Fire in hand.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's from the moment that ltsTenz, or rather Gunnar didn't block the two attack units. It was like, yeah, they're playing around Free Fire. All right, Searing Fist takes out the Thunderwing. So the skies are kind of parting here now for ltsTenz, as they can potentially attack with both flyers and drop Gunnar 116 down to 12. It'll also pump up this Orange Jailer. So good things happening right now for ltsTenz in the air. But one more a Fire Sigil, and we would see the appearance of Zhou.
But you know, it's kind of strangely bad for ltsTenz too. Yes, clearing out the one flying unit when you are attacking the air, that's plenty valuable. The issue is that ltsTenz's tricks really are predicated on Gunnar 116 blocking and then getting the best of it. And that's impossible right now because there's no way for Gunnar to block ltsTenz attackers.
That's a great point. So Topple is going to kill the Orange Jailer. It also reveals, kind of for Gunnar 116, that there's no fast spell right now. Didn't get a pause on the way back. We got 12 points coming across here. Be interesting to see if ltsTenz wants to do any kind of double blocking. Maybe to try to take out the Caldarian Captain. What do you think?
I don't think that these units that ltsTenz has are getting any better. So, not the prettiest, but again, you can't really just take these hits and have blockers back that don't do anything.
So no victimless crime there for Gunnar 116. Still holding to that one. But we did pick up a Caldarian Captain for ltsTenz. Beef up both of these units.
But this is your one window to cleanly resolve this Free Fire. You do not know if you're going to get another crack at it down the line. Also, the Free Fire is your path to playing 2 cards in 1 turn. So there's an argument actually for Free Fire in this turn, even though it looks like ltsTenz is going to go with the Captain instead.
Yeah, so the Captain boosts up these flyers, dropping Gunnar 116 down to 6. Ankle Cutter is drawn. That's an interesting draw because its text of when a unit with Endurance takes damage, kill it, could very much matter here against that Graviturgist.
Yeah, that's a really good draw, because you can actually now send in everything on the ground. There are no strictly profitable blocks, and victimless crime is still back.
You sending in the sneak, Stone Scar sneak?
I am not.
Okay. But yeah, the other ones does feel pretty good with right now. Yeah, this is looking close. Gunnar 116 is definitely close to taking this one down 2-0, but you gotta, ltsTenz is also in a great spot, especially if that Free Fire does successfully get played next turn. It seems like the real risk here is that if you don't get a block from the Captain, you're going to have to play victimless crime preemptively. So goes it as ltsTenz drops down to 6. We got a tie game.
Yeah, I mean, what's nice about this from its 10 spot is it's lethal face up on the table. You would like to get this free fire to resolve, and if you just go into combat and attack with flyers, game's over. And if Gunner has something like Victimless Crime, well, now at least you get to free fire whatever the remaining flyer is. You get to invoke, you get to gain some health, deal some damage. So a really nice no block there, I think, from its 10s, because there's a lot of ambiguity in this spot, but I think it really comes down to all other things being equal. Being guaranteed to get this free fire to resolve is worth maybe taking a shot there in combat.
Yeah, there's a good chance the invoke will just win the game. Gotta keep that too.
Right.
You find. Yeah. So, its 10s. Anytime you can make an attack that's just sort of lethal, without any other actions, it's good to do it. Oh, the Caldarian Captain, interesting.
Hmm.
So this is also not lethal if you victimless crime the captain. So Gunner 116 is going to need to play victimless crime on one of these units, but it can be any of them. So we're going to see a block. First, we're going to victimless crime the captain. It is going to be the captain that goes down. So now this is going to be fair. The free fire is going to get us 1 point short.
This sequence is so incredible.
Oh my gosh.
Part of the reason that okay.
Well, Torch is going to do it. Its 10s is tied up our finals at 1 game apiece, and in just an absolutely wild game. And I mean, that victimless crime and Joe were sort of in Gunner 116's hand for basically the entire game. The Joe never got played, and the victimless crime ultimately got played in a spot where it wasn't able to be used for anything highly advantageous.
So what is really fascinating about that play is, Gunner is clearly giving a lot of respect to free fire. So what happens is if you allow the ankle cutter to trade with the Caldarian Captain, you still have to play the victimless crime, right? Because it's still lethal coming in that turn. If you victimless crime the core, now the Graviturgist is back to block. And if you do it to the Graviturgist, you're taking 5 and gaining 5. So by doing the victimless crime on the captain, it means that the Graviturgist on defense next turn, hypothetically, can't block anything at all because anything it engages with will be killed by the ankle cutter proc. And so that leaves Gunner in a spot where any answer to the veteran core now allows them to win the game. So I know it looks a little confusing to victimless crime the revenge unit you can block instead of either flyer that you can't, but the texture of it is such that if Gunner can keep the ankle cutter and get to the next turn, there's a lot of draw steps that tip the game over or now leave its 10s on nothing. So a really fascinating line and sequence, and it all happened because its 10s was willing to attack with the Caldarian Captain. If they don't send in that Caldarian Captain, you can just victimless crime whatever, and then next turn probably looks a lot better for Gunner. So that play right there from both players was really, really sharp, really, really interesting.
Yeah, and I think you have to. There was also that key moment earlier on in the game where the Thunderwing got forestalled, and we chose, and then Gunner 116 kept it around with Finest Hour instead of victimless criming the Volunteer Corps. And given how much damage came across from the Volunteer Corps, it certainly seemed like. But of course, having a Finest Hour left over in your hand, you're oftentimes going to feel a lot less safe than having victimless crime.
It is really rough to give up a lot of equity, bend over backwards, playing around a free fire and then losing to a free fire anyway.
Yep. Well, Gunner 116 is going to get another crack at it, and they're going to get to be on the play here as we are in Game 3 of the finals of this draft open.
Both these hands look damn near perfect to me. Some power, all factions available through power and inscribe. Some good stuff to do. It's shaping up to be a really good Game 3.
All right, Gunner 116 inscribes on turn 1 to get some justice. Meanwhile, for ltsTenz, they do have that Oni Forge Myth, which can be inscribed, and I guess that is what they're considering here on the first turn of the game, and they do inscribe it. So,
because if your Apprentice Mage survives, then the banner comes into play undepleted, whereas your inscribed card is always depleted. So there's some hope that maybe you can have a slightly smoother draw by inscribing on turn 1.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be something to watch for with ltsTenz. If they go Apprentice Mage on turn 2 off the Time Sigil, they're not guaranteed to have a play on turn 3 if that thing gets killed.
Right. Yeah, it's risky business for sure. But all paths are risky.
Warbrush Oni coming down and buffing up the Corendon Steward. Gloves of the Pyromancer. Now Apprentice Mage. And yeah, if Gunner 116 just fires off with a little Gilded Flame action here, it's really potentially a big setback for ltsTenz. See if we can just get the attack first. No chance of a block there from ltsTenz. So deal 2 damage to an enemy. If you kill it, transform it into a treasure trove and draw it. So now ltsTenz did draw a Fire Sigil. That's fantastic. It opens up either Rebel Sharpshooter or Baying Sarasaur here. And we're going to see Sarasaur get into the mix. Gunner 116, though, drawing hot here, as picked up another piece of removal and called a hit. D'Angelo Racketeers, and they can reach the defenses plus Brendan Stewart. So, yeah, Gunner 116 doing a nice job of capitalizing of being up first in this game.
No question. I think I would have preferred the Sharpshooter there last turn because the most important thing is how likely is my 3/3 to survive. That's the primary consideration. And giving your opponent an extra draw step via Nightfall just makes it a whole lot less likely.
All right. Zine and Guardian can successfully hold off the Warbrush Oni. The Corendon Steward's a trade, but if we empower it, won't be. Throw another call to hit. Dropping ltsTenz down to 16, and now a Rebel Sharpshooter.
Although not really that bad for ltsTenz all told,
No.
given Gunner's hand. A lot of ways to deal with 2 health units and nothing, or 2 strength units rather, and nothing but 3s over there.
Yeah, so for ltsTenz, they got another bit of a decision here with both Brigade Hull and Rebel Sharpshooter gearing up. As 3 cost plays, and then you can maybe hold up Lost in Thought if there's any nonsense on the other way. Or we could get going. So Gloves of the Pyromancer on the Xenon Guardian. There is a threat of a double block that would trade, assuming there's no tricks on the other side. And I feel like Gunner 116 is going to be hard-pressed to play into something like a 4-stall here. They'll take 6.
Well, I don't know. It's only getting worse. I mean, maybe that's the no blocks is correct, but it's not like Gunner has a good workaround to a 4-stall right now anyway.
Well, if the Corendon Steward's the one that blocks, at least you're just only losing 1 unit.
Yeah, but, you know, the value of your 3/3 and 2/1 against a 6/4 endurance is already a little, you know, how much better is it getting than this?
All right, so Corendon Steward came through again. Another Gloves of the Pyromancer is picked up. And with D'Angelo Racketeers now ready to go. I really like Gunner 116 attacking with the Corendon Steward. I think it's a pretty tough one for ltsTenz to deal with, and it really feels like it's putting a lot of pressure on them and really making them kind of nervous here about what they do, considering how much could be coming back on the way back.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of damage, and also the only way you're ever going to be able to do something productive with your smaller units is to force a trade on the big one, and your deadly unit is the best path to do that.
So another gut check moment here for Gunner 116. How are they going to block? It's going to be Rebel Sharpshooter on the Bear. The Xenon Guardian comes through for another 6. These players are just throwing punches back and forth against each other here. in the deciding game of this entire event.
Little sigh of relief there for Gunnar. That follow-up could be a lot worse because you still have to set up this turn of inscribing, so you can empower. Its ThufirHawat doesn't really have any great blocks. You can play your Racketeers back with 2 up.
4 more comes through thanks to the Steward. Those call to hits being inscribed later. Very nice here is continuing to make that deadly bartender just keep on crunching. For Gunnar 116, it's a question of do you want to get down your Racketeers or get down a Revenge unit. They're going to go for the Racketeers. It seems like a nice spot. They have exactly 2 power up, so if it goes to the Void, they can pay 2 to make a back alley bouncer. And this is...
and I would say arguably a better blocker this turn than even the Revenge unit. Because if they send in with the Sharpshooter, that's a block and you get a 4-3. You send in with just the Guardian, you have a fairly safe double block. Even if there's a trick, not the end of the world. You have the 2 power left over to make a 4-3 back alley bouncer, and then that plus your inscribe represents lethal coming back the following turn. So its ThufirHawat's hands is not really that well set up to navigate this because the weapon doesn't get you particularly far, and it does put your hand on the table. Now that said, we get some outlaws coming.
Big time.
Big time.
All right, Gloves of the Pyromancer on the Rebel Sharpshooter. That's going to make it a quick draw unit. Plus the buff plus Brigade Hall. Huge attack here. And for Gunnar 116, is it going to be a chump with the Racketeers and make a back alley bouncer? That's what it's looking like. But
Yeah.
I am pretty nervous about this attack on the way back, Patrick.
Yeah, I mean, we got, lethal on the board here, assuming that there is a power.
So there's Praxis Outlaw. It's a unit that when you have no cards in your hand, you draw it from your deck, and that weapon we saw earlier, it transforms the bottom card of your deck into a Praxis Outlaw. So there's 2 of them, so we played this game. All right, now Corendon Steward geared up once again. The Brigade Hull did give the Rebel Sharpshooter endurance, so it's ready to block. The question is, how much is coming through? And also, which is the more valuable unit here? Because we're only 1 power away from ultimating the Xenon Guardian. The Rebel Sharpshooter has quick draw and can gain endurance from the Brigade Hall.
I have to assume that the Guardian is more valuable here because this is just all about playing offense and defense, and that's your best path to get to offense and defense at the same time.
That forestall looks lovely. So here we go, attacking with the Xenon Guardian. Will we see a double block from Gunnar? Throw both of their 2-1s in front, it would be a trade. And you certainly have to wonder what's going on if you're Gunnar, because with a Brigade Hall in play, it's very unlikely. The turn can't be nothing.
Right.
But are you willing to take 6? They are. They drop down to 6. Both players just very low in single digits now. Just a Justice Sigil for Gunnar. The back alley bouncer would just trade with that with the Praxis Outlaw. So do you have much of an attack here?
Well, if you were not willing to double block, it has to be out of respect for a possible trick. You know, this Guardian is going to be lethal next turn. Its ThufirHawat is a power away from the ultimate. If you were unwilling to block there, it has to be out of respect for a trick. And whatever that trick is, I guess it's pretty meaty coming back.
The back alley bouncer does trade with the Praxis Outlaw, and we are now in chump territory for its for Gunnar 116 against that Xenon Guardian. Because there is lethal damage coming. And if you use Brigade Hall here to puff this up, you don't even have to use the forestall.
Yeah, I would rather use Brigade Hall here. Yeah, this is much safer. Because if you ultimate, you risk chump block and kill you somehow without the forestall up. And if you do nothing at all, then there's just the double block forces the forestall anyway. This is the best of both worlds.
Stone Scar Sneak. So this, if you were to play this and use the sneak and exhaust the sneak, you can make the Warbrush Oni have quick draw, but if it gets forestalled here, that is going to be the tournament, I believe. If this play, it was a forced block, and so I understand why you got to go for it, but look at this. Forestall is going to eat the Warbrush Oni. If we pass back to ltsTenz as they gear up for one more attack here with their Xenon Guardian, we're going to call Darren Captain first to get it extra lethal, as ltsTenz is your winner of the draft open here, taking it down with good old Praxis, splashing a little bit of justice.
Congratulations. You know, those games, especially towards the end, got to be really compelling, and I think that dimension of the known pools, the 2 out of 3 sets, just make it a lot more. It's a lot less of an ambiguous experience than it typically is. I love the ambiguity, but there is something very interesting about watching it under different circumstances. It's all the same cards, it's all the same strategy, but the shape of the games is so much different.
Yep, I mean, just fantastic job there by ltsTenz, just doing some good old-fashioned, playing some units and playing some 3-1 weapons on it, and then crunching in, but doing so in exactly the right times, and it was got them over the finish line, and we'll be seeing them in the World Championship. So congratulations to them, condolences to Gunner116, and congratulations to everyone who competed this weekend. Put on a fine show, and it was a lot of fun checking out all the draft action this weekend here as we wrap up the Cold Hunt draft format. Speaking of wrapping up Cold Hunt, we're moving on to Eternal Unleashed, our next set, and for that we got a little gift for you in the way of a new preview card. Let's check out Gift of the Arcanum here. Got a nice new legendary relic.
+3 maximum power for 6, triple time. At the start of your turn, gain the power you didn't spend last turn. A way to have a lot of power left over to spend is by gaining 3 of it. And so this is just, what can, you know, this is only limited to your imagination. That's the short of it.
Yeah, it's, you could gear up some pretty huge turns with this one, and we'll be interested to see what's the wackiest thing we see players do with this.
I mean, you already know what I'm doing with this.
I don't know.
Twisted Farmer Alyssa's exchange. Yeah.
All right, so that's what he's got.
I'm gonna break the client.
That's the most he can think of. I'm sure the rest of you can think of doing something a little more spicy than even that. All right, but that's one of the new cards coming in Unleashed. We got lots more previews coming up in the next week, new mechanics to break down, other new surprises and fun announcements coming your way. So next few weeks will be a real exciting time in the Eternal calendar, and we'll see you next month at the Throne Open. So start thinking about that right now. Get your decks in line. Start thinking about which of these new previews you want to play with. But for this weekend, that's going to, yeah, there we go. Look at that. Throne Open, May 27th to May 29th. Should be fun. But for now, that's going to do it for us here at Direwolf Digital. I want to thank my co-caster here, Patrick Sullivan, for joining us. For Tim Eller and the entire QA team for putting together this event and helping us navigate a few little technical issues. But we got to see a ton of great action. So all's well that ends well on that front. And then our producer Tom for putting on a great show and putting up with us as always. So with that, we're going to sign off here from Direwolf Digital. Unleashed is pre-ordering soon to check out more news coming on it, as we got a lot more fun stuff in store with pre-orders starting tomorrow. All right, signing off here.